Alright, we are ready to go. I'm hoping this should hopefully be the last stream. I want to try and finish this off today. All will be revealed. We still have to finish, we have 3 routes to go. Or it's more like 2.5 really. We have the last little bit of ending 1 of Alfine, and we also still have to do the other route. I haven't actually gotten to the decision yet for the decisive decision that actually splits the routes yet. So I'm not sure how long this route 2 will take. And then finally we have Forney's route, which I'm sure many have been waiting for. I've been waiting a long time for that. I hope that everything is explained in here. I mean, we've already got a lot of answers. Just to recap from last week, turns out the rain is fake. It's all in his head. He was hallucinating the entire time because apparently he was in a car crash with his girlfriend, the real Arietta, because guess what? Every time Arietta is visited in this game, it's actually been Torta in disguise. So Torta's obviously been trying to steal him away from Arietta. And this entire route's been actually played from her perspective, as we now find out what exactly she's been doing this entire time. And of course I had to stop at like the most appropriate screen and line that you could possibly stop a stream at. But we are approaching the recital, so I'm not sure what else can possibly happen. I swear I have not missed the decision yet that we need to find to split this route. So I'm hoping I haven't missed it, because I don't know where it could be. I mean, it wouldn't take that long to go through everything again, but it would still suck. It'd be kind of embarrassing, really. But here we go. Let's see what happens next. Sure, good job today. I really wanted to practice until later. Sorry. Don't worry about it. I'm really glad we can get some rest, even if it's only half a day. You really mean that, don't you? Of course. I can feel the fatigue weighing me down. You're not tired at all, Torta? Do you even need to ask? Don't put me in the same boat as you. Well, aren't you confident? But don't push yourself too much, okay? I've never thought I'd heard that from you, Chris. I'm actually being pretty serious, but I can't see how that might have been worrying for nothing. Hmm? That's nothing. Come on, we better get moving. Whatever, I guess. See you later. Yeah, see you tomorrow. I checked the postbox when I went home, but Chris's letter hadn't arrived. Normally it would arrive within an hour from now. I needed time to think, so I went to my room for the time being. So she's writing all the letters that Chris gets from quote-unquote Arietta, sends them to her house in the other town, her hometown, who then sends them back, because everyone is in on this thing. Everyone thought, oh yeah, let's just all lie to Chris about Arietta being in a coma and may or may not be woken up. My theory is she's actually dead, and no one's told him. I don't know why everyone's doing this. It seems like a dick move to the guy, but they all thought it would be better for him to cope or something, to just not tell him. I don't know where this is going. It's kind of fucked up when you think about it. The idea I had in mind was to test Chris, and after what Miss Cordell said to me, I decided to go through with it. Regardless of what was written in Chris's letter, I was going to write something to him. Going to be something like this. Please, tell me one thing. Tell me how you feel about Torta. Of course, the letter would contain other words too, but the most important part would go like that. If Chris said that he had feelings for me, then I would probably give everything for him. I would tell him about Ari after the graduation recital and be a rock for him to lean on. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work out. You tell him about Ari afterwards, he's going to probably hate you. Then again, he didn't hate Fal, even after she admitted to betraying him, and then even admitting to betraying him again in the future. So maybe not. Maybe Chris is just an idiot. Whether he desired it or not, I would do everything I could, wishing only for his happiness. And if he still felt that Ari was most important to him, I suppose I would steel myself and console him as Arietta. I would be gentle until the last moment, so that he could still love Ari when he returned to her. After that, I honestly did not know. But by then, that would no longer be my problem. I had no choice but to leave everything in their hands. Or to the point, in Chris's hands. But either way, I could no longer be with them. I couldn't watch Chris be at Ari's side. I had more than enough time. I could tell because the never-ending rain that the damage to his heart still had not healed. But even then, Chris had spent the past 3 years thinking of Marie. It would be okay. I was well aware that I was using this as my way out, but I would probably end up with no choice. Lazing about in my bed, I procrastinated for just a short time. Chris's letter was exactly what I expected. Words of apology and an intention to leave everything up to Marie. I suppose it was very much like him to write that. And so, I wrote words that would test Chris in the way I had just imagined. So please let me ask you just one thing. How do you feel about Torta? That is the only thing I need to know. No other words are necessary. No words about your feelings for me. I just want to know this one thing. All that was left now was to wait for Chris's response. And no matter what kind of response he gave, I would have no regrets. In any case, I just had to practice today. So that would be the best recital ever. Phew. Before going home, I let my slightly worn-out body slump against the wall. Despite the fact I only practiced until lunchtime, it seemed that my fatigue was starting to build up, as we had been practicing almost every day recently. This had never happened before. Perhaps it was best because I was mentally tired too. This is, I think shortly before she gets sick. I didn't have any memories I only shared with Chris. Of course, I had endless memories together from when we were kids, but they were all ones that included my sister. There's only one memory that I had, and it was only a bit of scenery, the ceiling of the music room that we shared. This was going to be my final chance. I was going to make it the best recital ever, and our best memory ever. Even if Chris was to choose Marie, I could still be happy. I know I can be. So today, I'll forget about everything. Just until the letter arrives, I'll focus on practice and make the recital the best it can be. I can think about everything else later. Right now, I didn't care if that meant I was running. When I woke up in the morning, my body felt heavy. Recently, there had been many days where I had woken up still feeling tired from the previous day. I thought today was another one of those days. My body felt warm, and it seemed I also had a fever. It had been such a long time since this last happened that I didn't understand it at first, but it appeared that I had caught a cold. But Chris and I had only just talked about it yesterday. Why do I want to make it the best recital ever? Couldn't afford not to practice. Besides, regardless of the result of the letter sent the day before yesterday, I had a reason why I had to keep practicing. I had to give the best performance I could, because this recital could be the last memory that I make with him. In the end, that may have been all I had left. I was anxious about the unforeseen future, and I didn't think I could keep moving forward unless I had something to hold fast to. Almost as if dragging my heavy body, I finally made it to Chris's place. As long as I could make it simply look like I was still tired, everything would be okay. Besides, I hardly ever felt any fatigue when I was singing, so as long as we kept rehearsing, I'd be fine. Just like I always did. I put on a smile. Sorry, I overslept. Speaking cheerfully, I just made it on time. Morning. Wow, even you oversleep, huh? Of course, about once a year or so. I guess it happens to everyone. I sat down and rested. I didn't think I'd be able to get up again, so I quickly started to get ready for rehearsal. I could just hear the sound of the fortel and start singing. I'm sure I could make it to the end of the day somehow. And then if I rested until morning, I'd be okay tomorrow. Torta, could I have a minute? Huh? What is it? The way he suddenly spoke to me made me nervous. I just wanted to hurry up and start rehearsing. Hey! Chris grabbed my hand, not saying a word. Your hand is hot. That's because it was cold outside. Hold still. His voice wasn't loud, and his tone was not like he was accusing me. But the moment he spoke, I became unable to move or resist. Chris placed a cold hand on my forehead. Torta, what do you think you're doing? You're not feeling well. Why didn't you say so? I feel fine. You're lying. That much I can tell. I tried repeatedly to remove his hand from my forehead, but I just didn't have the strength. I could just sing. Stupid as it was the thought that came in and out of my head, as if I was delirious. Take your hand off. You're feeling well, then I'm sure you can remove it yourself. You're being mean. You caught a cold, didn't you? Kind of. Alright, listen here. We're not going to get any decent practice in with you in this condition. You know that, don't you? I didn't come here just because I thought it might be okay. Well, you're not okay. The moment he came to his conclusion, I started to feel I wasn't okay. My strength left my body and I didn't have the energy to argue. Just sit yourself down. I'll make you something warm to drink. My head was becoming hazy. I started to feel like nothing mattered anymore. My body no longer felt heavy, but light as if it were floating, which made me feel dizzy. Sitting as I was, I felt I was no longer able to resist gravity. Here, drink this. Thanks. I sipped from the cup of warm milk. The heat made my throat hurt a little. I guess in the end I wouldn't have been able to sing today. Speaking of which, didn't you tell Nina? No, I didn't say a thing. You've got to at least tell Nina. If I said anything, she wouldn't have let me leave the house. You knew it was that bad, then why? Does it really matter? I placed my cup on the table and took a deep breath. I should probably head home today. I'll be fine if I rest a little. You know how many days we have left to practice? Saying that was tiring, and I knew that I was lying. Practice, practice, that's all you've been saying since yesterday. Why are you being so obsessive? Because I want the recital to be perfect. Don't make me repeat myself. I'm only asking because you haven't answered my question, Torta. In that case, why do you want it to be perfect? Actually, no. Why does it have to be perfect? For my sake? There's more to it than that, isn't there? Well, if it's not for your sake, then it has to be for mine. You want to become a professional musician? Is that your dream? I want to create a special memory with Chris. But from my mouth, all that came out were lies. Most conveniently and horribly. I do. I've been saying I wanted to be a professional ever since I was a kid. Is that really all? That's it. Chris looked at me as if he could see right through me. For just a moment, I felt fear creep into my heart. I couldn't back down now. I feel like you've just been lying since yesterday. What makes you think that? I guess it's okay to assume you admit it then, since you're asking that question. I just want to know why I'm being misunderstood. You know, we're not going to get anywhere talking like this. In any case, you're going home. Rest up properly, and let's rehearse again when you're better. And this time at a more moderate pace. No. Huh? I can sing. If I just rest a little, I'll be fine. No way, I'm taking you home. Wait here a sec. I'll go buy an umbrella from somewhere. I said I don't want to go home. And I said you can't stay. Just wait a little longer. You don't know. I might get better soon. Why are you being like this? I don't get why you're being so difficult. Just wait a little longer. For what? For you to start feeling better? Yeah. Get better if I rested. That was probably a lie. But... fine. You can use my bed, so at least lie down for now. Okay. Chris stood up and went back and forth across his apartment, getting new sheets and changing his bed for me. While doing so, he looked at me many times as if watching over me. Sitting on the chair, I thought about everything. I didn't want to go home. I just wanted to sing. That was clear to me now. I just wanted to sing and sing over and over again to the sound of Chris's fortell. How many more chances would I have to do so? How many more days did I have? I didn't have much time left. If Chris didn't choose me, there's a high possibility that he wouldn't. Painfully high possibility. Why don't you sleep a little? I felt that if I lay down on the bed, I wouldn't be able to get back up again. My heavy body practically absorbed his kind voice. I could barely keep myself from smiling. I couldn't let myself give in to his kindness. I wanted to ask him what his answer was, if only I could. He kept being so kind to me, I felt like I would just blurt it all out. It's kind of hard to sleep with you watching me from over there like that. In that case, shall I play you a lullaby or something on my fortell? No, I'll start singing. I guess that's true. How happy I'd be if I could just sing right now. Even if I had no voice, just hearing Chris play the fortell would be enough. But then, I might cry if he played. I can go out for a while if you can't sleep. So where? I'll do some shopping. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Some fruit would be nice, if you can find some. I didn't have an appetite, but I knew that I had to eat something. I wasn't able to hide my cold today. Now I had to do everything I could for tomorrow. By the way, did you eat breakfast? I didn't have an appetite, so I skipped breakfast. Alright, well, I'll be back soon. Seeing Chris get out of his chair, accidentally let my voice escape. It really happened unconsciously. The moment I thought that Chris would leave, made me feel something sad, almost regretful. Something wrong? No, it's nothing. I wonder what it was. Chris once came to our house when he had caught a cold and slept in the guest room on the second floor. When he was in bed, Chris said something to me. Don't leave me alone. It might not have been meant for me. When he woke up later and I mentioned it, he got angry and claimed he never said it. So, perhaps he was dreaming, and it was meant for my sister. I was thinking back on this and how I probably felt the same way now. Just then, Chris stared at me and smiled. I was gonna head out, but I think I'll stick around a little longer. Why? I'm a bit tired after changing the sheets. Weakling. Wow, sorry. I don't mind. Well, get some sleep. Chris wasn't a good liar, but at the moment, that made me happy. I closed my eyes and just thought about resting my body. Oh shit, another flashback. A voice? Nostalgic singing voice. Slightly out of tune, but nonetheless beautiful. Gradually, a vivid memory came back to me. It was a time when Ari caught a cold, and then it passed on to me. Ari apologized to me again and again, and looked after me because she had already gotten better. She wouldn't listen to Mother, who told her she was in the way, and instead stubbornly looked after me. She even played the piano, which she had never even touched before. It was the worst piano playing I'd ever heard. Nevertheless, she tried to sing while she played, and I was forced to listen to this music, which probably made me feel worse. I desperately felt the need to get better, and in the end I recovered within the same day. Marie smiled proudly, claiming that it was thanks to her that I got better. It annoyed me beyond belief, but even then, that was what I liked about Ari. I hugged her, saying I'd pass the cold back to her, and that this time, I'd sing for her. But Ari never caught a cold again after that, and now I can't even sing for her. While Chris was in the hospital, I sang to Ari at her bedside again and again, but she didn't show any response. I wanted to tell her when she woke up. It was thanks to me that she got better. That's what I wanted. A gentle voice. The lullaby ended and the room went silent. I could feel the tears on my cheeks. I couldn't open my eyes, even if I'd wanted to. And again, Ari started singing. Such a lovely voice, and a beautiful melody. No, there's no way that could be her. Ari couldn't sing this well. That wouldn't matter, however, if this was a dream. Ari? I was afraid of waking from my dream, but I forced my eyes open. I couldn't allow myself to dwell on my memories like this. What was I trying to do may have been a betrayal to Ari. Everything would depend on how Chris answered. That couldn't change the fact that I thought this. When I opened my eyes, I was in Chris's empty room, and of course, no one else was there. Chris said that he was going to head out, so he must have left quietly while I slept. I wiped my cheeks with my hand, as they were still wet from the tears. I wonder why those memories had come back. I loved Ari. Those feelings were completely different to the ones I had for Chris, even though I never remembered them anymore. I started to feel unsure again. Was what I was trying to do really the right thing? Ari, I'm sorry. I whispered to Ari, who wasn't here, and closed my eyes once again. I felt like I heard a voice, someplace far away. I suppose I'd only slept a few hours, as I was still feeling unwell. I wanted to keep singing, but I thought that someone might have been talking to me, so I forced my eyes open. Did you say something? Looking over, I realized that Chris had come home at some point, and was now sitting in a chair watching me. I was just talking to myself. You should get some more sleep. How are you feeling? And be honest. Still not so good. Alright. Are you hungry? Not in the slightest. Do you think you could eat some fruit? It's not good that you haven't eaten anything since morning. I never ever thought I'd hear that coming from you, Chris. This is different. Well, I don't think I'll eat just yet. I see. In that case, get a bit more sleep. Okay. I closed my eyes again and tried to fall asleep. I felt like I wanted to sleep again immediately after I woke up, but I realized that might not be so easy now that I was wide awake. I went and opened my eyes again and decided to talk to Chris. I can't sleep. Oh, okay. Then shall we talk about something? The graduation recital? In a broad sense, I guess it would include that. You're being persistent. Well, since you know what I'm getting at, want to tell me what's going on? I wasn't confident that I could keep talking while looking at Chris's eyes, so I closed my own and began to speak. I must have been feeling weak because of my cold. I felt like I could say things that I would normally never be able to say. I don't have anything. I practiced really hard for the last 3 years. I received recognition from my teachers, and I've enjoyed becoming a better singer. But what I wanted wasn't recognition or to improve, or anything like that. Chris, I like you. I suppose this means I finally said it. I hadn't really been trying to hide it, and I knew Chris had already been aware. I felt that if I actually said it, that everything would change, so I never had the bravery to do so. Really, I shouldn't have been saying this kind of thing right now. But even just saying that much was a weight off my shoulders. That was all I was able to think of at the moment. The dream I had of Ari, Chris's kindness. It was as if all of these things had been tormenting me, and I wanted to be free of them. There's no need to wait for Chris's letter to arrive. He could just say he didn't have feelings for me, right here and now. I could write another letter to clear things up immediately. I'm so sorry about my last letter. Please forget what I wrote. I hope everything can be the same as it always was. Knowing Chris, he would surely reply. I love only you, Ari. Aren't you going to say something? I waited for Chris to say he felt differently and apologize. Perhaps I had the faintest little hope that he would say it was me he liked. But Chris didn't give an answer, only words that prompted me to go on. Not yet, so don't stop. Actually, it might have been a good opportunity to just let it all out. I decided to tell him the truth, with the exception of a couple of massive lies I just couldn't speak of. Okay, I like you, Chris, and I'd always wished that we could share something special. Of course, I understand that it's Ari that you have feelings for. I'm not saying that I want you to suddenly have feelings for me or anything like that. I guess that was a lie. I wanted him to have feelings for me. I knew these feelings would go unrequited, but I still hoped for more nonetheless. Would the day ever really come that I could tell Chris the truth? But then, that meant that Chris may end up hating me. Perhaps it would be better for both of us if that day never came. I just wanted to share a special memory with you. In the very end, I get to perform with you in the most important recital we'll ever do, so I just wanted to make it the best it could be. I don't have any memories with just you, Chris. None at all. So I'll be happy with just one. I want to put everything I have into it, make it the best recital, and create a special memory. It was a jumble of both lies and truth, and even I couldn't understand what I was saying. I closed my eyes in order to calm myself, but I found myself unable to open them again. I didn't feel like I would be able to look at Chris in the eyes. A few minutes passed, almost as if I was in meditation. During that time, I suppose I was lucky that Chris didn't say anything. When I opened my eyes, I somehow managed to find my composure. You don't have anything to say, do you? Sorry. You don't need to apologize. I understand. No, that's not it. He also? Was he saying he also felt that way? No, it couldn't be. There's no way. Forget it. It's nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to sleep. I still don't feel so well. I'll go home tonight, so let me sleep here until then. You can stay as long as you need to. Thanks. Chris definitely started to say something with the words, I also. Why did he make me feel like there was hope? Was Chris to blame for saying such words? Or was it me who was at fault for seeking only the words I wanted to hear? And furthermore, I still hadn't heard his response. He hadn't said whether he had feelings for me or not. I fell asleep again the moment I started to think deeply about what that had meant. Perhaps because I had slept all day, but I didn't seem to be feeling so bad. Compared to how I stumbled my way here in the morning, I was much better. Chris held his umbrella over my head, though it wasn't even raining. He held it over my side more, as if to say he didn't mind getting wet. Do you think you'll need to rest tomorrow too? I'm not sure yet. If you don't think you'll be okay, just let me know. You're just saying that because you don't want to practice. I guess there's no need to give it everything anymore. Wait, I still work hard. Why? We're going to make this the best recital ever, aren't we? Oh, I get it. You need to make sure you can still graduate. Okay, whatever you say. After walking for another 5 minutes or so, I stopped and stood still. This is far enough. I can walk the rest by myself. I'm taking you all the way home. No buts. Really, I'm okay. Between yesterday and today, you've lied to me a whole bunch of times, so I'm not believing that. I really truly am. Sure. You can tell me all about it when we get to your place. And And again, Chris held the umbrella over my side. Didn't he realize that over half of his body wasn't under the umbrella? Or was he aware but still holding it over me regardless? Fine. Gave up trying to send him home, and the two of us kept walking. We're home a little late tonight. Good evening, Nina. It's Chris. I'm home. Chris folded up his umbrella and stood it near the front door. Then suddenly took my hand and walked me over to Grandma. Is that you, Chris? What brings you here at such a late hour? I'm sorry to come by so late at night. It seems that Torta had caught a cold, but she still came over to rehearse. I was worried about her, so I walked her home. It's really not such a big deal, though. Still holding out my hand, dragged me over and stood me in front of Grandma. I started to feel like a child again. Torta. It's just a cold. I'll be better by the time I wake up tomorrow. That's what Torta says, Nina, but if her fever hasn't gone down tomorrow, could you please decide if she should be getting out of bed or not? Yes, of course. Thank you, Chris. Not at all. Thank you. In any case, we're practicing here tomorrow, so make sure you arrive by 10. Got it? No problem. I'll be here, but if Nina says you're still sick, then you're staying in bed, alright? Torta? Okay. Good. Now, have you eaten anything? You didn't have breakfast, did you? I ate a few things at Chris's place, so I'm okay. Oh, in that case, you should just rest for today. I'll check on you tomorrow morning. Okay. That was the only answer I could give. Not being able to practice tomorrow would be a problem, but I didn't want to cause any more trouble. Not for Chris, and not for Grandma. I nodded, and did as I was told and went to my room. What should I do about tomorrow? If my cold didn't get better, I wonder if I really would have to spend the entire day in bed. Chris's letter was supposed to arrive tomorrow. I wonder what kind of response Chris would write. If it were even possible, I'd switch that letter I wrote for another one. But I couldn't. I didn't want to. So stupid. Perhaps it was because of all the lies I had told, but now I felt my emotions were lying too. I was so ashamed that I wanted to switch the letters, but in the end, deep down I didn't want to change anything. I awaited his response to my letter, in which I asked if he had feelings for me. No, that's not it. I also want to know what words were going to come next. Even if it meant betraying Arietta, even if it meant using my beloved sister. I finished my meal and was drinking some herb tea by myself. Grandma was in the kitchen, preparing some kind of food for tomorrow. In the end, I spent both yesterday and today resting. I really felt better today, but Grandma said no, and wouldn't let me do anything. Chris was already waiting at the cafeteria. I didn't want to keep him waiting any longer. I was able to eat meals normally now, and my fever had gone down too. And regardless of the fact that she said I could go do as I liked after I had eaten, the reason was apparently because I needed to calm down. And just as I was thinking about what to do tomorrow. Sorry to come by so late. Who could it be at this hour? Was not the thought that entered my mind. There's only one person it could have been, and it wasn't hard to guess why he was here. We hadn't agreed on anything for tomorrow yet. Oh, hey Chris. Torta, I'm relieved to see you're looking well. Chris brushed back his seemingly wet hair and spoke with a look of relief on his face. The face made me relieved too. I feel a lot better now, but I decided to spend today resting too, just to be on the safe side. You were waiting in the cafeteria, weren't you? Sorry. Yeah, but it's only for a short time. I went home immediately when you didn't show up at lunchtime. Did you practice? No need to worry, I practiced at home. At you, Chris? Grandma called out from the kitchen. Yes, I just dropped by to check on Torta. I won't be staying long. Chris responded in a loud voice. Grandma grumbled something back from the kitchen. We couldn't hear her clearly, but it was most likely something about staying for some tea. So, about tomorrow, you're definitely going to be okay, right? I'm completely fine now, can't you tell? We'll start at 10 o'clock. Yes? Shall we practice at school? I don't mind if we practice here, or at your place. In that case, let's make it to school. We'll be able to concentrate more that way. Okay, but come over on the weekend. Grandma misses you. Sure, I can do that, but tomorrow, starting at 10 o'clock? Today was kind of nice, being at midday and all. Listen, but now that I think about it, we can only practice until midday on Tuesdays and Thursday, right? Oh, I forgot to tell you, I have more time on Tuesdays now. I'd finished my baking classes. Mrs. Miura had also given me my certification, so I didn't want to take up any more of the ladies' time. Although, Mrs. Mayer said she enjoyed it too, so I didn't feel overly bad. In any case, my baking classes had finished last year. Oh, okay. Since we're still kind of in Natalie mode, I hadn't really thought about it. So that means you're only busy on Thursdays? I guess so, yeah. That's too bad. Well, I'd better be going. Glad to see you're well. Chris. What was he thinking now that he'd read the letter? What is it? Nothing. You're going to talk for a while. Why don't you come inside? I'll see you again tomorrow. Okay, well, see you tomorrow. I couldn't ask the things I wanted to ask. Dear Arietta, you asked me to tell you what I felt for Torta, so I'll answer you honestly. I had feelings for Torta. It is the truth, and not something I can simply change. You said that you were already aware, but I truly only realized this recently. I feel that if I write any more words, it will gradually turn into lies, so I will keep this letter short. I'm so sorry to be writing this. I understand that what I am doing is wrong by both you and Tortanita, but the one thing I don't want to do is lie. So allow me to write one last thing. You asked me not to write anything else, but I'm afraid that's one request I cannot follow. I love you, Ari. From the bottom of my heart. I know this does nothing more than prove my unfaithfulness. I couldn't help myself from saying it. I'm truly sorry. Chris. I continued reading that letter for a long time. It was a short letter, but I read it over and over again. Chris wrote this letter not because he was unfaithful, but quite the contrary, because he was faithful. What a cruel thing that was. Sweet, cruel Chris. If you had written only that you had feelings for Tortanita, I would have gladly given everything for you. If you had written only that you had feelings for Arietta, I would have gladly given everything for you and her. But you didn't do that. Instead, you wrote the truth, which I understand is exactly that. But you could have just answered my question, and only that. You could have just lied, like I always do. How would Ari have responded? What would she have done in this situation? Torta, just do what makes you happy. The reflection of my sister in the mirror smiled back at me gently. Man, she must have, like, ever so slight split personality disorder or something. So stupid. Whispering this, I looked away from the mirror, but I felt that Ari would probably have really said something like that. Can't go on. Torta, please look after Chris. I wonder if she would smile at me gently, saying such things. Or would she scold me, saying that I would never have Chris? What was I doing? What I was doing was ridiculous, to the point that made me laugh. What was I thinking? We wouldn't respond. We couldn't respond to anything. This is all just a fancy of what I wanted. Please look after Chris. Fancy I imagined, because I wanted him to myself. She would scold me. Another fancy I imagined, because I wanted her to forgive me. We wouldn't say anything. My sister wasn't capable of saying anything. She lay unconscious in the hospital bed, just continued to sleep. That was the truth. There was nothing more to it. That's all it was. What was I supposed to do? Just keep Chris for myself. Chris said that he had feelings for me. I could just write something like this in Ari's letter. Torta will always be by your side. I am no longer able to do so myself. I wrote a letter saying goodbye, and then if I told Chris my feelings one more time, I was sure he would be mine. Admit it. Admit how terrible you are, and then get what you want. Get the person you love most in the worst possible way. I don't think I could look at a mirror ever again. Did she break the mirror? I'm not sure what that sound was supposed to be. I'm guessing that's what it was. I walked along the street as I always did, with a letter in my hand. I had written express delivery on the envelope with a red pen, so it would arrive at my family's house tomorrow, and then be sent back again by normal means. And on Sunday, Chris would read it. What kind of face would Chris make as he read it? And what would it result in? I had no way of knowing. All of this was nothing more than my wishful thinking. Telling all these lies, doing all these terrible things. I was seeking a love that I was not sure I would ever get. Thinking give out all of this, I dragged my heavy feet and finally arrived at the mailbox. All that was left was to send the letter. I just had to send it. I raised my hand with the letter in it, and then lowered it again. How many hours had I been here since then? The sun was starting to go down, and the postman would soon come to collect the letters inside the box. The postman seemed to be late for some reason or another. I was not sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing. I'd already placed my letter in the box, but I'd begun to second-guess myself. It'd taken me an hour to actually place my letter in the mailbox, and now I was considering telling the postman I had made a mistake and to have my letter returned. I even thought foolishly that my hand might fit inside the box, and I could take the letter back right this moment. In the end, I was still unsure. Feeling contempt toward how horrible I was justified in with there being no other choices, with the good side of me still feeling unsure. Torta? I couldn't turn around to face the owner of that voice. Torta! Chris! I finally raised my head the second time he called me. Hey, I'm glad I bumped into you here. You forgot your score. Yeah. I doubted he'd been watching me. If he had seen me post a letter, he wouldn't have taken this long to say something to me. Chris would have said something immediately. It'll get wet if I give it to you here, so let's go over there. Huh, sure. I knew it. He was just using the rain as an excuse. Did you just send a letter? There's a hint of fear in his voice. Yeah? To who? In that case, I'll guess. Seeming anxious, Chris went on. Oh, were you not here, Flash Stream Jack, of this last week? Yeah, this route is extremely different from the last few routes. Okay, so I'll recap what went on last week then. So, the Alfine route, you play as Torta. You play basically the entire, like, November to the recital from Torta's point of view, based on, like, the good Torta route. Some things were revealed. It turns out, you remember how Arietta would visit sometimes during Christmas and all that? That wasn't Arietta. That was Torta in disguise. The whole time. I called it. I jokingly said once that I bet this is just Torta in disguise. And turns out it actually was. Arietta never visited Chris because she's in a coma from a car accident that her and Chris were in before Chris left for the school for the first time. Yep. So, the real Arietta is currently in a coma. Unknown if she'll ever wake up. I'm guessing she's probably already dead. And both Chris's parents and Torta's parents both agreed that they should not tell Chris this, and instead created this false story up about how Arietta's doing just fine, and doing this whole thing where all those letters that Chris gets from quote-unquote Arietta are actually Torta's letters. Torta writes the letters, sends them to her hometown, her parents send them back as if it was from Arietta. So everyone's in on this. Chris has no clue that this is going on. He thinks everything's normal, he thinks Arietta's fine, and they've been writing letters back and forth for the last 3 years. And so all that rain as well, because of, I guess, the car accident or whatever, he was in the hospital too. Fortunately, he wasn't in a coma, but I guess he got knocked on his head a little bit. He had, his eardrums exploded. It's that quote from the game. His eardrums exploded, but they got better. So that's not a problem, but he thinks it's raining constantly, 24/7. All the rain in his head. Not once did it ever rain here for real this entire time. And if you remember Fal, the umbrella girl, the reason she gave an umbrella to Chris, or let him borrow her umbrella way back at the start, was because for whatever reason, Torta was talking to Asino, told Asino the truth and what was actually going on. Asino, for whatever reason, decided to tell Fal, and so Fal, trying to use that knowledge to get to Chris and manipulate him for her route, right? She decides to help hand him an umbrella. and help him with an umbrella. That's why everyone looked at Chris and Fal when that happened, because they're just like, what the fuck is this? Why is she got an umbrella? It's not raining, right? So yeah, that's basically been everything that's going on up to this point. Torta is now taking advantage of this situation to try and be Arietta, try and like see if Chris actually likes Arietta or Torta more, and wants to do everything she can to steal Chris away from Arietta. What the fuck was up with the fairy then? Is that real? No idea yet. That will be after the next two endings. So we have to finish this route. We have to do the alternate ending to this route. There is a choice that I believe is still coming up that will branch off into each route, so that shouldn't take too long. And then there's a dedicated Forney route that we will unlock once this is done. So that's basically everything up to this point. Torta's just been doing her things, lying to everyone. Everyone's in on it except Chris. And for whatever reason, Torta thinks that after the recital, because like the whole reason she did this, right, was because she just wanted like a nice, happy memory with just Chris. Even if Chris doesn't like Torta and wants to stay with Arietta, although I'm sure she'll be upset about that. She thinks that she can like tell Chris everything that happened, and Chris will just be fine with it. And any reasonable person probably wouldn't be. But as we found out during Fal's route at the end, when Fal betrayed him, and Fal even admitted that she would do it again in the future for her own personal gain, Chris seemed okay with that, so maybe he would be fine. We don't know yet. We haven't gone that far, but it's almost a recital, so we're getting there. So the rain isn't real. Magic may or may not be real. Jury's still out on the ferry. There has been no indication that anyone even knows the ferry exists. So I'm starting to think that the ferry is also a hallucination. But who knows? Maybe it's not. Maybe that would be the twist, and the ferry is like the only actual real thing that hasn't been a lie this entire time. It was easy to guess what he was going to say next, but I stood there and waited for it. You sent a letter to Ari, right? Yeah. Oh, I forgot I could do that. What did I write? You couldn't ask me that. But if you did, I would tell another terrible lie. Can I ask you what you wrote? Chris, please don't. Actually, forget it. Anyway, have you finished everything you needed to do today? Actually, I had the day off. By choice? That's right. And you used it to write that letter. I nodded silently. I knew the world wasn't so forgiving as to let a simple nod handle everything. People weren't that naive. Chris was waiting silently for me to speak, waiting for the lines I would speak. I got a letter from Marie. On Sunday? Yeah, and she asked me something. Which was... She asked me if I had feelings for you, Chris. And you sent that reply just now? I sent a reply on Monday, but I just had to alter it, so I sent another letter just now. Please forgive me, Arietta. Chris? What do you mean, alter it? I'm truly sorry. At first, I wrote that I didn't like you, that I didn't have feelings for you, Chris, but I do. I really do have feelings for you, so I wrote a new letter to Ari. My tears were real. Was it a regret, or was it admission? Sadness or happiness? I may never be forgiven, but I couldn't stop the lies that flowed from my mouth. And then suddenly, Chris wrapped his arms around me and hugged me. Chris. Just whispering that name made me feel happy, and then sad. In that instant, I wished that time would just stop. I would have been happy to die like this. Not because I was happy. It was because I would never be happy again. What I'm doing is terrible. I'm sorry. The apology I whispered didn't reach Chris's ears. Even if I had repeated it clearly, he would have interpreted it differently anyway. He would have thought it was an apology to Ari. I'm sorry. Torta. Chris said my name and squeezed me even tighter, and I stared at the mailbox, watching from the corner of my eye as all of the letters got collected. I raised my arms. My arms were shaking as I wrapped them around Chris's waist. We held each other without exchanging any words. We've got rehearsal tomorrow. I can't afford to catch another cold. I said this and we parted ways. Chris, however, said nothing. In the morning when I was on my way to school a little earlier than usual, an unexpected voice called to me from behind. Yo, Tornadita. Sino, isn't it a bit early for you? Can't you at least say good morning? Well, if you're going to say yo, then I think my response is more than enough. Someone's in a bad mood. What's going on? I'm surprised you could tell. True that I was in a bad mood. Chris wasn't here. Had no reason to smile. Of course I could tell. Chris is about the only person that couldn't. Don't look so scary, okay? Makes it hard to talk. There was a young male student that I had never seen before, kind of hiding behind Asino. It didn't appear that Asino was in his way or anything like that. Is he a friend of Asino's? Oh, sorry. She's a friend. We'll be done soon. That's true. We've got nothing to talk about anyway. Would you mind going on ahead? Try and save us a practice room if you can. I need to talk to her. Sure. The male student did as he was told and went off into the school. So in this timeline, Asino couldn't hook up with any girls for the recital, so he found a first-year male student to help him out. I don't think that kid's really enjoying this too much. Practice room? He's my recital partner. It's up in the 3rd year, right? 1st year. I'm sorry, what? Couldn't help but laugh despite my problems. They were an unthinkable partnership. Don't laugh. It's kind of complicated. Who would have expected that you, of all people, would be partnered up with a first-year boy and be practicing first thing in the morning? I know. He responded in an earnest manner, which really was a rarity to see from him. Wait, is this some kind of joke? There you go. Now you're acting like the Tornadita I know. I really look that scary? A little. So? Something happened? I'd like to ask you the same thing. Don't want to answer, huh? In that case, why don't we do a trade? I'll answer, then you answer. Why do you want to know? I'm not interested in my business. What I want to ask about is Chris, not you. I've got plenty of reason to be interested, don't I? You think I'm going to tell you? More or less, yeah. You've basically given me the answer anyway. So, what happened? Nothing. Look, I'm being serious here, you know? I know that. Well, why are you partnering up with a boy? You have an agreement to trade then? Couldn't be bothered to actually answering, so I just nodded. I made a promise with a certain someone that if I do well at the next recitals, that someone will keep hanging out with me. Is that certain someone Falsita? Yeah, so I'm not gonna partner up with a girl. Just don't think it'd be right. Sounds weird coming from you. Oh boy, is Falsita still gonna betray him in this timeline? Man, I wish you could see that. Tell me about it. Sounds weird to me most of all, but I'm pretty interested in her, you know? I see. Good for you. Well, what about you? Something bad go down? Whoa, are you serious? The opposite, actually. If I had to put it one way or another. What, he wrapped his arms around you and gave you a kiss? That's close. Huh? You're half right. I'm not gonna say which half, though. Then why the scary face? So look at my face really that bad? Wasn't this game just a simple dance with a rhythm game attached? Oh yeah, no. I mean, I think it was, aside from the very first route where I was just kind of fucking around, it definitely showed its true colors pretty quick. Like, it was pretty clear what it was going for. But it's not uncommon for the secret final hidden route Mega Deluxe Ultra to have like all of these crazy revelations that just completely throw the rest of the game on its head. This is, I don't know if I'd say it's par for the course, but you kind of see it coming, and if anything, it's maybe, at least for me, it's a little unexpected to not have something like this, especially when there's weird shit in the game like Infinite Rain and magic music fairies. You know something's up, whether it's real or not. I think the only one that perfectly disguised its true nature is the perfectly normal and totally harmless and fun dating sim called Hatoful Boyfriend. Absolutely nothing wrong with that game, and everyone should go play it if you can. If If it was, I would have to do something about it before I met Chris. It's nothing worth worrying about. I'm fine. That's not what the look on your face says. Maybe I'll just ask Chris directly instead. Could you not do that? In that case, spit it out. It's about Arietta. Probably wouldn't understand, but there's something special between the three of us. Ah, your twin sister. I can imagine how things could get a bit messy, but you're the one that Chris spends all his time with, aren't you? What do you have to hesitate about? Look, you don't know what's going on, so could you give it a break? Perhaps that's the reason I might be right. So what about Chris? It's alright, I think. In that case, I guess everything might be okay. Anyway, you'd prefer I didn't ask him, right? That would help, yeah. Alright then. Well, this is tough. Anyway, you're going to meet Chris looking like that? Of course not. I can put on a smile anytime I need to. Saying this, I put on the biggest smile that I could. Would have liked to check on the mirror, but that wasn't going to happen right now. See? I'll be fine. Thanks, Asino. Looked at Asino with a smile and spoke in a cheerful voice. This is why women are scary. I'll take that as a compliment. That Asino and I parted ways. We kept talking for too long. Chris might show up first. But before that, I want to go to the bathroom and check my face in the mirror. I want to be able to put on a smile for Chris. Now I play that boyfriend days and just to see what the fuck happens. Oh, Hatoful Boyfriend is good. It's actually really good. I do highly recommend a guide though, because some of the routes get a little arbitrary. Unless you're the kind of person that likes taking notes about anything and everything. Because there's like actual puzzle shit. It's not like straightforward, pick the right choices. There's like things you have to do, and you have to do things at kind of the right time. You have to kind of sort of know everyone's schedules a little bit to get the different routes. Like it's all logical, it's kind of involved. There's gameplay to have. And I don't just mean a rhythm game. Morning, Torta. Oh, good morning. Let's practice hard today. Yeah, sure thing. Chris looked at me with a slight flush in his face, and I looked back at him with a fake smile on my face. It's definitely worth it, though. That game gets insane. In appearances only, we looked like we were completely happy. Perhaps it was because we were both being self-conscious, but since yesterday our conversations hadn't flowed smoothly. But we had a clear goal, meaning when we had practice, we were able to talk about things normally without thinking. But it was especially hard at times like now, when we were talking about things with no particular goal in mind. Right now, Grandma was being kind to me and talking a lot, but sometimes it felt empty. I guess the only silver lining was that the topic of our read had come up. Well, I think I'll get us some more tea. Oh, I'll do it. I volunteered, wanting to get away from this situation, but Grandma gave me an all-knowing look and stopped me. No, it's okay. Both of you stay where you are. I can help if... Chris, you're a guest, so you can just stay seated over there. I'll make us all some nice warm tea. It's fine, Grandma. I can... Tora, did you want to take the only thing I have look forward to away from me? You know that I enjoy making tea after dinner. Saying that was the only thing was a bit of a lie. She went out to enjoy music every week. She also cooked because she liked it. This was just her idea of being considerate, trying to make us spend some time together, just the two of us. But we were in a position where we had to learn to accept that. Really, we should have been able to be happier about it. I've been feeling the stress of this since the beginning. Or feeling the guilt would probably have been the most accurate expression. I started to feel the regret the moment I put out that letter in the mailbox. Chris hadn't been there when the postman came to collect the letters. I might have begged for mine to be returned, and then I would have rewritten it and added an apology for it being late. But I wasn't able to do that either. So, from the day before yesterday, I had simply continued to put on a fake smile, and for the time being, Chris was yet to realize how I truly felt. I was lost in thought. It seemed that Chris was also thinking about something. Realizing this a moment sooner, I stared at him. And when he noticed my gaze, I started speaking. Something on your mind? Yeah, sorry. You don't have to apologize, you know. Trying to be as kind as possible, I continued. Finally, just 1 week left, huh? Oh, but the recital is on Friday, so I guess that's only 4 days. My voice wasn't trembling. My smile ought to have looked natural. I was glad I was a good liar. We should try and get Miss Cordell to listen to us one more time before then. Yeah. Did you hear about who Asino's recital partner is? No, I haven't heard anything. Apparently it's a cute little first-year student. Oh, really now? I guess that's just like him, though. But here's the thing. It's a boy from the vocal course. Surprising, huh? Huh? What? Really surprising, isn't it? But he said he wanted to partner up with a girl. It seems that he's trying to be dutiful to some other girl. Dutiful, huh? Wait, how did you know all this? I ran into him in the morning at school, day before yesterday. I was under the impression you already knew, Chris. You didn't say anything about it when we met on Monday. Maybe he made the decision sometime after that? I guess so. Anyway, that's one less thing to worry about. It was a while back, but Asino said the same thing too. Why did he say that? He said that because you found a partner that was probably too good for you. Are you supposed to say that yourself? Those were Asino's words. And anyway, there was a bit of sarcasm in there too. Oh, that makes sense then. You're so mean. No, I mean that's realistic to say that you're too good for me as a partner. You really think so? I really do. Oh. Oh, really? Wait. Cut it out. Don't look at me with such a serious look on your face. You tend to be self-conscious. I wonder if I did a good job. It's not like I'm being too serious. I'm just telling the truth. Dummy. Huh? It was a compliment. Now, there's a nice smell coming from the kitchen. I'm gonna go help Grandma. I almost reached my limits, so saying this, I escaped from Chris's presence. Well, it's getting late, so I'll be going now. Okay, see you tomorrow. Come over again sometime. Don't be late, okay? I know. I'll go see Miss Cordell too and ask her to listen to us play again. Great, please do that. Okay, see you tomorrow? Chris stopped moving for a moment. Was he able to notice I was just putting on these expressions? It's nothing. See you tomorrow. Sure. Hesitantly, Chris looked me in the eyes a couple of times. I was okay. I had a smile on my face. Recital time, I think. Or is this Monday? No, this is Thursday? Yeah, this is Thursday. Tomorrow was finally the day of the recitals. We spent this last moment of deception together peacefully. We began rehearsing in the afternoon and finished in the early evening, as Miss Cordell instructed. Grandma, Chris, and I sat around the dining table and chatted until late at night. Perhaps she was being considerate again, but Grandma went to her room before we finished talking. Two of us were left alone, sitting on opposite sides of the table, neither of us speaking. So, finally broke the silence and started speaking. The big day is finally tomorrow, huh? Yeah. Chris showed me a gentle smile. I wonder what will happen to us once tomorrow's over. Was it going to be okay to accept the reality of everything? Just become happy like this? I guess we'll get that tomorrow, after everything's over. We've got a lot of things to talk about, haven't we? Things about Ari, and about me. Yeah, things in the future, and everything that's happened so far, too. As he said this, a look of sadness crept onto his face. What's wrong? You look sad. I guess that's because I feel a little sad. About Ari? Spoke her name without any hesitation. Yeah. Chris answered, also without any hesitation. Perhaps he wanted to say that as proof that he didn't have a guilty conscience? No, that was a mean-spirited way to interpret his response. It wasn't right of me to think that he was that kind of person, just because I was. Chris was the person that I loved, and he was not that kind of person. See, I guess that's to be expected. Torta. Yes? I really have feelings for you, Torta. How many years had I waited to hear those words? But I didn't feel that much joy when I felt them. I'd sacrificed Ari. I'd betrayed my sister, and now here I was, trying to find happiness just for myself. Could I be forgiven? No, it was unforgivable. But I wanted to be forgiven. Those are my true feelings. Hey, so why don't we meet up somewhere after recital? Ari wasn't here. There was no way for her to support him. This sounds really dark out of context. But even after all of this, if Chris still felt that he needed Ari, then everything I have done may have been a necessary mistake. So I decided I would do it one last time. I was going to test Chris. So that we can talk? That's right. Jumping straight into it after recital would be a bit, you know. Okay, sure. When and where do you want to meet? It's up to me then. Your place, at night. In that case, I can just wait at home? Yeah, I'll head over after getting changed. Alright. Okay then, we better get going. It's late. You're right. Setting up, Chris said one more thing to me. Let's make this our best recital ever. Yeah. poured a lot of energy into it as I responded, and at the same time spoke words of repentance deep down in my heart. I was going to lie one more time to test Chris, as he said that he still liked Ari. I planned to visit him as Ari and confirm how he really felt. And then, if possible, I wanted him to say my name just one more time. I wanted him to understand that no matter how I may appear, that I am me. Gonna dress up again? Gonna lie again? Are you really you if you're gonna pretend to be your sister, though? We finished our morning rehearsals, and we're standing off to the side of the stage. I've been unable to relax since last night. I didn't really feel that I was into it when we rehearsed this morning, but even then I sang naturally without a thought. I soon found myself absorbed in the song. When I was singing, that was the only time I could truly forget everything. The two of us spoke with Miss Cordell, and soon we heard the sound of the buzzer. From the slit of the curtain, we could see that the hall had gone dark. A voice announcing the recital program resounded, and the stage's curtain was raised. We stood at the back of the stage, me with a score in my hand, and Chris with his score in Fortell. Show them what you can do. Miss Cordell urged us on in a small voice, and as if receiving an actual push, we stepped forward onto the stage. Unlike the periodic recitals we did, the applause was thunderous. So loud that it hurt the ears, and coupled with the bright lights shining down on us, I felt like we were being put on the witness stand in a courtroom. Barely overcoming the illusion, I whispered a pep talk to Chris. Chris. Let's give it our best. Yeah. Chris looked at me. I felt a sensation of our feelings being as one, and again, a moment of sadness. And then, the music suddenly began. Apparently, our recital was a huge success. I had no idea what was going on, but all I needed to do was keep smiling. One voice said we did well, another praised us saying it was wonderful, but it all went in one ear and out the other. Wanting to only exchange greetings with Asino, we moved off to the side in an attempt not to get swept up in the crowd of people, and waited for Asino to appear. This is the only entrance. He had to come through here. Hello. Oh, hi. I was taken aback at being approached suddenly. It was a familiar voice. It belonged to Falsita. I listened to your performance. It was very impressive. Thank you very much. A little perplexed, I somehow remained collected and responded to her. I listened to everyone today, but Chris, you really were the best tonight. I almost regret that I wasn't able to sing with you. It's a compliment, so you should take it that way. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry if I sounded a little ambiguous. But your recital is tomorrow, isn't it, Fal? That's right. Vocal course recitals start tomorrow. You aren't by chance going to listen to all the recitals tomorrow too, are you? Of course not. I'm only listening to all of the Fortell recitals. Hopefully it'll be some of use to me when I graduate and become a professional musician. You're so diligent. But then she also listened to Asino's recital. It is not raining. So, were you here last week as well? I can't remember. I thought you were. But, recap. The rain is fake. It's all in his head. We're playing as Torta right now. This is the last, bit of the semester of the last year from her perspective. Turns out everything we thought was true was a lie. Is basically the easiest way to put it. Arietta never sent any letters. It was all Torta. Arietta never visited Chris. It was all Torta. Arietta is currently in a hospital in a coma because she was in a car accident 3 years ago with Chris. Chris was fine. Chris had a bit of a minor case of exploded eardrums and may or may not have suffered some minor serious brain damage. But otherwise, he's fine. So he went to school. Everyone's parents agreed that it was best to not tell Chris that Arietta was in a coma and instead lie to him and say that Arietta was fine. And so they just put on this big charade of, basically gaslighting him, essentially. And everyone's okay with it, and Chris is none the wiser. Is the fairy real? We will find out in the next route. I'm assuming we're almost done this route, and then we unlock Forney's route. and then we will find out the truth of everything that doesn't involve the rain. I have a feeling that the fairy is probably fake too, let's be real here. I wasn't sure in the end what she had thought, but she had a smile on her face. Well then, I'd best be going. Sure. I shouldn't impose after all. Saying this, Falsita disappeared through the school gates, and immediately after that, Asino appeared. Look who it is! Asino, good performance. You're a bit late. Yeah, I got grilling from Miss Cordell. She said I still have a long way to go. What about you guys? She smothered us with praise, really. No way. Really, she was in a surprisingly good mood. She's always different when it comes to you. Asino? Nah, it's nothing. Oh well, I did my best either way. Yeah, I heard you play. Thought you did good. Thanks, but with you being praised like that... Miss Cordell's strict, you know. Yeah, I know, but it's not just that. Anyway, I'm in a bit of a rush. Sorry, guys. A rush? I have to meet someone. It's none of your business. Yeah, it's to go meet Fal. Time for him to get fucked. And not literally, because she's gonna betray him and he's gonna be mad. That's kind of not the point. After Chris said that, Asino glanced at me quickly. If he's meeting someone, could it be Falsita? I just want Chris to be better and know what is going on. Yeah, me too. I need to know about the fairy. I'm also hoping we get to see how he reacts to finding out the truth, because Torta apparently still plans on telling him everything, so I guess we'll see how that goes. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I have to get going. Alright, guess I'll see you next at the graduation ceremony? You guessed right. Anyway, see you guys around. Yeah, see ya. Tino ran off in the direction of the second hall. It would have been normal to assume that the glance he gave me meant that he was going to meet up with Falsita, but she had just left the school campus. I felt that something was a little odd, but I didn't have the time to be concerning myself with other people's matters. We didn't have anything in particular that we needed to do here, so we ended up going home. While we were walking home, I looked back several times while being careful not to be caught by Chris. There were no signs of Asino coming out of the school. Want everyone to get therapy. Okay, so we've had... Okay, so Falsita is a liar. Like, an actual manipulative liar. Probably worse than Torta. Let's be real here. Torta's parents and Chris's parents are both kind of fucked up that they would lie to this degree. Torta agreed to it, so she's kind of at fault here too. The only one... I forget her name. The younger student... I mean, I guess she should probably get therapy too, since she was a victim in this whole thing. If, you know, she ever recovers at the hospital after everything. I forget her name though. And I guess that's about it. That's kind of everyone. Everyone's kind of fucked up. If anything, Chris is like kind of the only normal one. But I guess like he did literally suffer from brain damage, if anything, from what sounds like from the car crash, so... Arietta, I mean, we don't know what's happened to her. She doesn't even know any of this is happening. For all we know, she's just still in that coma. She was in a coma after she got to the hospital. She's been in a coma since, like, before Chris came here. 3 years ago. I mean, for all we know, she may even be dead. Maybe she's just never woken up and she's just in a vegetative state and they decided to pull the cord. We parted ways at the same intersection that we always did. Yeah, see you later. I had my hands full just thinking about my own things at the moment. I decided to forget about Asino and Falsita for now, and just focus on myself. Myself, and the person I loved. Gazing at Chris from behind, I thought I would watch him until he was out of sight, but perhaps he had felt my eyes on him, as he suddenly turned around. But you know what? She's kind of fucked up too, because she's taking advantage of this whole situation. Because she's, like, legit trying to steal Chris from Arietta by pretending to be her and manipulating him. So, I don't know. Place your votes on who you think's worse, Falsita or Torta. Who's like the better liar and manipulator? Is something wrong? The question Chris asked was what anyone would have asked. I'll come see you later. Sure. I'll be there, so wait for me, okay? Seriously, is everything alright? Chris, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for holding you up. Everything's fine. Torta? Well, see you later. I ran off and kept running as I apologized to Chris inside my heart. What I was getting ready to do was terrible, and practically a betrayal. But even after all of this, if he still chooses my name, that would change everything. Here it comes! Time was just after 9 o'clock. I made up an excuse for not eating dinner. I really wanted to have gone and concluded everything, been back by this time. But here I was, still unable to do so. Arietta. My room didn't have a mirror, so I had the feeling it was going to be hard to get my hair right. Oh yeah, she did punch the mirror and break it. Damn, she's kind of strong for her size then. She got mad the other day because she was like trying to wrestle with her inner thoughts, and then she just punched her mirror and broke it. Kind of sick, really. There really wasn't any need to do my hair. All I had to do was wear Ari's clothes and go see Chris. If he didn't realize it was me, and then said that it's Ari that he loved, then it would have proved that she truly did provide support and comfort for Chris. And it wouldn't be needed. Even if the letters had been lies, there's still the fact that he continued this for 3 years. Chris's thoughts were with Ari, and I was sure that Ari thought of Chris too. In her dreams that she didn't wake from. I was sure she dreamed, just waiting for Chris. I am Arietta, and I'm going to see Chris. When I put it into words, it sounded ridiculous. But it was the resolve that I needed. I put the ribbon I usually use to tie my hair in my pocket, and went downstairs in order to go out. Grandma, I'm going out for a bit. Saying just that to Grandma, who was staying in her usual spot, I went towards the door. Oh, Torta, wait a minute. Sorry, I'm in a rush. Can I wait until I get home? No, I can't. You haven't eaten, have you? I'm not that hungry yet. I'll eat when I get home. Torta, I said wait. What do you want? I need to talk to you before you go out. It won't take long, so just sit down. Okay, here's the choice. This is the choice that I've been waiting for. Good, so it means that the... Oh, what? Why did that happen? The fuck? I'm going to press save here. This is where the two endings branch off. So I better save it here. So we want to do ending 1. Leave in a hurry. I can see where this might be going. No, we're just gonna leave. Ending 1 time. I'm guessing ending 1 is the ending that we saw in the previous route that we completed, I guess, what, 2 weeks ago now? Where it just kind of ended abruptly with her running off to the train station. Grandma, I'm sorry, but I'm in a rush. Wait until I get home. Torta! Grandma's words were disapproving, but I ignored them as I left the house. Had she noticed something about what I was wearing? No, she couldn't have. She would barely have been able to see anything at that distance. Not only the clothes, but even the colors would have been impossible for her to recognize. See, what I don't get, though, is that everyone's in on, like, the whole, okay, pretend to be Arietta. Everyone's parents agrees to this. Pretend to be Arietta with the letters and shit. Does her grandma not know that she's been, like, visiting Chris dressed as Arietta for, like, the last 3 years? Or was this just, like, she was worried about her seeing her go out all of a sudden for no reason? Like, this wasn't a planned thing. Like, maybe they knew that she would, like, want to come over for Christmas or something, so they had that scheduled out and expected her to do that, because, like, that would explain why she even has Arietta's clothes in the first place. Because if they didn't know that she would be ever trying to visit Chris as Arietta, it'd be kind of weird that Torta has her sister's clothes at all. There wasn't much need for her to get so angry just because I skipped dinner. No, regardless of what it was about, I didn't have time to be thinking about it. Despite running out the door, in the end, I went to Chris's place slowly, almost as if I was afraid of rushing things. Almost stumbling, I knocked on Chris's door. I was given no time to calm myself as the door opened immediately. This is where I fucking called it! When we were playing Torta's route. This is where I called that it was totally Torta dressed as Ari. I may have said it as a joke, but holy shit. Fucking called that. You took your time. What were you doing? Chris, can you tell who I am? Arietta. Sorry, I had to come. When did you get here? Just now. Oh, right, but why? Chris was clearly shaken by what he saw, but it'd be okay. He would accept that it was a Ree immediately. Or perhaps this was nothing more than my horrible wishful thinking. Chris might look at me like this and say my actual name. There's one thing I want to be sure of first. Yes, I wondered if Chris truly had feelings for me. Would he realize that it was me, even if I was dressed like this? These are the things I want to know. Have you seen Torta yet? Yes, we met and we had a talk. I see. At the end of your letter, you wrote that you had feelings for Torta, and for me. Now, with me in front of you like this, are your feelings still the same? This wasn't what I really had to want to ask. I just wanted to hear him say my name. To call me Tortanita, the moment he realized who he was talking to. That's all I needed. Ari, I'm sorry. My feelings aren't going to change. I see. Hearing those words, I felt a mix of happiness and sadness. I started to think that perhaps this was okay too. Chris probably wasn't going to be able to realize that it was me today. I still had a sense of regret, but I suppose that this was enough for now. Shit, what'd you miss? Nothing too much. Like, honestly, as long as you didn't miss last week, nothing major has happened so far. We've basically just been, like, doing the last route again, but from her point of view. There hasn't really been any crazy huge revelations yet. We got to the... We're at basically the ending of the previous, of, like, Torta's good ending. This is when Ari, quote-unquote, comes over and then confesses to him, and then they spend time together, and then she goes to the train station, and Chris just, like, can't call out to her. So she just leaves. But we know now that was never Ari. But the only big thing that's happened is I finally got to the decision that, like, determines where the endings branch off. So fortunately, the ending number 2 of Elfine is not going to be very long, because it was like 5 minutes ago. Chris looks fucking dead inside. I mean, you probably would be too if you suffered a major head trauma 3 years ago in a car crash and haven't been fine ever since, seeing infinite rain and magic music fairies all the time. But if Chris can say that his feelings aren't going to change, even with me standing in front of him like this, then why doesn't he realize it's me? Well, I had better get going soon. I don't want to miss my train. I still remembered the train timetable, as I looked it up when I pretended to be Ari last Natalie. There should be overnight trains running just after 11. You're not going to stay at Nina's? I have work tomorrow. I can't stay and relax. Oh, right. Bye, Chris. I could just go home and change my usual clothes, and then come back to see him. Chris had definitely said that it was me who he liked. If that was the case, then... It's getting late. I'll take you to the station. No, it's okay. You should do that kind of thing for Torta instead. Come on, at least let me do this, please. That's right. Chris was always like this. Why is Chris always so nice? And to think I was planning to go home and come back to see him as Torta. But Chris showed kindness to Ari. Didn't he know how much that would hurt? Actually, of course he didn't. The person I loved could be a bit dim like that. Magic, or you get bumped on the head, then you lose your sense of time. I mean, that's a thing that can happen. Getting bumped on the head's like a great way to fuck a person up in all sorts of ways. It's pretty delicate. Even with like a helmet on, you can still fuck up your brain if you get hit the right way. Okay. Thanks. Just give me a second. Chris went to his room briefly, and then we both left his place. This is why she never wanted Chris to follow him into the station, because she never gets on a train. She just has to go to the station and then sneak off back home. It all makes sense now. The station was at the end of the main street, beyond the old district. I suppose I would have to enter the station, pretending to be going home as Ari. Would he call me by my real name before then? Would have made me happy, but at the same time, I was starting to feel it didn't matter. I'm really sorry, Ari. Why are you apologizing? I told you I liked you in the beginning, and now this. I guess we're even then. I cut him off before he could finish speaking, and tried to change the topic. In other words, to a topic I wanted. The same? I was the one who broke up with you. you don't have anything to worry about, Chris. But it's fine. Let's just talk about the old days, or anything but what's happening now. It still hurts. Okay, if you're happy with that. I am. All I wanted was for Chris to realize it was me. That was all. I chose my words carefully and tested Chris one last time. We've always been together since we were little kids, haven't we? Yeah. I wonder when it was that I realized we were different people. Different people? Because we were twins. The people around us thought we were practically the same. Like the two of us were with the one person. Even we thought it was true. I'd talked to Chris about this in the past. I wonder if he was starting to remember it. My sister and I, we both made up for what the other lacked. But, you know, the thing that caused that to change was you, Chris. Me? You could tell us apart. Of course, my parents and grandma could too, but that's different. You were the first person, other than a family member, who did that for us. Okay. You always knew who was who, didn't you? Even if we changed our clothes or our hairstyles, you never got our names wrong. Except now. Uh-huh. It was a small prank that we did as children. He'd always point his finger at Ari. This is Ari, he would say. Couldn't he tell which one I was? Or was it simply that he could only identify Ari? And then, you chose one of us, huh? The station was quiet at night. Making sure that Chris couldn't see, I bought a ticket that only allowed me access to a train platform, and then continued talking on the street outside the station. But we were already out of things to talk about, and I was out of time. I should be going. Okay. Do you mind if I ask you one last thing? No, go ahead. If you decide to change your mind, could you say my name? Huh? What do you mean? The train is going to leave soon. I have to go. Through those gates. I point to the gates of the station. If you say my name while I'm still walking over there, I'll turn around and run back to your arms. You can just say it once, before I'm completely out of sight. Saying this, I turned my back to him. I was waiting for Chris to call me back. And as I walked, step by step, my mind imagined unpleasant things. Arietta. What would I do if he really called Ari's name? No. In that case, I would just continue pretending to be Ari, just like I had in the beginning. That was a turn of events I had already pictured in my mind. But if he said that he loved her, would I be able to start pretending immediately? Is she just gonna, like, permanently become Ari? What the fuck? He's gonna find out about the real Ari at some point, won't he? Yo, 412,000? Holy shit, we are close. We're gonna have to get on that some point soon. What would I do with it? Could I, like, cut it off still? Maybe? I think I'll go bald. I'm down for going bald at that point. Yeah, what would you do with it? I guess would be my next question. Well, that's so fucking hard if you can't get the AC data to work. I mean, that's fine if I don't. I've got the Xbox game. I would like to do the arcade game, but I have the Xbox game. So it won't be as good, but it's not like... There will be something. The Xbox game will 100% work. I fucking hope I can get the arcade game to work, though. Yeah, I mean, I understand that. Can I go bald? Completely bald. That would be my question. Toward Anita. That was the name I was getting my hopes up to here. But now, I wasn't so sure if it would happen. I turned around just once and looked straight at Chris. But even then, he didn't say anyone's name. I don't know if that was for the better or for the worse. Threesome. Why don't they just do that? Why not both? Standing on the station platform, I wasn't sure what to do. I couldn't just get changed immediately and go see Chris. If he would, just realize that was me. Or, if only he hadn't been so nice as to come this far with Arietta. But it was too late now. Can't get to work till 7 PM. I've got used to some workarounds for data. Alright, I will. I need to actually, I'll admit, I still need to order the cable. So I need to do that first. I didn't realize we're already past like 400k, so I'll probably take a look for one tomorrow maybe. but I need to order the cable so I can plug it into the PC. And then I'll start tinkering with stuff. Do I have the data downloaded? I have it somewhere. I definitely remember downloading it because I was like, oh shit, I should get this now. In case on the off chance it just suddenly disappears forever. But yes, I do have it somewhere. I also have the instructions, I think, downloaded too, in a PDF somewhere too. Just in case. Can't find it later. I didn't see Chris that day. I went home and slept, and the next morning, I gave up on everything and anything. Parents suddenly came to Piova to tell me that Ari had died. Ah, there it is! I knew it! Why didn't they tell her earlier? Did she, like, just die? Holy shit. I didn't want to hear it. Those words that delivered the end. It would have been better if nothing had happened that day. I would have gone straight to Chris to see him. I had been sure that he had completely given up on Ari. Did her parents come to tell Chris too? Because I feel like that would be a real asshole move. Like, what was their plan this whole time then if they weren't going to tell Chris that Ari actually legit died? He had just waited in his room for me and not shown any kindness to Ari. Or, if Chris had realized it was me, I could have been sure that he loved me from the bottom of his heart. Things again might have been different. But I couldn't have either of those things. It hurt me too much to look at Chris anymore. Chris was standing in front of the station with his bag in his hands, looking at the ground. There was something I needed to tell him. About me. And about Ari. Chris? Chris finally raised his head when I called his name. I'm sorry about the other day. Torta! Stop! Don't come any closer! I screamed at Chris, who was about to rush over to me. If I hadn't, I probably would have wrapped my arms around him tightly. Huh? Chris stopped in his tracks, looking hurt by what I said. Please, don't make that kind of face. I'm sorry, Chris. It's okay. I'm sorry too. You're catching the next train, right? Yeah, what about you, Torta? I am too. I see. Do we get on different carriages? No, actually, if it's possible, I was hoping we could talk. About me, and about Ari. I couldn't stay by Chris's side anymore. Arietta was no longer anywhere in this world. I was going to tell her about Chris. I was going to apologize. But now, there was no one for me to apologize to. I was never ever going to be forgiven. If you think that we need to talk, then sure. There's some things I'd like to ask too. Even so, I might not be able to tell you everything. But even then, we had to talk about these things. I couldn't stay by Chris's side anymore. That's fine by me. Alright. I undid the ribbon that tied back my hair and let it flow down. How did I not notice this? Because doesn't it show this at the end of the previous route? This moment? How did I not realize this? Holy fuck. I guess, okay, I can't really be mad at Chris anymore because even I didn't recognize it right away. And just as I did, the wind blew strongly, forcing Chris to squint as he looked at me. Because of the wind, I had to use my hand to keep the hair out of my face. The wind didn't seem like it was going to stop. I continued speaking. I wonder where I should begin. Because it shows a picture of her hair with her hair down at the end of that route. I can't believe I missed it. They fucking spelled it out for you. I guess Chris really isn't as dumb as I thought. I shifted my gaze from Chris, and I looked up at the sky for a few moments. The ribbon in my hand I always used to tie back my hair waved gently in the wind. Should I start from the beginning? Or perhaps, should I start from the end? Torta? Let's return to our hometown. As the wind stopped, I lowered my hand and matched my gaze with Chris's. Game? Oh. Well, we did get the not perfect ending. I guess we'll go back and get the other. I got the achievement at least. Took a while to load though, that was weird. I figured that was gonna be like basically one-to-one to what we already saw, so now we get to see the real thing. What's wrong? I'm in a hurry. Just sit down. I won't take up much of your time. Okay. Did as I was told and sat down, but couldn't help but peek at the clock. I sat in the seat that was furthest away, so that Grandma wouldn't be able to tell I was dressed as a Ree. Torta, are you really going to go dressed like that? What are you talking about? I'm asking if you're going to see Chris, dressed like that. What do you mean, dressed like that? I'm wearing what I always wear. That's not what you always wear. That much I can tell. Oh, right. I thought I'd dress up a little, since I'm going to see Chris. Wearing a Ree's clothing? You can see what I'm wearing? I can barely see anything, but I can tell. Saying this, Grandma squinted as she looked at me. Her eyes had always been thin. It was hard to tell if they were open or not. You're lying. Torta, you went out dressed like that the other day, and before that, Natalie, didn't you? I had the feeling you did, but now I'm certain. Okay, so she didn't know. Torta's been doing this like, whole physical thing in secret. So she just probably snuck clothes of hers when she came here for school. Had this whole thing planned out from the start, taking it a step further than their parents ever thought she was going to. But even then, I didn't say anything because I wanted you to fix your own mistakes. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's nothing I could say. I just listened to Grandma talk. Tortanita, who are you doing this for? It's for Chris. I see. In that case, neither you nor Chris is going to benefit from any of this nonsense. Of this I'm certain. How do you know that? It's a wisdom that comes with age. I've lived as long as you have several times over. But, Torta, go change out of those clothes right away. After that, you can go see Chris. I guess don't get changed will just put us back on the other path. So we need to go get changed. I'm assuming anyways, since there's only two endings here. Okay. Torta, you understand what I'm saying? I wanted to test Chris. I was going to go dressed like this, and if he could tell it was me, Why is there a need to test him? Go and see him as who you really are and talk to him. Yes, Grandma. I returned to my room, making it obvious for Grandma to understand what I was doing. Opening my closet, I got out my usual clothes. I had no intention of getting dressed up. I had to go back to the usual old me. I am Tortanita Fine. I repeated my name over and again in a hushed voice, and then I took off the clothes of a Reese I had been wearing and put on my own. Both sets of clothing suited me perfectly, as if they were made just for me, but I felt like my own clothes suited me just a little bit better. I didn't have a mirror, but I had been tying my hair back since I was a child. I was able to do it without even looking. I only needed something as simple as that, to keep being who I was deep down. For some reason, my body was trembling. I was supposed to wait here for Tortanita, but I had a strong urge to go outside. For no reason at all, the only thoughts that came to my mind were unpleasant ones. I kept thinking that she may have been involved in an accident. There's no way to end up in an accident when going between my place and Torto's, unless you follow the main road. The other streets were all too narrow for cars to pass through, but that was the very reason that people let their guards down. Torta really didn't understand why I felt like this. Why did I feel so afraid? Why did only those kinds of thoughts enter my mind? Logically, I knew it was ridiculous, but even so, I couldn't stop my body from shaking. Torta? I practically screamed, and Torta looked at me in surprise. Chris, what's wrong? I'm the one who should be asking that. I was so worried because you were late. I felt the tension leave my body due to the relief I felt. Tension in the air also softened in an instant, but I was still unable to stop my body from trembling. I'm sorry, I just wasn't sure if No, as long as you're safe, it's okay. I started to feel really scared when I thought you might have been in an accident. My legs started to shake and I became unable to stand properly, so I leaned against the wall. What the... I guess my legs must have gone weak, now that I feel relieved. Chris! Torta dashed over to me and took my hand. Borrowing Torta's hand, I moved over to a chair and slumped into it. Chris! I wonder what this is. I feel so strange. Is he gonna die too? He's gonna die, and then we're gonna go see Arietta in heaven. Calling it now. We're gonna go hang out in the afterlife with her. Torta was here, right in front of me, but for some reason I still felt on edge. You know what? Okay, if Arieta's dead, what if she's been dead all this time, and the fairy is real, but it's Arieta? That would support my theory from last week about how the fairy is just actually Arieta. That's what's going to be the plot twist in this. Relax, I'm right here. It's okay, Chris. Yeah, you're right. I'll make us something warm to drink. No, I'll do it. Torta stopped me before I could even stand up. No way, you're staying right there. Her voice was especially strict. I guess that was an indication of how strange my behavior had seemed. I wonder if I've caught a cold. I doubt that's the case. Really? I hope so. Staying seated, it took a while for me to regain my composure. I could smell the pleasant aroma of coffee beans. Torta came back from the kitchen with 2 steamy cups of coffee. She placed them on the table and sat across me. Oh boy, is it hot coffee time? I felt really relaxed just by this. Thanks, but you're supposed to be my guest, you know. Don't worry about that, just drink up. Okay. Torta made me a sweet cafe latte with a lot of milk in it. Phew. Coffee permeated throughout my body, and I consciously let out a big sigh. When I made eye contact with Torta to see if she had heard me sighing, she was just doing the exact same thing as me after taking a sip from her own coffee. Noticing my gaze, Torta gave me a warm smile. Sorry about all that just now. I didn't mean to make you worry. No, it's okay. It's my fault for being late. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. Chris. Torta smiled gently, and then suddenly sadness crept onto her face. I didn't know why, and I was confused. What's wrong, Torta? We have a lot to talk. Huh? Yeah. I guess that's why we're meeting tonight. No, you don't get it. We have to talk about what's happened, and what's going to happen. Yeah, I know. We'll talk about that too. Torta? We have to talk about Arieta. That's true. We do have to talk about her, but there's one thing I want to say before that. I like you, Torta. You're the most important person to me right now. Don't forget that. Those are the words I'd planned to say to Torta, right from the beginning. Regardless of what we ended up talking about, I wanted to make sure she knew how I felt. I thought Torta would be happy to hear me say that, but the expression that appeared on her face was the exact opposite of what I expected. Chris. Torta, why are you crying? Chris, there's something I have to tell you. Isn't that what you're doing now? Listen. Chris, think of your memories of Ari. I don't want to think about those right now. She broke up with me in her last letter, but having said that, I understand we can't avoid talking about her. But you know, what's most important for us to talk about is the future. Future. What I have to tell you about Ari connects to that. I agree that we won't be able to talk about the future without talking about her too, but Chris. Or spoke my name sharply as if to stop me from saying anything else. I could see the resolve in her eyes. Chris, what I'm about to tell you is terribly cruel, and you may not want to believe it, but it's also the truth, and something you're just going to have to accept. Torta, what are you talking about? You have to believe me when I say this. I love you from the bottom of my heart. I'll do anything for you, and I'll always be there for you. Torta. Tortanita. I said her name as if to calm myself. I had the feeling that whatever Torta was planning to tell me was not something trivial. But even so, I had to listen to what she had to say. Determination in Torta's eyes made me feel that way. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I'll listen. Thank you. And then, before starting, Torta suddenly got up and stood in front of me. Chris, I have feelings for you. I have feelings for you too. It happened in an instant. We drew close to each other, without even having time to hesitate. Two of us said nothing. At least for the moment, words were not necessary. The warmth and softness of our lips met, and we stayed like that, holding each other. Chris! Our lips came apart for a moment, and Torta repeated my name, and then again we drew close. For a while it went on like this, the both of us unable to pull away from each other. It was going to be a long night. Just when I was thinking this, Torta pulled away and looked me in the eyes. I was left with a sense of longing, and stroked Torta's hair. What's wrong, Torta? For some reason, tears started to well up in Torta's eyes. It was hard to think that they were tears of joy. Chris, we should talk now. Yeah, I'm listening. It's about Arieta, right? I can only think of one reason why Torta would have made such a face, but I ignored the fear I felt and said her name. Yeah, what I want to talk about goes back 3 years. Saying this, Torta undid the ribbon that tied her hair back. Her hair fell gently, floating down her shoulders. She was looking at me, smiling, but that face was... Torta? You can't tell who I am? I can. You're not Ari. You're not Arietta, but they look the same. No, not the same. Who am I? You're Tordanita, but in that case, who did I meet that time? Could it have been... Could it have been? When I thought I was meeting Ari, I was just meeting you? That was the truth. No, wait. What was going on here? I didn't understand. But it was definitely Tordanita standing in front of me, and I was sure this was the same girl I met 2 weeks ago. Correct. I'm glad you didn't mistake me. I would have felt sad if you thought it was Ari every time. Torda, what's going on? Why would you... I'll tell you everything, so just listen. Where Arietta is, and how she's doing. She's dead. What do you mean, where? She's in... I got letters from... Wait, the letters. I wrote all of them, Chris. Listen carefully to what I'm going to say. Arietta, she's sleeping in a hospital bed right at this very moment. She's been hospitalized? You saw it happen, Chris, remember? Aria's asleep, and she's not going to wake up. You're lying. It's the truth. What do you mean she won't wake up? Isn't she just sleeping? She looked like she was going to wake up any second. She looks like she'll wake up any second, but she's still asleep. Do you remember now? No, it can't be. No. She's probably just sleeping, that's all. See, my mind created from me in front of me was so vivid that Ari only seemed to just be sleeping. You have to remember, that memory is real. No. Ari was in an accident, Chris. Right in front of your eyes. Chris! My ears began to ring painfully loud, and I collapsed to the floor. Are you okay? Porter gently sat me up. But then, what about the letters? I told you, I was the one who wrote them. But... I stood up and removed a number of letters from the drawer of my desk. Are you saying that all of these are lies? Yes, I wrote all of them. All of them. Shall I tell you what was in the most recent one? Please, listen to what Torda tells you. And if you truly have feelings for Torda, then please believe in her. Even if this doesn't make sense to you right now, the day will come when it will. Till then, please do not forget my words. Did you forget? Of course not, but then which is the truth and which are the lies? Torda took her ribbon and tied back her hair once again. 1 second. There we go. And then she smiled as she continued to speak. I'm so sorry. Almost everything was a lie, but this is the one thing you can believe. I'm Tordanita, and I love you. That's everything I needed to tell you. And as if to finish it off, she drew her face close to mine once more. Do you love me? Yeah. See? Fucking doesn't give a shit. Those feelings wouldn't change, no matter what. More than my sister? Yeah. It wasn't a lie. I had felt that way, before I had heard any of this. Thank you. I'll always be here for you. I held Torda close and kissed her again. I didn't know if it was happiness or not, but I couldn't help myself. I held Torda tightly. Her body was warm, unlike that rainy night. I couldn't think about anything anymore. We stayed in our embrace for a long time, listening to the sound of the rain. Is she gonna tell him about the rain yet? I hope she fucking does. Chris, let's go. Right now. Huh? To where? To our hometown. Not tomorrow, but right now? That's right. Can we? I really want us to go there right now. No matter what. We're on vacation until our graduation ceremony anyway. No matter what. That's right. Wonder if there was a reason for this. Torda spoke with strong conviction. All this stuff about Arietta just didn't feel real. I didn't think that Torda was lying now, so in order to be sure, I might have needed to go with Torda. Okay, what do I need to take with me? Just some clothes for a few days. I'll get packing. I'll give you a hand. With the two of us working together, it only took about 5 minutes. Busily went about checking this and that. Do you know the times the overnight trains leave? Stuff like that? Yeah, I've looked it up before, when I needed to lie to you. I'm pretty sure there's a train that leaves about 11 p.m. on Friday nights. When she said that Ari came to visit overnight by train, that was a lie too. I didn't have time to get caught up thinking about these things. I still hadn't come to terms with all of my emotions just yet, but I felt that as long as I could keep busy, I would stay on top of things. We've got 30 minutes. What about your things, Torta? Just finished my packing, which was actually just stuffing a couple of days' worth of clothes into my bag. If you help me, it shouldn't take long. The only other thing to think about is if there are any empty seats, but I think that should be okay. I'd assume there wouldn't be that many people on the train. Okay, let's go. Torta stood in my doorway, prompting me to get moving. Morny said she wasn't going to come out today, but I thought that we should have at least spoken a little. But I couldn't just call her name in front of Torta. I'm heading out. I said this in a slightly loud voice. See, she doesn't know about the ferry. No one seems to know about that. I think the only reason she kind of knows about the rain is because, like, he brought it up when they first got here years ago. And he was, like, really confused as to why she wasn't feeling the rain. And then she kind of just put two and two together. Torta gave me a puzzled look, but I wasn't able to explain anything. Grandma, I'm home. Torta, you're home early, and judging from that voice. Good evening, Nina. Is that you, Chris? We don't have much time to talk. I have to pack my bags. Sorry. Are you planning to go somewhere? We're going to go back to our hometown to see a Ray. Torta cast her eyes down and responded in a determined tone. Chris, you've been told everything? Yes, but it still hasn't sunk in yet. However, I know that we have to go and see her. It's just a matter of sooner or later. I see. Okay. You have my blessing. Do you need to pack? Torta responded to Nina's question hastily. Yeah, I have to go upstairs and do it now. I'm gonna go help too. Okay, be quick. Now how does one help a girl pack clothes? Exactly. We came downstairs again and prepared to go running out the door. Like, what all would he do? She feeling real comfortable with that all of a sudden? They only just confessed her love and she's like, yeah, you could come help me pack my clothes in my room. Even though Chris was like, no, I can't do that shit. Just the other day he was like, no, I can't go up to a girl's room. That's weird. Wait a moment. Nick called out to us from the kitchen. Oh, I'm sorry. You weren't in the living room, so I thought you might have gone to bed. I was just making these. Here you are. Saying this, Nina gave us a paper bag which had some sandwiches inside. It looked like a little bit much for 2 people. How did she make all this in such a short time? It looked like much, but that wouldn't stop them from tasting good. Thank you. Also, there's some money in the bag for you to buy your tickets with. Grandma, I brought my own money, so... You have enough for the trip back? Come on now. You're in a hurry, aren't you? Come back here when you return, and we can talk about it then. It's true. Hadn't really thought about the trip back. Now go and pay Arietta a visit. Okay. We're gonna go watch her die. Hell yeah. Ari and Chris's? Yeah. That's why there's the rain. Because remember, the rain's only in his head. It's not actually raining right now. The train sped along the tracks towards our hometown. We just sat there staring out the windows, passing the time. The overnight train we were on was divided into 2 carriages. One that only had seats, which we were in, and one for sleeping. I didn't feel like I was going to be able to sleep at all, so I just sat where I was, gazing out the window. When we were on the move, I didn't feel it so much, but now that we were sitting down, just waiting for time to pass, I couldn't help but think about Ari. What's gonna happen? I mean, if this game is, like, time consistent, she's gonna die regardless. But it could be one of those games where there's, like, contradictions depending on what route you take. Some visual novels have, like, outside events, like global events, that don't actually fully, like, affect the main character. Happen no matter what, and they're staple events. They're fixed points in time. But sometimes some visual novels will change those events for arbitrary reasons, for no reason at all, just to fit the narrative of the current route. Zero Escape is notorious for it, but it all makes sense in context, so it doesn't feel weird. But Zero Escape's a great example of a game that does that sort of thing. You don't need to sleep, Torta? Well, you said you weren't going to sleep, so I'm not either. Yeah, there's some things I wanted to talk about. Should I give you some time to yourself? No, that's not what I meant. In that case, I'll stay here. If you don't want to talk, I'll just be quiet. I don't mind you staying, but if you want to talk, then that's okay too. Oh, thanks. Saying this, Torta shifted her gaze to the window, just like I did. The sound of the rain on the window and the dull sound of the train running on its rails was an infinite loop. Torta, can I ask you one thing? How can you still keep a face like that? I suppose cheerful would have been the right word for her expression. But it wasn't completely incapable. I still found it hard to keep a pleasant face. I can do it because I have you beside me, but I'm beside you too, so that you can keep smiling. Everything will be okay. I still can't remember. You'll remember eventually, little by little. Everything might come back to you when you see Ari tomorrow. Yeah, but is Ari really... Yes. Porter's response was brief. I was still in disbelief. But the image of Ari lying in a bed that popped into my mind earlier was still seared into my thoughts. How had I forgotten about this? But something as important as this. Chris, look at me. Yeah, okay. Let's just go and see her. In order to decide our future, if by any chance you decide that you want to take a different path to me in life after seeing her, I won't stop you. Don't be ridiculous. I won't say that. Thanks. Don't forget what I say, okay? And it's okay for you to forget what you just said to me. Why do you say these things? I wouldn't. I'm sorry. It's just, you looked like you were hurt, so... Torta, why are you going to these lengths for me? Because I love you, Chris. But writing those letters must have been hard on you. Even so, if I can be here with you like this, then I can say that wasn't hard on me at all, because I've always had these feelings for you. Torta, let's return to our hometown, and then let's go and see her, for us and our future. Torta took my hand and gave me a smile that was all forgiving. Ugh. What's the matter? I reflexively covered my ear with my hand. I suppose the sensation my eardrum felt was as if it was being crushed. It probably happened at the same time that we entered the tunnel. Does your ear hurt? No, it doesn't hurt. It just feels kind of weird. I thought that your ears had completely healed. Healed? Did I hurt my ears or something? I don't remember that either, I see. I guess I'll have to start from there. It was 3 years ago, before we came here for school. Ari was involved in an accident. You were there, Chris, so actually, you're supposed to know more than I do, but... Sorry, I don't remember a thing. That's what I'm going to tell you, about Ari, and about me. Get yourself a girl who will fake being a dead girl. I mean, to be fair, there's a chance that she wasn't actually dead this whole time, just comatose. As if that makes it better or something. Saying this, Torta told me everything, piece by piece. It wasn't particularly different from what she had told me earlier, but how I got to where I am now. The reason why Ari's letters always came a week late. How those letters ended up reaching me. Torta explained all of these things to me, as if she was just telling me a story. I could tell that Torta wasn't completely over everything that had happened, as I noticed that a stressed look crept onto her face every time she mentioned her sister. Torta sighed heavily after telling such a long story, and closed her eyes. Come to think of it, we'd only just finished our graduation recital today. It was no surprise that she was tired. I was also quite tired, but I couldn't seem to find any composure, and was unable to move from where I sat. I'm sorry, I guess I must be tired. In that case, why don't you get some sleep? I'll be here for a while. No, I'll stay here. Wake me up if I fall asleep, okay? Nope, not gonna do it. I'll just sit here and enjoy watching you sleep. Don't be silly. Torta was still holding my hand. Perhaps the air conditioning was too strong, as I felt a bit hot. I could feel a light sweat from where the skin of our hands met. Air conditioning, but no telephones. Cool. This warmth may have been the thing that I needed most right now. The train will arrive at about 10 o'clock in the morning, right? Yeah, seems that way. I responded, reading what was printed on the ticket. There was also a number written on the ticket of the room in the sleeping carriage we could use, but I wasn't sure if we were going to use it or not. The hospital visiting hours are from about that time too, so it should work out well. How do we get there from the station? We should probably go by car. I checked the paper bag that Grandma gave us. Seems she put a lot of money in there. I think we should try our best not to use that money, though. But I think it'll be better than us going with your father, or mine. I think the three of us should meet alone first. Right. I guess we can always pay her back when we return. Yeah, I think Grandma would be really happy if we returned as musicians. True, that's one option that's open to us. Uh-huh. We talked about these kinds of things that awaited us in the future, but I had a feeling that if I went back to our hometown, I would never return to Piova. Ari was unconscious. I couldn't leave her like that again. Torta probably felt the same way. This was innocent talk of dreamlike things. Suddenly, the muffled sound disappeared, and it now felt lighter inside the train. It wasn't as if it became dramatically brighter or anything, but the other side of the window that I had been staring at the whole trip suddenly started to glitter. Stars. Huh? I sensed without looking that Torta had suddenly opened her eyes. Was now looking out the window too. We can see the stars. I guess it's not raining over here. Chris. Torta's hand gripped mine tighter. Oh, it finally stopped raining for you. Huh? It's not going to rain anymore, even if you go back to Piova. What do you mean? I'm so glad it stopped. Torta suddenly started to cry. It never rained, not once. I just got so used to how you thought it was raining that I forgot to say it, but that doesn't matter anymore. I was seeing an illusion? You were always crying, like a child that got soaked in the rain. It was as if you blamed yourself. How could that be? But now that we can both see the same sky, can't we? A sky with no clouds, and no rain. I was at a loss for words. I couldn't believe that the rain was just an illusion I had created, but Torta didn't appear to be lying about this. I thought about asking her about it one more time, but she must have been really tired. She had already fallen asleep, with her head resting on my shoulder. Torta. I guess it didn't matter anymore. I could feel the warmth from her leaning on my shoulder. I noticed it when we held each other, but her body was delicately slim. For 3 years, she had endured all kinds of pain for me. I started to hate myself when I thought about this. Now, we are on a train going home to visit our potentially dead girlfriend. Right now. But we don't know, in this timeline, we don't know that she's dead yet, because Torta's parents didn't come to Piova until the next day to announce her dead. So it's either A, she's not dead yet, or B, she doesn't die in this timeline. Because reasons. Best thing I could do was stay by her side. Torta said something about me just before, but I actually thought the same thing about her too. She was like a child that was crying. I wasn't going to leave her side. I wasn't going to make her go through any more pain because of me. I made a promise to myself, deep inside my heart. And suddenly, I was awake again. I too had fallen asleep at some point. Now it was no longer dark. There wasn't a cloud in the winter sky. The train must have covered a lot of distance, as the scenery outside was now quite different. Everything was covered in a layer of snow, and the winter landscape was nostalgic to me. Bringing my face just a little closer to the window caused it to fog up. Rubbing it clear with my hand, I gazed out the window once more. Is it morning? Torta, good morning. Oh, good morning. Once I started to move my body about, I noticed I ached all over, probably because of the fact we slept in our seats. You're not sore? No, I'm okay. I borrowed your shoulder all night, didn't I? Are you alright? Yeah, no problems. What time is it? Checking the clock inside the train, I found out it's just after 7 o'clock in the morning. You can still sleep for another 2 hours. Why don't you get more sleep? No, I'm okay. Why don't we eat those sandwiches? That is, if you're still not sleepy. I'm good. I only slept a short time, but I got a good sleep. No dreams. Oh, that's good to hear. Torta opened the paper bag and got the sandwiches that Nita made for us yesterday. And then, as if she just remembered, she went off to the sleeping carriage and came back with 2 paper cups filled with hot tea. Here you are. Wow, they have tea in the carriages that you can just make yourself with a kettle and everything and water. That's a fancy train. We drank the tea and ate a lot of sandwiches. It felt like it warmed me all the way through to my heart. Enjoying it while it lasted, we sat quietly on the train, waiting for it to arrive at our destination, and the reason we were coming here. It was going to be soon. The hospital had already begun its visiting hours, so we were able to enter at our own convenience. Skipping the troublesome paperwork, we hurried our way up the stairs. Torta said Ari should be in the same room as before, as they hadn't received any notifications of her being moved. Room's empty. The coroner is here. Yeah, room is empty! Ari! Torta spoke her sister's name quietly as she entered the room. I went right in behind her. Huh? Torta looked around the room as if she were surprised, and when I did the same, I realized the reason for her reaction. There was nobody here. The only thing in the room was a bed, with a perfectly spread sheet on it. Torta stepped out of the room, and came back in after checking the nameplate outside. Her name, it isn't written on the plate. Did we go to the wrong room? This is room 212, there's no mistake, but this isn't right. Ari, where are you? Perhaps they moved her? She's supposed to be right here. Torta suddenly shouted at me as if she was angry. I embraced her in an effort to quiet her. I suppose it was because I had no memories, but I was able to remain more composed than Torta. I felt a sense of loathing at myself for forgetting Ari. This wasn't the time for the two of us to be losing control of our emotions. What are you doing here? Oh, I'm very sorry. Nurse probably heard our voices and came to see what was going on. She glared at us with a look of suspicion in her eyes. I think we may have come to the wrong room. We want to visit the girl who was previously in this room. You're... Nurse looked at Torta and suddenly the expression on her face changed. You're Arietta's sister. Huh? Oh, yes. I'm surprised you realized. But has she been moved to a different room? Torta didn't seem to remember the nurse. She seemed a little surprised before responding. However, I didn't miss the expression that appeared on the nurse's face the moment Torta asked about Ari. My condolences. The nurse had put it into words. I'm sure that's what she would have said. I understand what happened. Of course I realized. You two look exactly the same. Did you hear? I'm sorry. Hear what? Your father said he was going to pick you up yesterday, so I assumed... He did? Yes. This young man over here must be Chris, yes? I remember you too. I'm sorry, but what are you talking about? Why was my father going to pick us up? Could it be that you haven't heard? At 9 o'clock yesterday morning, your sister, Arietta... No, I didn't want to hear it. She passed away. Did she really? This is not something I could lie about. I see. No, you are lying. She passed peacefully in the morning. Tortinita, wasn't it? Listen carefully to me. Really, I think you should be hearing this from your parents, but it seems you've managed to miss each other, so I will tell you instead. Torta. Torta remained quiet, looking at the ground, and didn't respond when I spoke to her. I took her hand and gave her support. Truth was, she had been supporting me too. I had let go of her hand. I wasn't sure if I could remain standing on my own. I'm truly sorry. There was nothing we could do for her. There are no patients scheduled to use this room, so you can stay here for a while if you need to. I will let the head nurse know what is going on. Once you feel you are ready, you should go home to your family. She stared at us with a look of concern, and then left the room, most likely to return to her work. We were left in the cold and emptied hospital room, leaning on each other for support. Apparently, Arietta did not regain consciousness even once during the past 3 years. The doctor that took care of her said that she probably felt no pain either. I wasn't sure what kind of consolation that was supposed to be, but the doctor said this, trying to comfort us. After that, Torta didn't once try to raise her hand. We sat down on the bed and passed the time in silence. I had a feeling that continuing to do this wasn't going to be any good for Torta, so I decided to speak up. Torta? Torta, are you crying? Shoulders were not quivering. I could not hear her sobbing, but for some reason, I thought she may have been crying. Chris. Torta finally raised her head and looked at me. There's not a single trace of tears in her eyes. Chris, you know, Torta started to speak, bit by bit. I don't feel so sad for some reason. Of course, I don't mean to say I'm happy or anything because of what's going on with us, but I just feel relieved. Saying this, Torta pushed down on the bed a few times, as if to feel the texture of it. The bed creaked in response, making an unpleasant noise. Ari, she slept here for almost 3 years, on this hard bed. She didn't even move. They say that 3 years in that condition is a long time. My father wrote in his letters that she got thinner and thinner during that time. I received a lot of letters this year saying that she wasn't doing well. Doctors had also said that if she stayed in that state for too long, it would be dangerous. Torta let out a big sigh and then continued. That's why I feel relieved. Just relieved. Torta, I'm sorry I couldn't do anything to help you for all this time. Am I a terrible human being? I wonder why I can't cry. I feel sad, but... Torta. I said nothing more and just embraced her tightly. In my arms, Torta was still murmuring her thoughts. I used to cry so much before we came here. The littlest things made me cry. I cried so many tears. Torta, it's okay now. I wonder if Ari will forgive me. Knowing Ari, I'm sure she will. Ari. Torta murmured one last word, then cried her eyes out. Well, I guess she doesn't have to worry about Ari staying with Chris anymore. Damn. What a fucking ending. I guess it would have made a lot of sense if she just magically woke up. Or walked in behind them for some reason. What a twist that whole ending was. Everything was a lie, and Ari is dead. I called that part. Not that I really wanted it to be true, but it seemed like the only logical conclusion after all this. Is it a happy ending? I guess it depends who you ask. Maybe for Torta it's happy. Torta gets Chris. Chris seems okay with Torta, even after all she did. Which I figured he would be. I'm surprised there's no, like, credits here or anything. It's just music. Oh, there's the credits. I guess they wanted the whole song to play without running out of credits. Although I feel like maybe it'd be better to, like, do the credits right away and then play the music. Wow, they're even the same voice actor. I didn't even realize that. I saw them in the opening credits, but I didn't realize it was the same person. I guess that would have been a hint, wouldn't it? All the signs were there. I should have seen this coming from a mile away. And the best I could have done was call it out as a joke. Not even believing that it could possibly be the case. I was like, there's no way. They're not gonna do that. That would be stupid. You know what's fucked up? Ari would have never known she was in a coma or died. Oh, probably. It sounds like they were both in the accident, and she was just in the coma right then and there, straight to the hospital. The last moment she ever remembered were her, like, having the accident. 3 years of that, and then death. Kinda sucks. Yeah, I don't know what being in a coma is like. I can't say I've ever been in one. Fortunately. But I wonder, like, is it just, like, sleep? Like, a really long sleep? Like, for people who go into a coma and then wake up months later, however long later, does it just feel like they took a long nap? Do they still have dreams? Or does it actually feel like they're dead? Whatever that would feel like. In comas you don't dream? Is that proven? Damn, that'd be weird. Like, at all? Because, like, even when I sleep and I feel like I didn't have any dreams, I believe that I do. I just don't remember any of them. So it's like, I can't imagine what that would be like. Sleep, like, actual sleep without any dreams at all. It's like a time skip. I mean, sleep already feels like a time skip. I try and use it to my advantage sometimes, but yeah, it would be like an actual time skip. Holy shit. I mean, I guess all these endings were kind of sad, but I wasn't expecting this one to be the saddest of all. I thought maybe this one would be like the only happy ending, because it seemed like the most likely ending. Because it was supposed to be like the desired ending. But who knows, maybe something will happen still. We still have one more route to do that we will unlock now, I think. Although there's probably an epilogue here, because I still haven't gotten the achievement popped for this ending. So there's probably an after credit scene that we have to look at first. Maybe. Oh, maybe not. Oh, something? Oh, here we go. What's this? Heavenly Father, grant these souls eternal rest. The priest began to recite the first lines of the prayer used in the Mass for those who have died. The coffin in which Ari lay soon became buried under the layers of dirt. Torta and I didn't notice the passage of time as we stood there, hand in hand, praying as we watched everything unfold. We watched our families and the Father leave. Soon it was just the two of us that remained. Such breaches in etiquette were forgiven in this country. We gave our thanks to everything done for us, and then started to get ready. I set up my fortel on the ground and positioned myself to face Torta. Torta's hair fluttered in the strong wind. Look how big that thing is! Like, just That's huge. He was carrying this whole thing around. I can just picture what that actually looks like. He was carrying that around to class every single day. That's insane. Weather's good today. Yeah, a little windy though. What are we going to do now? There's only one thing we can do. We're going to play a requiem for Ari, so that she can rest peacefully. No, I meant in the future. We'll think about that in the future, but for now... You're right. Shall we play for her then? Sort of smiled and I took a deep breath. Are you ready? Sort of was calm as she asked me this. Yeah. Wasn't really much need for any more words than this. Began to play the first note of my fortell. Sort of let herself be taken by it, closing her eyes. Continued playing our requiem for Ari. Sort of sang, and I played my fortell. Neither of us spoke any words. But our song is what spoke. Our music spoke our feelings for us, eloquently as if each note were a word itself. Words for the dead, and words for us who were left behind in this mortal world. Through our music, we also spoke to each other. Sort of simply sang, and I simply kept playing my fortell, so we could carry on tomorrow, so we could keep smiling tomorrow. Our requiem seemed to continue endlessly, rising up into the beautiful winter sky. True ending. Achievement unlocked. Well, there it is. So we have one more route to do. I need to check I want to check the achievements here. We still have 3 more achievements. I would imagine... That's what I'm wondering though, because the guide only seems to hint at one ending here, or one like linear route for Forney. But I still have 3 achievements, so I'm not sure what that's about. I guess I'll find out. See what I'm missing after this. Alright, so then what do we do for this one? Let's see. Start the normal game by choosing the capital in the main menu. From this point on, anytime you play, you'll get a new choice at the start. I don't want to remember to play Fowls, Lisa's, or Tor's routes, or I have to remember to play Forney's route. Oh boy. What does that even mean? Here we go! The secret ending. Extra stage, get. Chris, is it raining again there? Letters from Marie always started like that. The weather here is nice, as always. So much so that I wish I could share some of it with you. You see, Chris, even talking about the weather reminds me how far away you are. It's so hard. Recently, it occurred to me that we've been living like this for almost 3 years. After this month, you'll already be next year. And then after another 2 months, you'll finally be back, right? After I realized that, time seems to have slowed down a little. It was hard right after you left, but it's hard at times like this too. And now that the day you've come back is getting closer, I'm getting kind of scared. Do you think that's strange? I hope that we can spend the end of the year together like we always do. But you have your performance, so I guess you won't know if you'll be free to spend any time with me, right? Even I don't know if I'll be free or not. I'll explain more in a letter before Natalie, so make sure you write back too, Chris. That reminds me. Porter wrote me and told me you still haven't decided on a partner for your graduation performance. I don't know. She seems really worried. Don't you think you should decide soon? Can't wait another year. Starting to ramble. To be continued in my next letter. Love, Arietta. Took my eyes off the letter and played with the feeling of letter paper still on my fingertips. It always took me a little time to recover from the lingering emotions. I just sat there motionless for a while before finally folding up to her letter, carefully put it back in its pretty envelope, just the way it came, and stowed it away in the usual drawer. Marie's letters were so short they could fit on a single piece of paper. But the drawer was now almost filled with her letters, as if to show how much time had gone by. She gave me enough blank paper to fill the drawer and said, "Someday, when the drawer is stuffed full of your letters, you'll be back, right?" To keep the promise I made to her, I performed this ritual once a week, every week. I closed the drawer quietly, then leaned back in the chair to check the view, and the clock. Already 6 o'clock. Night was closing in. That being said, the scene outside didn't change dramatically. The already gloomy sky just got a little darker. The rain pattered endlessly against the window. What do you mean, already 6 o'clock? Hurry up and write a reply so we can do some ensembles. Their light wings gently cutting the air, Forney floated from the windowsill to the desk. Then she gently flitted about 10 centimeters above its surface. Wings on her back moved restlessly, but it didn't look like they were what made her float. She was a mysterious creature, to be sure. Yeah, I know. Weekly exchange of letters with Ari always went like this. I didn't have much free time. I was just sticking faithfully to it because Ari said, I want to read your replies right away. On the other hand, her letters didn't always arrive right away. When I wrote a letter and put it in the post for the next day, it arrives 2 days later. Since it took 4 days for a round trip, there's no reason to hurry. But the bakery she worked at was popular in her hometown, and successful enough that people would come from far away to shop there on weekends. She was still in training and had to work hard. She barely had time to sleep. Ari would read my letter that arrived in the middle of the week and write her reply on Friday, her only day off. That letter would get to me on Sunday afternoon. The post office was closed that day, so I could take my time writing a reply. Just as Ari said in her letter, this routine had been going on for almost 3 years. Yeah, you don't know anything. Yeah. I finished writing the letter quickly, put it in an envelope, and sealed it. Then I finally turned back to Forney. Are you finally done? Yeah. Well, I suppose it can't be helped. It is a letter to your girlfriend. Forney said this as if head fed up, then started fluttering her wings gently in excitement. I pulled the Fortell out of the case I carried around at school and set it up in the corner. If you would, please. Forney reached out to me and asked me as she always did. Just as she asked, I let Forney onto the palm of my hand and put her on top of the Fortell. Forney's wings didn't work so well, so she was unable to fly any higher than her current position. Apparently, she could glide down from high to low for a long distance, but getting anywhere far at the same height was impossible. Now then. Then I brought a chair over to the Fortell and tried lightly striking a chord. Almost everyone living in my apartment building was a student at the music school like me. There was a mutual understanding, so I could play without worrying so much, even at night. Shall we begin? Forney moved her wings lightly while doing her vocal exercises and turned to look at me. I lightly tensed my fingers touching the Fortell and gathered my concentration for the opening notes. Magic. It's required to play this instrument, and while there are differences in strength, it's a power said to have been held by many people long ago. The power suddenly disappeared, instead being replaced by an equally mysterious power called electricity spreading through the world. Foretells a glimmer of that evidence that magic existed in the past. So, same song as always? Yeah. Oh, am I gonna need some water for this root? I pictured the notes. Then I myself became one of the notes making up the chords. I existed inside the music. Well, I doubt this is going to be any different. Let's get right to it. We're all here for the fairy, right? That's what we're all waiting for. We're here for the true ending. Fuck that other true ending. Arietta dying, who cares? It's all about the fairy. Who the hell is this fairy? And why is she here? And what part of the imagination had created this thing? Last note faded out and the room was enveloped in silence. Holding our breath, neither one of us moved for a while. That silence was soon drowned out by the sound of rain. That felt good. Leaning on the music stand, Forney sighed lazily with her eyes closed. As she sang, she also became part of the music. When I first met Forney, she called herself the musical fairy, and I knew better than anyone that wasn't a lie. I don't actually remember it very well. I had just moved to his apartment. It was pretty busy. She simply explained that she was a musical fairy that lived here, and we just kind of ended up together. First I thought I was hallucinating, but she was real, alright. But when Forney saw my Fortell and said the words, "Let's perform an ensemble," it didn't matter anymore. That's how amazing her voice was. It still hasn't changed. The one unfortunate thing was that I was the only person who could see or hear her. Her voice was angelic. I know that sounds trite, but I don't know any other way to describe her voice. Anyway. Forney opened her eyes as if shaking off the last of the reverberations. I was also in deep thought, but came back to my senses and took my fingers off the keys of the Fortell. Okay, I think I'll go to bed. Oh, is it that time already? Time passed quickly when I played together with Forney. Must have been because I was concentrating so hard, but when I snapped out of it, I felt tired. So I didn't do ensembles with Forney every day. It was only on Sundays. I'd finish reading Arie's letter, write a reply, and Forney would always say the same thing. Hurry up and let's do an ensemble. Don't forget to send that letter, okay? Yeah, I know. Tiny body and childish mouth. Despite how she looked, Forney always tried to mother me. wouldn't say it suited her, but she was pretty adorable, and it was never unpleasant when she talked to me like that. That might be why she reminded me a bit of Arie's little sister, my other childhood friend, Torta. Good. Now then, good night. Yeah, night. Even got used to Forney disappearing like that. She really was a strange creature, but somewhere in my heart was the desire to accept her for what she was. Thanks to her, I never felt lonely or isolated since I arrived in this town. Good night. Maybe a part of him knows that she's fake too. I had a dream. It was a faint dream, one I'd likely forget upon awakening, but it was terribly real and unsettling enough to make me want to scream. While I was in the dream, though, I knew that I was dreaming. Knowing it was a dream, I just wanted to wake up, but I couldn't. It was always the same scene. Someone was telling me goodbye. I didn't know their name. Couldn't hear their voice. I could feel their intention perfectly. Goodbye. That was one word was heavy and cold. I can't be with you anymore. So, goodbye. And in the end, the tone softened, but it didn't mean anything. Softness itself pained me. You don't have to remember. Forget about me. You really don't have to remember me. I don't want to remember, but I had to remember. I didn't know why, but that's how I felt. Patience, regret, remorse. My emotions were all muddled together, so none of it seemed to matter. I didn't have time. I had to remember. I just had to remember. It's still raining, so we didn't remember everything. There was a soft sound of flowing water, the sound of rain hitting the gutter. I had woken from the dream. That sound made me melancholy. The light that reached me through the thin clouds was always a little subdued. I made to get up and turn on the light, but the shadow next to the desk stopped me. Hi. Morning. I'd just woken up from the dream, but I was already starting to forget it. I always say this, but you look like a child when you sleep. Tony said this cheerfully, as if trying to dispel the heavy atmosphere. I should have answered her just as cheerily, but I couldn't. I closed my eyes to remember the dream I'd forgotten. The sound of the rain poured into my ears, drowning out the memory. I tried to remember, but my impatience grew, and I started getting confused again. There weren't many words I could remember. Goodbye. Can't be with you. There's no time. That was all. You're going back to sleep. You already woke up once, so be a man and open your eyes. Hey, Forney. I opened my eyes and asked her. I couldn't catch all the words, but I was sure someone was talking. Did you just say something when I was sleeping now? Huh? I told you not to go back to sleep, but were you really asleep? No, before that, when I was really sleeping. I didn't say anything. Are you okay? Oh, alright then. You're strange. Anyway, would you mind? When he said this and fluttered her wings several times, picked her up and moved her to her favorite spot by the window. Forney looked outside from there, swinging her legs as if bored. What time is it? A little after 9. I was going to play a prank on you if you didn't wake up. Too bad. Picked up the clock off the table and turned off the alarm. Maybe it's because I'm dreading what Forney would say or do. I always wake up before the alarm goes off. Always got plenty of sleep. I turned on the alarm just to be absolutely sure. Well, I guess I'll get dressed. Oh, right. Don't forget the letter. Put it in my bag yesterday. Forney nodded with satisfaction and looked back at the rain to signify she had finished talking. What? Rain again today? Same as always. It's nice weather. Same as always. Oh yeah, look at that super real rain. Totally legit. You can trust me. I'm a dolphin. I replied and looked out the window with her. Both the rain and Forney were really the same as always. But somewhere in my heart, in my mind, there was impatience. There was no time. Was it about the graduation recital? I'd never thought about it before that way. Somehow I just knew that wasn't about the recital. So what was it? What's up? Oh, nothing. Forney's voice made me remember the first time I met her. Back then, I was still having a hard time adjusting to life in the city. Maybe that's why I'd never thought about back in those times until now. It suddenly came back to me clearly. Catching a cold, thinking that she was a hallucination at first. Doing an ensemble with her for the first time, her amazing voice. Then I suddenly thought of when I would have to say goodbye to Forney. Forney was in this room before I got here. Once I graduate, what will she do? Never talked to her about it before. There was only about 3 months left. Was I avoiding the subject without realizing it? And did that somehow manifest itself in a dream? It wasn't out of the realm of possibility, but it did seem like quite a leap. Still, I had a feeling that I wasn't completely wrong. At the same time, I didn't think I was completely right either. Chris, shouldn't you be heading out soon? Yeah, I'll be going then. I was lost in thought for a while, but I still had time, because Monday was the day I put the letter to Marie in the mail. The mailbox was on the way to school, so I didn't need to rush. But I seemed to hurry there every time for some reason. As I mailed Arie's letter, I was thinking not of Arie, but of Forney. I wondered what she was going to do after I was gone, but eventually thought better of wondering about it. But it made me reminisce about the early days with Forney for the first time in a while. Things we did since we first met, little things like that. But for some reason, those memories made me feel warm inside. And then, a melody suddenly came to my mind. It had to be while I wanted to write a song. I hadn't written any since the one I wrote about Arie that I always performed in an ensemble with Forney. As soon as I thought of it, I pretended to press the Fortel's keys with my fingers, and the notes appeared in my head. I didn't have time to stop, so I played imaginary keys in the air as I walked. Oh, he's one of those people, is he? Once the song had taken some shape in my head, I started to see some faults in it. I could have written it out as a score at that point, but I usually gave it some time before I started the actual work, which usually start by revising the song over and over in my head, almost subconsciously, as I was walking down the hallway or taking a shower. Only when those revisions were complete would I write it out as sheet music. That way I wouldn't be embarrassed by it later. Thinking about such things, I put the song out of my head for the moment, and hurried down to the road to the school. I arrived on campus a little after 10 o'clock. I still had 20 minutes before my private lesson, so I moved leisurely to the first hall. There weren't many students who came to school at this time, but a few did. You wouldn't see any first or second year students, who had classes in the morning, but when you became a third year, most of your lessons were private lessons, and your mornings started later. Lessons began in the morning, but the students quickly took up all the afternoon classes, so morning classes were mostly open. However, if you went with the second round of classes that started at 10:30, it wasn't too hard to wake up in the morning. I didn't like crowds, so I was happy to have a morning lesson. Beyond the hallways of the lecture rooms, it took several minutes to walk to the classrooms for private lessons. As might be expected from one of the best music schools in the country, it was on a fairly grand scale. Breathing the crisp and slightly humid morning air, I headed towards my classroom. With the language studies, vocal lessons, and the general studies that first years had to take, I could sense quite a few people near the lecture rooms. But all the private lesson rooms were soundproofed, so it was really quiet, after lunch when things were liveliest. But I liked the morning air. The layers of compressed air seemed to press against my eardrums. I felt the subtle faraway sound of the rain on my skin. Excuse me. I arrived 15 minutes before the allotted time of 10:30, and it looked like Miss Cordell wasn't there yet. She always came 10 minutes before the lesson, so I often arrived before her. Okay then. I pulled out a chair, got the Fortel out of its case, and began setting up. There's already a Fortel set up, but I preferred my own. Focused my fingers and lightly played a sound. I played the Fortel like that for a few minutes, then heard the door behind me. Good morning. Good morning. I turned around and returned her greeting. Don't mind me. Continue. Actually, I've already finished. I see. You're a little early today, aren't you? Miss Cordell looked at the clock on the wall and looked to me for a confirmation. Yes, well... We need to talk. Do you have someone in mind? You mean a partner? Yes, I'm sure you have someone in mind, right? Yes, about that. You'll need time to practice together, so there isn't much time left. There's still a few months left. There's only 2 months left. That's less than a few. That's a couple. Where'd you learn English? Oh, is it that soon? I know you aren't good at keeping track of such things, but come on now. If you knew that, why did you even bother asking? It's my job. So are you looking? Yes, I suppose You're lying. Jumping to conclusions like that was just like Miss Cordell. Why do you say that? I like to think I know you a little. Then don't ask. So I hit the mark. Saying this, she smiled slightly and mussed up my hair. I liked it when Miss Cordell did this from time to time. When it came to music, she showed no compromise and treated students strictly, but that wasn't all there was to her. Many students thought she was just a strict teacher, though. In truth, even I thought that until I had private lessons with her. Yeah, you hit the mark. Well, there aren't many who can work with your music. You're not very compromising. Yeah, that's the problem. I just laughed it off to escape the moment. I had a feeling that the professor was overestimating me. Among the many teachers at the school, Miss Cordell had the most faith in my abilities. but I didn't really see it myself. The fortel is an instrument that requires magic, and its tone depends heavily on the one playing it. It's not like piano or cembalo that can be played simply by pressing the keys. Of course, the strength of touch and manipulation of the pedals change the sound, but that can't be compared to the individual differences of the fortel. You could say that the difference in sound is comparatively close to a wind instrument, but it seems closest to the human voice. And the sounds I played were held in high regard by Miss Cordell. It's based a lot on intuition. It's not something you are really aware of when playing. I thought it was just normal, but she was telling me I was wrong. Chris, are you listening? Huh? Oh, sorry. I like your honesty, but you lose points for not listening to me during class. Sorry. Okay, for now, let's begin the lesson. Yes, ma'am. I answered her and took the sheet music out of my bed to set it on the stand. Miss Cordell peeked at it over my shoulder. The same song as always? Yes, it'll depend on my partner, but for now this is really the only one in consideration. Fine then, play it from the beginning for now. Okay then, begin. We still have to play? Yep. We still gotta play. Although I have a feeling that this song's gonna be seen a few more times than just this one scene. Although it does seem kind of simplistic compared to like all the other songs I played. I wonder if we're gonna like bring Forney to school. Like, how's this gonna work? Because up to this point, we've never played, like, actually had to do actual playing at Chris's apartment. So is that gonna change? Is Forney just gonna like all of a sudden want to go out more often? Am I not pressing C? I'm not. Can't wait to see the lyrics for this song. What kind of inner secrets of Forney are we going to learn from her singing this? I've like actually forgot how to play this song. I've only done it like 10 times. Yo, if he calls himself like a composer, why is his song so simplistic to like literally everyone else's songs? Like there's just so few notes, and then you play something like Foul Song and it's like this complicated Mozart masterpiece. It takes like 3 hands to play. Not very good at composing complex music, I guess. Finished the song and turned back to receive her feedback. You're doing very well. There's nothing to worry about there. Yeah, I guess so. But don't get cocky. You still haven't decided on a partner. So we're going back to this again. You can't find a partner, you can't graduate. I'd step in before it came to that, though. Could I ask what stepping in means, perchance? Perchance? She said this with an utterly disgusted look, and then composed herself as if in resignation. I find a suitable voice student and decide for you. I can't let a skilled student not graduate. Is that so? You seem rather indifferent. Do you want to graduate? Sometimes I wonder that myself. What about Tortanita? You know her. Would she be perfect? I'll keep that in mind while I think it over. For now, I need to practice. Alright, there aren't many, but you do have some faults. Work on those. Yes, ma'am. Now practice scales from F one more time. Practicing scales in 3rd year? Was this fucking kindergarten? Come on now. Even after Miss Cordell left, I remained in the classroom to calm down after the excitement of playing. Then I remembered the repeated advice and thought about the future. It's not like I wasn't looking for a partner. Just wasn't very interested in it. I knew I didn't have that much time to spare, so I just couldn't work seriously at it. Yova Communal School of Music. The Communal School of Music was named after the city. It boasted world-renowned facilities, and many famous musicians called it their alma mater. With that tradition behind it, both entering and graduating were said to be difficult. Being one of the few capable Fortel students, it was easy for me to get in. And that is probably why I've had such a hard time of it. And of course, I was given an appropriate task in order to graduate from the school. A graduation performance held in the school's concert hall. The graduation performance is judged by alumni and active musicians gathered from around the country. Some students stayed on at the school after failing their performance. Most inevitably quit on their own. On the one hand, there was those who did so well that they were instantly guaranteed success as professional musicians. Standards for graduation have always been high. Regardless, Miss Cordell said that I had a good chance of graduating. I had it drummed into me that it was all about graduating. There were 2 rules for a Fortel performance, and no matter how skilled you were, you couldn't pass if you didn't fulfill those terms. First, the song had to be performed had to be an original. I already had one, so there's no problem there. Not that it was very good. The next problem, the song had to be performed with a vocalist. Normally, a 3rd year voice student would be chosen as a partner, as vocalists also need to perform to graduate. But the rules stated that the partner didn't need to be a voice student. That meant that it could be anyone, even someone outside of the school. That being said, pairing with someone not used to singing in front of an audience was like asking to fail, so I'd never heard of anyone pairing with anyone other than the student of the school. Well, it wasn't like I didn't have someone in mind, but there were things that made me hesitate to pair with her. Reason? I didn't even really know myself. I did appreciate her voice, and I'd known her since we were kids. We were still close. So why? I asked myself, but I never came up with an answer. See, that last line's what the foreshadowing is here. How is he going to pair up with Forney? If Forney is fake, how is Forney going to sing at the concert? Time's ringing, the noon brought me back to my senses. I hadn't made plans with her, but I went to the cafeteria to meet my childhood friend. She was a partner candidate, after all. Unlike how it was in the morning, a few students were out in the hallways chatting. I slid past them and went outside. In the building I had just left, the first hall, there were classrooms, lecture rooms, and offices for the professors and staff. And in the second hall I was heading to, there were many individual practice rooms, even smaller than the classrooms. It also contained the cafeteria and the library, facilities not directly related to class. I passed the concert hall that stood between those 2 buildings and hurried under its roof to avoid the rain. Being lunchtime, there were many students already gathered in the cafeteria. It was big enough to cater for 100 people at one time, and it was half full. I put my bag down on a seat near a window I liked. After ordering some risotto, I took it and sat down in a chair. Hi! Thus staring the contents of my bowl with a spoon, I heard a familiar voice from behind. Oh, hi. Torta sat down next to me, moving her bag over a space. Huh? This. Must have fallen out when she moved my bag. Torta was waving the sheet music that I had been using in front of me. What are you doing with that sheet music? Is this the song for your presentation? For now. Do you have the whole song? For now. That habit of saying for now is telling me to stop, right? I'm working on it. For now, right? Torta laughed feebly, giving the subject up as a joke. So, can I look? Go ahead, I'll be eating. As I went through the motions of putting the slightly cold risotto in my mouth, I watched from her in the corner of my eye. It looked like she was reading the music intently, checking the notes. Just as she finished reading the last page, I finished my lunch. It's a pretty good song. Thanks. You did what you need to do, anyway. Did you think I was doing nothing? But you haven't chosen us a partner yet, have you? No, I haven't. No matter how good the song is, Miss Cordell just gave me the same talk. Oh, well, she's right. But why the both of you all of a sudden? We're into December this week. You only have 2 months left, you know. Wouldn't you say 2 whole months? No, I wouldn't. Whatever. I'm gonna eat my lunch. Go ahead. As I said this, Torta opened her lunchbox on the table. So, do you have any ideas? That may be the case. So you don't. Don't jump to conclusions. Doesn't take a genius. No, it's not that I don't have any ideas. Cheeks stuffed with sandwich, Torta replied with a slightly surprised look on her face. Aw, Chris. Talk with your mouth full. Of course. It's someone other than me, right? Yeah. Huh? There really is someone else? You seem really surprised. Who, by the way? Do I know this person? Oh, no. It was just some voice student that Miss Cordell said she could ask. In the end, I was leaving it to my teacher, not doing anything myself. I got ready to be taken to class, and as I searched for the words to explain, Torta laughed. Huh, wow. So you are working on it? Kind of. What? Explain carefully. I said I had an idea, but the truth is, it isn't decided yet. If it comes to it, Miss Cordell will ask a voice student. Huh? Oh, I see. What'd you think I was going to say? Nothing. Yeah, right. I didn't believe the rumor would apply to you, Chris. I didn't think you'd cheat on Ree. I'm kidding, of course. Whatever. I passed it off lightly to avoid any more questions. Nothing. Whatever. I like that about you, Chris. Like what? That you're a little irresponsible. What? That's not a good thing. That's not true. Whatever. But... what? You should probably fix that irresponsible side. What's this all about? You don't need to know. So, what were we talking about? The rumor, I think? Rumor? Which one? That's what I'm asking. You're the one talking about believing rumors and cheating, aren't you, Torta? Oh, that rumor. Yeah, so what is it? It's the same old stuff. I think it was that the men and women who performed together at the graduation presentation end up together, or something. Yeah, that's something you'd hear at any school. Right. You don't seem very interested, Torta. Yeah, I mean, people who tastes match tend to end up as people too. They practice long hours together and they like so many of the same things. They have similar goals as well. Yeah, right. Torta nodded as if she totally understood and gave a faint smile. Of course, if you're not interested. I haven't even decided on my partner yet. And yet you go on with such confidence. Go on. About the psychology of men and women in love. Even though you said more than half of it. You were right there with me, Chris. Doesn't suit you. Doesn't it suit? You just have a girlfriend. My big sister doesn't count. You just ended up with her because you were friends. You want to talk? You've never even been in a relationship. Big words from someone who thinks that what they know is all there is to know. Boy, does that have like a double meaning. After seeing that last route, holy shit. We argued as far as that, then we looked at each other and laughed lightly. Torta and Ari, my two childhood friends. I can still remember every detail of growing up so close to them. A boy and twin girls born in the same year, and living close by to boot. We naturally lived like we were family. The boy happened to have a talent for playing the fortel, and the younger of the twins was a gifted singer. But the older sister didn't do anything special. So both sets of parents thought that the younger sister was more suited to the boy. But at some point the boy got together with the older sister, and this was accepted as natural, if only among the children. Talented twosome went to the city of music to realize their dreams, while the one left behind pursued her own dream in their hometown. The lovers were bound together by weekly letters, the only way to stay connected over the unbearable distance. No telephones. Of course. That relationship was hampered by the fact that one was by the sea, and the other surrounded by mountains. You couldn't go anywhere without passing through a long tunnel carved through the mountains. Even to get to the closest city, it was necessary to ride a steam train for half a day. Cars? But trains still run on coal. I never realized that before. What do the cars run on, I wonder? This was the magnitude of the gap between the two of them. You're lost in thought again. Oh, sorry. No, it's fine. Anyway. You have to find a partner soon, okay? I know. Well, I will. Really? Really? Miss Cordell's on my case too. What about you, Torta? Me? Do you have a partner already? But you said... I think it'd be best for you if you didn't say any more, okay? Huh? What do you mean? Voice students can perform solo. Well, the make arcs are better when paired with a fortel player. But so there are quite a few people working on that assumption. But are you going to perform solo, Torta? It'll be easier. Oh, I see. And... I knew what she would say next a moment before she said it. That's how close Torta and I were now. If certain someone really can't find a partner, it would be better if there was at least one candidate, right? Thanks. But that doesn't mean you don't need to look. I know. We were almost closer than lovers. That was why I thought it'd be better to put some distance, even forced, between us. But, consciously trying to find a reason to avoid Torta, I continued in a light tone to counter the uneasy tensions between us. Don't you think it's unfair that vocalists are free to choose like that? No, I don't. I mean, just being able to play the Fortell gets students special treatment at the school. I didn't ask for that. There may be special treatment, but I still work hard. I can't help that I was born this way, right? Being like that is important in this case. Only for the rarity. I think it's amazing you're not trying to be humble, Chris. You really feel that way. What a compliment. Maybe it wasn't. Which is it? Why don't you choose? Okay then, it wasn't a compliment. Fine then. How very like you to focus on the negative. Felt too comfortable with this all too familiar interaction. Had to heave a deep sigh in order to guard against it. I wonder why Fortell students have to pair with the voice students. Because the human voice pairs best with the Fortell. I feel like I've heard that before. What do you mean? Don't you remember learning it in class? Did I? In your first year, in the Fortell history lecture. Is it possible I didn't take that class? Nope. Okay, I'll ask. What is your major? Fortell. Sorry. Oh boy, must be nice to be able to make one's way in life with just a natural ability. Hey, you're making fun of all the Fortell students. No, I was only talking about you, Chris. You're so bad at taking notes, but you always get high marks when you're playing. Yeah. Listen. Really listen, okay? Sound of a Fortell is made good or bad depending on the nature of the individual. You can call it individuality. Just as each person has a different voice, the tone of the Fortell changes depending on the person. And it has the capacity to be changed by thoughts and emotions. It can be filled with a richer range of emotions than other instruments, so it pairs well with vocals, which can express the same emotional richness according to the verse. Understand? I understand. I basically understand what you're saying, Torta. Alright, good. But I don't think that's a good reason for the Fortell to have to pair with a voice student. Voice students can perform solo. Isn't that unfair? Huh? Oh, that's what you mean. You explained it for me, but missed the point. And you were making fun of me. Well, of course I made fun of you. Why? Think about it. It's because there are so few Fortell students. There's twice as many voice students, right? It's true. Do you understand? Yes. So now you really get it. Yeah, I understand. I'll really look. Good. Oh, I can help you if you want. I can introduce you to some people. Just like me, Torta was finished with her morning lesson. We was just parted ways after eating together here. Not today, because we know who we're gonna be going with. Maybe not today. That means you don't plan on doing anything. Not necessarily, but I don't want to put it all on you from the start, Torta. Oh, how commendable of you. Sure, I've had a lot of people talk to me about it lately. I assumed that a read talking about it was effective? That's right. Wish you wouldn't write about me in your letters to her, though. I would write to my sister if it wasn't important. Your graduation is on the line. Any objections? None. Good. So what's this about not starting today? Yeah, I'm sure I'll ask you soon. You can ask anytime. Just ask me to lunch. Got it. Alright, I think I'll go after I eat this. Must have talked a while, as there are far fewer people in the cafeteria. Having noticed this, Torta hurriedly stuffed her remaining sandwich in her mouth and spoke with her mouth full. What time is it? After 1:20, I think. Thanks. See you tomorrow then. Yeah, see ya. Lunch break ended at 1:30, so I still had time. It was common for the practice rooms to be filled up after lunch on Mondays. It seemed that everyone believed the famous saying by some unknown music professor, neglect your instrument for 1 day, lose 3 days of skill. Of course, there was no school on weekends, but hardly any students spent their 2 days off without practicing. That's how serious everyone was about music. But unfortunately, that had nothing to do with me. So, serious students spent their Saturdays and Sundays with no classes, working away in the practice rooms from the morning on. It was common for the practice rooms to be filled up. Students like Torta and myself who could practice at home were better off. You couldn't sing at the top of your lungs, but it was considered part of the city's character and generally accepted. And there were certain instruments that could be muted, but nothing could be done in that regard for the piano, which featured the largest number of students, or for string instruments, which meant that students who couldn't practice at home or at school would flock to the practice rooms. Even Torta spent her days off practicing, unlike me. I was always in awe of the effort she put into practice. However, the fact that I couldn't learn from her example, maybe that was a difference in personality. Phew. I gave a light sigh and considered my options again. There's only so much I could do, so I didn't have that many choices. I didn't know any voice students, so looking around the practice rooms was no use. If I was going to go somewhere, I should go to the Chinacolo, a free space set aside for the students. I thought talking with my friend Asino might also be an idea. Or I could just walk around the school aimlessly. So what to do? So we actually need to go to the lesson room, of all places. I don't think we've had to do this before. I saw Torta of the cafeteria and remained there so I could speak with Asino. Asino had lessons with Miss Cordell as well, and took her classes straight after me, after the lunch break. I decided to kill some time in the cafeteria and then head to the classrooms. Maybe we have once? I don't remember. It was about 5 minutes before the third period lessons ended, and there was no one in the hallways. I stood in front of the room I had just had a lesson in, and killed a little time again looking at the music I wrote. No, this is new. This is definitely new. Heard Asino's voice, then closed the music and raised my head. Hi, Chris. What's up? Well, this is rare, but you weren't waiting for me, were you? Miss Cordell's still inside. Maybe this isn't new. No, I was waiting for you, Asino. That really is rare. Other than Torta, Asino was my only good friend. Even so, we weren't together all the time, and I didn't feel like we needed to be. I could see him anytime I needed to, but sometimes I didn't see him for over a week. Of course, if we just happened to meet, we'd go for a meal together, but today wasn't a chance meeting. I want to ask you a favor. Me? Okay. If this is going to take a while, we should go somewhere quieter. Let's walk and talk in that case. Asino replied with his usual twitch of the lips grin, and started walking. Hello? Ah, Professor. Afternoon. Miss Cordell leaned on the open door and looked at us. Are you going to discuss the matter of your partner? That's the plan. Oh, you haven't found one either, Chris? Wait, you mean... Well, it appears both of you have yet to find partners. The professor said this evenly, neither angry nor sympathetic. Well, I have a candidate, more or less. Don't let me in with him. You're not the only one with a candidate. Tortanita, right? What's wrong with that? Nothing, of course. If you ask me, you're both in the same boat. That's true, but... I know, that's why I want to talk to Asino, but I guess there's no point if he's in the same situation. How do you know if you haven't tried? Just work up the will to find someone. Saying that to Chris only, right? Well, in your case, Asino, I haven't even heard your candidate's name. I'll tell you when I decide. Yes, I know. That's why I'm not worried about you. But you're worried about me? Yes. With a rare smile, the professor nodded lightly. Must be nice having people having your back. Shut up. Regardless. When I glared at Asino for being sarcastic, the professor raised her voice in reproach. Doing anything is better than nothing. It also serves as an excuse. To you, Professor? Even to yourself. Miss Cordell smiled lightly in salutation and walked back to the teacher's room to prepare her for her next lesson. Anyway, Asino used the opportunity to segue back to the original subject. I'm worried about you too, so I'll help you out. Yeah, much obliged. After what Miss Cordell said to me, I couldn't very well refuse. I was already planning to ask for his help anyway. I nodded to show my gratitude, and decided to let Asino choose what to do next. Well, let's get out of here in any case. Yeah, but where to? Somewhere suitable. Maybe the Chinacolo? Can't get more suitable than that. And that's why I suggested it. See how this works? Asino said this definitively, and started walking toward the second hall. I guess that's true. Mumbled this reply to myself and followed him. In the room were a few students who seemed to be third years like myself, playing something improvised. First and second years would still be in class this time, so I probably wasn't wrong. They must have noticed someone enter, as they stopped playing right away, and one of them called out to Asino. Oh, Asino, what's up? Not much. Anyway, are you a voice student? What are you talking about? I'm a piano student. How could you forget? Thought your voice was beautiful as you are. She probably didn't take the joke seriously, but she smiled and forgave the mistake. As Asino carried on going over to speak to more people, I remained leaning against the wall, just watching him intently. At some point, he said that, although he was registered as a Fortel student, he really wanted to be a lyricist. That may have been why Asino was able to use sweet talk so shamelessly. And people seemed to like it, so you could call it talent, I suppose. You think a lot of voice students will come in today? Yeah, my friends said they'd come by later. What? Don't you have a partner yet, Asino? Unfortunately, no, but we're not looking for my partner today. Really? Yeah, well, in that case, I think we'll wait until they show up. Asino waved goodbye to the girl, then walked over to me. Hey, Chris, you want to do this or what? Not really. What are we here for then? Look for a partner? Fine. Nothing gets started until the voice students get here anyway. I'll just be killing time, alright? I'll be hanging around too. Gotcha. If someone fits the bill shows up, you talk to them, okay? Will do, for now. I put my back up against the wall and surveyed the room. More people came as time passed. Tina Colo's really living up to its role as a venue to promote student interaction. Oh, wow. And of course I could hear Asino's voice from far away talking happily to a female student. He talked in a very friendly way, but had said that he hardly remembered any of the girls' names. I didn't know if that was impressive or not. As for myself, I wasn't good at talking to new people, and even worse when they talked to me. People must get that sense from me, as no one had approached me yet. Chris, being a wallflower doesn't suit you. Yeah? Said the same words that he said to me a long time ago. Thought nostalgic, but also found the timing of it puzzling, not to mention annoying. Why don't you go use that line on the girls? No, I'm bored with that. Which is why you're now speaking to a guy, is that it? Exactly. Zeno said this, evidently joking. Then his face turned serious. What is it you want to do today? You brought me here, but this kind of place doesn't suit me. I guess that's true. You want to go? What, we're going to leave, just like that? Yeah, well, let's go outside for now. Got it. We shut the door and Asino started talking as we walked. You're wondering why I suggested leaving so abruptly? Yeah, you look like you're having fun, so I felt kind of bad. I didn't come here today for me. Sorry. No, don't be. But I wasn't even looking very seriously. You looked a little, didn't you? A little. By a little, I meant that I looked at faces of students passing by and decided in my head they'd be no good. Right? There wasn't anyone there good for you anyway. Good for me. In a lot of ways, personally and musically. Oh, yeah, I thought so too. We strolled around the campus together, but in the end it came to nothing. We stopped just outside the campus. Sino walked brazenly through the misty rain. I found myself frowning in the rain, while Sino turned around in his usual manner and called over to me. Hurry up! Not like this is the first time you've seen rain. I know, I just don't really like getting wet. You say that, but you're still stick out like a sore thumb using an umbrella. I know, but that's just because the people here think it's uncool. If you ask me, they're out of their minds. It's almost like they don't feel the rain at all. It's like it doesn't even exist to them. I'm such a kid. You're right. I ran to catch up with Asino, who resumed talking about the original subject. We can just pair up with Tortuguita if it comes to that. We'll just call it off for today. Yeah, I couldn't get very excited about that. Then again, wasn't really looking forward to whoever Miss Cordell would bring. What's up? Conversation tapered off, and Asino let out a sigh of resignation. Oh, I'm a little tired is all. Oh, sorry about today, bringing you along on this pointless exercise. I said you don't need to be sorry. Said they didn't suit me before, right? Are we talking about girls? Yeah, but they don't really suit you either, do they, Asino? How so? You don't even remember the girls' names. Isn't that why you're tired? No, everyone has fun. Does everyone include you? Are you jealous? What? Of the girls. I don't know why you came to that conclusion. You're cute, Chris. Pat on the head followed this odd remark. Hey. Yeah. Should we head home? I'm going home. Not because you said. I retorted and slapped a hand on my head away, but Asino's strange smile didn't falter. Okay, let's walk together as far as the main road. In the end, Asino ignored my continued protests and remained in a good mood. Right, Chris. If you don't have any plans, how about we have dinner together? I don't have any plans. Okay, I guess. Always made my own dinner. I didn't have a part-time job, so all I had to live on was the allowance my parents sent me. As for my tuition, Fortel students received grants from the government, so it wasn't expensive. So I was able to live a pretty easy life without putting too much strain on my parents. But the fact remained I was still burdening my parents to some extent, so I made sure I didn't waste money. Where do you want to go? Asino lived in the city with his family, so he had no problem spending extravagantly. I always turned him down when it was a place I couldn't afford. But Asino knew that, so he usually didn't invite me to eat at those kinds of places. Found a nice little trattoria recently. Of course, it's affordable. See, that'll be fine. Haven't had a meal with anyone in a while. Trattoria was like a cafeteria and wasn't too luxurious. Could easily eat out like this about once a month. Parents even told me so. Yeah, it's in the old district, so it's close to your place, Chris. You may even know it. Is there a chance that this is actually secretly the Asino route? Somehow? No, I didn't know there was a trattoria close to my apartment. I don't eat out much, and when I do, it's mostly with you, Asino. But the old district? Something wrong? Just unusual. You always take me somewhere in the new district, or someplace on the main road. A friend took me there. Really liked it. A friend, hey? Does that friend happen to be a girl that works there? Sign in the shop Asino brought me to said Copert. Looked like a quite stylish place. Wow, uncharacteristically tasteful for you, Asino. You're one to talk. Inside it was crowded, it being right at dinner time. Asino must have come here many times, called out cheerfully to one of the girls, and they talked happily as she showed us to a table. What will you have, Chris? Anything, just whatever. You always say that, so I guess you don't need to hear the specials. Yeah, I'll have a pasta. Pepperoncini to make it easy. Ordering like you're a regular. Fine, I'll have the same. I had all the others. Simple pasta made with just peppers, garlic, and olive oil. But it is said that you can tell how good a restaurant is by their pepperoncini. That wasn't my intention, of course. I just ordered it because I liked it. But Asino knew this and shrugged his shoulders teasingly. So, about your partner. Asino talked while eating the food that had been brought out. The flavor was so great that even Asino liked it. So it's not tortanita? God, why does everyone want me to put me with tortanita? Because that would be natural. I suppose it would be. Also, it's bad for me if you don't pair up. Why is it bad for you, Asino? Tortanita's been on my case. She wants me to help her. You're lying. She hasn't actually said it. I can tell, though. That's just what you think. Well, that's beside the point. Enough. What's the reason? Reason why I won't pair up with Torta? I can't figure it out. Are you worried as a friend, or just common courtesy, of course? Thanks, I guess. You must know, it's about Ari. Arietta, huh? Never met her, so I don't know, but I think Tortanita suits you better. You won't understand, Asino. Torta's fine, but Ari is dead. She's not okay? Well, it's your problem, so you deal with it. Well, of course I will. It wasn't me that brought this topic up. I worry. Didn't you worry about yourself first? Of course. I said I was worrying about you. Yeah, thank you. I was used to Asino talking like this. He was truly worried about me, so he passed it off by saying it was common courtesy. If it was really asking from curiosity, he was really good at acting seriously weird. In the end, that must have been all he wanted to talk about. After that, we just chatted. After we finished eating, we left the restaurant and parted ways. I'm home. Oh, welcome home. You're late again today. I ate out. Oh, I see. The restaurant Asino took me to was good, but I thought something was strange about Asino's attitude. I wonder why he was so worried. Were you with Asino? Yep. Explained the day's happenings simply to Forney. That he called me cute, and that he was strangely worried. And that's all. I don't really know what it was about. Wow, is this the same Asino? Just talked about him in a familiar manner, but Forney had never met Asino. He'd come to the house to pick up a few times, but he had never come inside to talk. Never been to Asino's house either, but we talked when we saw each other, sometimes going somewhere on our days off. Thinking about it, our relationship was pretty unique, but he was still my friend. Regardless, anything Forney knew about Asino was based on what I told her. To her, Asino was a slightly irresponsible and pretentious poet, who also happened to be popular with girls. Since Forney never talked to anyone except me, creating her own image of people through secondhand information was really the only way she could socialize. But her instincts were pretty good. She was almost never wrong about people. Isn't it weird? Of course, I'd known Asino for quite a while and knew that he wasn't such a simple person. He was skilled at using words, so I didn't think that the things he said were totally off the cuff. But I did suspect there was an ulterior motive in there somewhere. But I kind of understand. You understand? Hey, listen! Forney waved her little hands cutely to get me to listen. You're cute, Chris. The moment my face got close to Forney, her hand touched my hair and I realized she was petting me. Hey. Forney just laughed and continued. Her arms were so small that even when she touched me with her entire hand, it was like being poked by a single finger. It tickled a little, and I wanted to lift my head, but I soon thought better of it. I had an irrational concern that Forney's hand might get caught in my hair, and she would fall. Forney, I'm gonna lift my head, so take your hand off. Oh, what to do? I'm not asking, I'm telling you to stop. You can be so selfish sometimes, Chris. Who's selfish? What, didn't you hear me? Enough. Don't sulk. So, what else happened? Both knew I wasn't really angry, so Forney kept teasing me with a huge smile. Telling Forney what happened during a day like this was already a daily routine. She didn't want to go outside, but always wanted to hear me talk about it. Fairies are mysterious creatures. Even after living with one for almost 3 years, I didn't fully understand them. She could touch things, but didn't get wet in the rain. She didn't eat anything, and she could sing and sing without getting tired. She floated, but couldn't fly. and she could appear and disappear at will. Despite defying the laws of physics, she couldn't get up and was always bugging me for a hand. But leaving a towel by the door after I left in the morning became Forney's job at some point. That's the only thing I don't understand is the towel thing. Does Chris just like subconsciously pick up a towel and put it by the front door if she's fake? I'm going through this route based off the assumption that she's a hallucination. Because at this point, I don't think there's really any other reasonable answer. But that towel thing is like really weird. I'm curious what the actual explanation for that is. Short, it was impossible to think about Forney logically. You could accept her for what she was. It was quite fun. The only thing about the towel I don't understand, let's say she is real. She had a hard enough time holding that pen when she tried to, like, write a letter to Ari. She could barely lift a pen, but you're telling me that she can lift an entire towel, walk it over to the door? Did she, like, drag it on the floor? Is the towel not on a shelf? Like, she can't really fly very high on her own, so how did she even get the towel down in the first place? In ancient times, written about in history books, people lost a part of their civilization called magic. Oh, and also, wasn't there the one time that there was 2 towels set out in one of the routes? So I don't know what that's about. Unless, like, Chris was doing it. It was replaced at some point by a field called science, which made a fair amount of progress over many long years. But there were still many things not understood in the world. One of those things was a cheerful fairy, skilled at singing. Thinking about the unknown boundaries of the world was a boundless and ultimately futile exercise. That's what I'd come to think of these days. And so this day too announced its end with no real result to show for it. Alright, see you later. Have a good day. I looked up at the somber sky, the droplets of rain falling on my body, and so another day began. Now let's start from the beginning again today. Yes, ma'am. Now begin. I was done with morning practice and finishing lunch. I'd have to look for a partner again today. As I was thinking about that, Torta spoke to me in the middle of eating her packed lunch. So, what are you going to do today? Oh, same as yesterday. I said this yesterday too, but do you want me to help you look for candidates? Right, but, Today's Tuesday, right? Is it okay? Torta always went home early on Tuesdays and Thursdays, saying she had plans. I didn't know what she did, but it's not like I told Torta what I did every day. And I didn't ask her either. Reason being that I was afraid of interfering anymore in Torta's business. I realized that suddenly yesterday was probably not wrong. That's why I was still choosing my words carefully, so as not to delve too deep. Not really, but it can't be helped at a time like this, right? Yeah. It's time before I finish eating. If you don't want me with you, I'm going home. Saying this, Torta took her last sandwich in hand. Now then, what to do? So today we need to go to the practice room. That's cafeteria. Yeah, it's just this one then. I need to look for a partner, but the next thing I knew, I was at the practice rooms. I didn't think anything good would come from rushing things, so I thought I should practice a song. I think we can skip this? It doesn't say we can't, but it just says to go here. I'm making a save. I'm going to say no, because I feel like that's a waste of time. Hopefully this doesn't fuck anything up. I thought I would practice, but didn't really feel like it today. I didn't think I needed to overexert myself on such days, but I felt bad not doing anything at all, so I went outside after walking around the building for a bit. Pale light that shone through the clouds told me not much time had passed since lunch. Normally I would go home around this time, but maybe now that I had to choose a partner, I couldn't go home so early. Realizing that Miss Cordell would give me a lecture if she found me, I hurried toward the city. Maybe it doesn't matter. This feels new. After walking away from the school for a while, I came to the main road that divided the city in two. It was divided into a western side called the New District, and an eastern side called the Old District. No, this isn't new. Just been a while since I've actually read this. The main road ran right down the middle of them. The apartment I lived in had cheap rent and was part of the town in which most of the residents of the city lived. New district, on the other hand, was made to house the many aristocrats that came to live in the city after it became known as the City of Music. It contained rows of newer, grander houses. Because I had almost no connection to the new district, I didn't really know much about it. Once I left the main road to the east, I was in part of town that I knew well. From the windows of the rows of buildings, I could hear music being played, unpolished, as if children were practicing. At night, you could hear the sounds of adults singing and playing their various instruments happily as they drank. As the rain bounced off the cobblestone streets, I walked carefully so my shoes wouldn't make noise, letting the music when rain passed through my ears. Was that whistling I heard? I'm home. Oh, welcome home. You're early today. Yep. I told Forney about my fairly uneventful day. Then I made dinner as always, and as always, I just fell asleep. My lesson with Miss Cordell was over, and I'd finished eating in the cafeteria. Up until now, the day would have been pretty much over at this point, but what are you going to do today? It seemed I couldn't do that anymore. I still haven't decided on a partner, so I'll try looking. I see. If you want me to, I'll help you out at any time. Yeah, thanks. So what to do? Today we're going to the cafeteria. So, Torta, can I ask for your help today? Yeah, of course you can. Torta stood up immediately as she cleared away her empty lunchbox. Okay, I'll go ask around then. Right, but you have some leads, right? I know that you have none, Chris. Just stick with me. Yeah, okay. First, right. She led me out of the cafeteria to the hallway lined with practice rooms. What are we doing here? Oh, I want to ask someone I know. Ask them how? Torta peeked into the small window of a practice room, as if she wasn't listening to me. Oops, not someone I know. Next. Maybe here. Ah, here we are. Wait a sec. A male student came out after a bit, perhaps having noticed the noise. Well, Tortanita. Hello. She was being pretty forceful, but the student didn't seem to mind. In fact, he looked a little happy. So, what did you want? About that. Torta turned to me with a smile and started to introduce me. I knew I needed to introduce myself at that point. I just couldn't get up the spirit and instead merely nodded my head slightly to him. Chris? Afternoon. Anyway. Smooth. I'm sorry this is so sudden. No, I should apologize. Chris. Sorry. Of course the student would turn me down. I knew, though, that more than half the responsibility lay with my attitude. I just apologized before Torta said anything. Are you doing this on purpose? It's not on purpose. It wasn't difficult to imagine what he thought of me, not even introducing myself properly and seeing the disinterested look on my face. Of course, I knew I wasn't the one asking, but I didn't feel like it was what I wanted. Fact was, I didn't feel good about it. Man. You're so unsociable. That's why you have no friends, you know? Yeah, you're right. Of course I didn't deny it. Including Torta, I could count my friends on one hand. I didn't think to be more friendly. Wasn't dissatisfied with the situation. Well, we'll move on, but be more friendly next time, okay? No, wait a minute. What's up? Isn't there some other way to do this? We're just asking out of the blue while they're practicing. But he was happy to talk to us. If you weren't such a stick in the mud, I think he would have just said yes. No way. That may actually have been true. If more than half the fault was my attitude, I think the rest could be attributed to the fact that I'm not the type that people like much. It wasn't just him. It was simply that the school was not accepting of students like me. Most of the students at the school were ambitious, always thinking about being successful at music. And that is the direction most of the teachers pushed you toward. There were only two kinds of students that didn't fit that mold. Those that had fallen off the rails, and those who didn't need to worry because of their exceptional abilities. The former were looked down on, while the latter were envied. I thought that was the former, but I tend to be regarded as the latter because of my ability to play the fortel, and play it well. And it would be okay if it was just about most students being jealous. But within that jealousy was also a sense of awe. I, however, wasn't trying to use that to my advantage. I'd already been told by Miss Cordell and Torta that people thought I was difficult to get along with. In short, I had no interest in getting along with people. But as unsuitable as I was for the school, I didn't think the school was unsuitable for me. Well, I suppose could say it can't be helped. Yeah, it is as you say, Torta. Why was Torta so intent on carrying this exercise in futility, knowing me as well as she did? But let's look a little more. Having no prospects just won't do. At least this way we have a slight chance of finding someone. So she already knew. This was just for me. Okay. Yeah, now wear a smile. That's not happening. You have no motivation. Yes, I do. For now, right? Where's the ferry? Yeah, no good. Good work. It's like you think it's someone else's job. Torta sat up from laying across the cafeteria table and pulled a cup closer to herself. Should be okay now. Not yet. It's hot. What? It's fine. That's hot. See? Told you so. Oh, you're making me uncomfortable just watching you. It's not exactly cold here. I like it, so leave me alone. You know you're bad with hot food and drink. Whatever. Drink must have cooled down as Torta brought it to her mouth again happily. Oh, that's good. You've liked that forever. Why'd she drink it with a spoon? Torta was happily drinking her drink of heated chocolate. That's really all Chia Colada Calda was. Can't read. Maybe you couldn't even call it a drink. You did drink it, of course, but mostly the thick chocolate was eaten with a spoon. It's sweet and very filling, so I could never drink all of it. It's warm and sweet. It's the best. Maybe winter, but I'm not cold at all. As I spoke the words, I was reminded of my hometown, just like when reading one of Marie's letters. The country was split in two by mountains. We were born in the north, and now we were living in the south. The climate was very different. It was warm here, even in the winter. I like it, so leave me alone. Mixing her chocolate with a spoon, Torta showed no signs of losing her smile. Fine, but don't complain about being hot anymore, okay? I didn't complain that much. Yeah, fine then. Well, it would be easier to get all this talk over with while she was happy. I spoke to Torta again, talk about the day and to apologize. Thanks for today. Sure, thanks for the chocolate. Torta tilted her cup, obviously enjoying the last drop. Are you okay with just stats? I mean, help stats so cheap. I like it. We didn't end up finding anyone anyway. I thought this is how it would turn out. That's mean. So you're saying my idea was a bad one? Not at all. Truth was, I didn't think it was such a great idea. But I was wondering, why did you only ask male students? It was probably a little intrusive of me to worry about Torta like that. But I couldn't help noticing. I thought it'd be easier to ask mainly friends for this kind of thing. I mean, if it's just that you have a lot of guy friends, that's okay. I said it nonchalantly, but if that were actually the case, I wouldn't actually not be that okay with it. Torta put down the cup she had just finished drinking from and faced me. Why would you ask something like that? It was just a thought I had. One more thing. Last male student she asked didn't even know Torta's name. I knew we needed a vocalist, just as Torta explained. But at least one of the students she asked she'd never even met before. Could it be jealousy? Right. You admit it. Maybe about a third of it is as you say, Torta. That's oddly specific. It's not half. I'm worried about your relationships as a friend, and jealous as your childhood friend. That's two. What's the other one? You didn't know that last student, did you, Torta? Oh, no. I thought I recognized him from a lecture during my first year or something. Could it be you don't have any girlfriends? What? First, Torta didn't seem to understand what I meant by that fairly rude question. But with time, she slowly came to understand. Of course I do. Chris. Well, you're not like me, so I'm sure that's true. Don't say that about yourself. You were gonna say it, weren't you, Torta? Still. Yeah, so? Was there some reason? They just weren't in the practice rooms? Listen, I can't pair you up with a girl, okay, Chris? Why not? The rumor. The one we talked about before. You don't believe that, do you? No, I don't believe it. So why? Jealousy is but 1/10 of it. That's not very much. That's just as your childhood friend. So, what about the rest? There are things you don't believe, but are afraid of, right? Not that I can think of. Really? Do you believe in God, Chris? Huh? Where did that come from? Just answer. No, we don't believe in God, but we believe in musical fairies existing. Right? I don't think I believe in the true sense of the word, but what's wrong with that? Right, but don't you think that most wouldn't do bad things like vandalizing the church walls? That's probably true. Even though I don't believe it, I don't want you connected with the rumor. It was a bit of a stretch for that to fill in the remaining 9/10. I thought about why she didn't want me connected with the rumor. I stopped myself. Well, I suppose I understand. I thought you would. Even so, God? Oh, but it's not like I don't believe you at all, you know? Yeah, I'm the same. That's why I play at church. Yeah, but you said you don't believe in the true sense, right? If religious guidance helps us become better people, then you can't say God doesn't exist and intervene in people's lives. What's that about? Did you read that in a book or something? No, I heard someone say it. Yeah, they would say that. Imagining our friend who said that, Torta whispered with her eyes slightly lowered. But, if there was a God? If there was? Yeah, I was just thinking about all the bad things in the world would just go away. I didn't expect you to get so deep suddenly. Don't you think so, Chris? Not that I disagree with the sentiment, I just think it's very unlikely. I know, I was just thinking it would be nice. It's not like you. Like me? Yeah, I guess not. Seeming to bounce back, Torta stood up and grabbed her empty cup. Okay, we should head home. Right. It was raining as always outside the window, and it was dark. I'm home. Oh, welcome home. You're late. Did something happen? Heard Forney's reply from inside the room. Oh, yeah, well, tossed my bag into the room and wiped my hair with a towel by the door. Is it still raining? Same as always. Never gets old, it seems. Sure doesn't. Chattered, looking out the window. Then I stuffed the towel into the laundry basket and finally entered the room. So, why are you so late? I was with Torta, looking for a partner. Oh, so did you find one? All of them were a no-go. Our method of searching wasn't so good. Method of searching? Torta just burst into the practice rooms and said, please be this person's partner. What is that? Just bursting in. She'd knock on the soundproof door and go in after they noticed. Just what I said. Which means, it was Torta's idea. That's right. So you get it, right? I get it. That's just like Torta. I suppose you could say that. Torta was reliable, but she did have a few faults. Forney had met Torta, though not many times. I talked about Torta so much that Forney's image of her was locked in her head. But she did it for you, Chris, so you should be grateful. I am. I didn't know who Torta was to Forney, but it was obvious that she liked her. She seemed to think the same of Marie, who we talked about just as much. Then I told Forney about my day, as always. Kind of a fruitless day, then. Having listened to everything, Forney didn't look bored. In fact, she looked happy. She said things like that, but she enjoyed hearing about the outside. I guess so. Alright, I'll make dinner. What are you having today? Just whatever. I ate whatever I could whip up myself, and the day ended as always. And then, as always, I fell asleep while listening to the rain. Lo-fi rain to relax and sleep to. Finished my morning practice as always, and finished eating. Torta seemed to have just finished eating too, and was staring at me kind of like she wanted to know what I was going to do. What? What are you going to do now? What am I going to do? I'm just getting started, so I'll look for a partner without rushing it. You do need to rush things a little. I found some promising candidates. Really? That's good then. Really, so don't worry too much. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm going home today. Okay, see you tomorrow. So what to do? How innocent that lie sounded before finding out what really happened. So you have to go here today. I stopped for a bit in front of the Chinacolo, which served as a lounge for the students. I almost never came here, and honestly had no good memories of it. But I told myself it was just a place I could use at a time like this to open the door decisively. Several students who were performing inside stopped their playing and looked at me. Maybe they thought I was someone they knew? Most everyone that came here this early in the morning were probably serious students in private lessons in the morning like myself. I, however, did not set up morning lessons because I was a serious student. Morning. Nodded to them in greeting. I'd seen one of them before somewhere. Most likely a Fortel student. I realized again how little connection I had with other students, and looked around the room for a while. The students who seemed to know me looked my way, talked amongst themselves, and immediately started playing again. Thus I realized it would be useless to try and talk to me. That being the case, I should have taken the initiative and said something. I knew that, but for some reason I didn't want to. Just as their judgment was correct, my tuition was about it was also probably right. The number of people steadily increased, the ones playing and the ones conversing gradually splitting into two groups. Then there was me, doing neither, standing there like a wallflower. I asked myself why I was here. I remembered I had come to look for a partner. Having to pretend I had somewhere to go in front of Torta was basically the only reason I came here. Faced with the fact of how much of an outsider I was, and having already lost the will to look, I started thinking this was a waste of time. But then, I met the gaze of a female student across from me. Are you, waiting for someone? She came over looking slightly hesitant and asked in a shy voice. No, I'm not. I was flustered by the sudden interaction. I managed to answer. I kind of liked her modest way of speaking. Oh, I see. Then, why are you here? She got that far, then stopped as if interrupted. Actually, I was just about to leave. Thought it might be good to talk to her a bit more, but I also really did not want to stay much longer. Excuse me. Saying this, I went outside. The rain was a little stronger than normal that day. That's why I wasn't in a very good mood. It was just normal in the morning. When did it get so strong? It wasn't the usual light drizzle, but rather big drops of water visible to the naked eye. Maybe I'll wait a little longer. I stood in the entryway, just out of reach of the rain, and gazed into space. As I stood there thinking about what to do, my field of view suddenly darkened. Would you like to share? Huh? At some point I had moved slightly into the rain. My bangs were wet, and so were my shoulders. And there was an umbrella over my head, out of the blue, which made me aware of just how wet it was. I noticed for the first time that I was standing in the rain when it stopped hitting me. At loss for words, I just gazed in silence at the umbrella. Of course, they sold umbrellas at the general store, though I rarely saw people using them. But since coming here, this may have been my first time actually standing under an umbrella. Realizing that, of course, someone had to be holding the umbrella, I turned my head to look. For a moment, I thought it might have been Torta, but I soon learned I was wrong. You are... I haven't introduced myself, have I? My name is Falsita. Falsita Fawcett. She smiled at me with the umbrella held out at an angle, then tilted her head, still smiling. Is something wrong? No. Shall we walk as we talk? Oh, okay. I still didn't know why I was under the umbrella of someone I didn't know, or why I was walking with her. The sound of the rain hitting the umbrella was different than on the pavement. It was surprisingly soft. I introduced myself as we walked, and we were silent for a long time afterward. Is something wrong? No. I was holding the umbrella, so her hands were free. I didn't have any ulterior motives or expectations. I knew I wasn't that kind of person. Just didn't want someone to have to hold an umbrella for me as I walked. Did I come on a little too strong? She said this slightly bemused, and slowly owed her pace. Before she stopped walking altogether, I made sure to continue talking in the hope that this would keep her going. No, not at all. It's just rare for me to be under an umbrella. Really? I guess you're right, though. Most people in the city don't use umbrellas. Yeah, but thanks. Remember, this whole time, she knows about Chris's condition, and knows that there's no rain, but she's playing along anyway. Oh, you don't have to thank me. But why were you there? Were you waiting for someone at the Chinacola? Well... After showing some reluctance, she continued. You looked a little uncomfortable. Me? Yeah, so I went outside thinking you were sick, and saw you looking up at the rain. Is that right? I gripped the umbrella tighter and continued. Thank you. Of course. She passed off my gratitude with a little nod. But is that really all? Have I met you somewhere before? Brought up the subject to try and cover up my slight embarrassment. It was true that I'd felt that way a little since hearing her name. Nevertheless, her mild-mannered and refined features left an impression. I probably wouldn't have forgotten her if I'd actually met her in class. I was at least sure that I hadn't met her in Fotel class. I couldn't think of any situations where I might have run into her. No, I must be mistaken. She just listened with a smile as I added this entirely like an excuse, and she smiled modestly. We may have met somewhere. May have? I'm not sure, though. That means... If you've been properly attending school functions, there's a good chance we met before. School functions? I don't really go all the time. I never go if I'm not required to. Really? Still, we may have seen each other. I was the class president up until last spring. Really? Oh, I think I'm starting to remember. Thought I had met her at some kind of function and said a greeting. Because I wasn't really paying attention to the conversation. All I remembered was that someone was talking. Sorry. Why are you sorry? Because I'm not a serious student. Don't worry about it. She said this with an elegant demeanor, as she had done several times already. It sounded so natural, like she really meant it. He said she was soon to be the class president of a school attended by many children of aristocrats in the upper class. He'd be right. Thanks. We had just arrived at the boundary between the main street and the old district. Oh, my place is in the old district. I just walked here without thinking. Oh, right. Is something wrong? No, I was just thinking that your place might not be in the old district, Miss Falsita. It's no problem. I live here too. Oh, I see. She had an air about her that didn't suit the old district and its cheap apartments. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. That wasn't something to ask someone I just met. I decided to leave it alone. I see. You don't have to be so formal. Call me Val. All my friends do that. Miss Val? I didn't really think the two of us would become close, but she asked me, so I couldn't refuse. Even so, I could just use her nickname. Clumsily stuck Miss on the front. Fortunately, it doesn't look like we'll be seeing her again. Since our way home was the same, I continued walking under her umbrella. So, Chris, you're a Fortel student. We were students at the same school, so the conversation naturally went this way. Amazing. So you have the ability? No, not so much. It was just a coincidence, nothing amazing. Do you really think so? I really do. That's pretty rare. She said that, sounding like it was neither good nor bad. That reminds me. You're a third-year student, right, Chris? Yeah, I am. How'd you know that? You performed at the concert hall a little while ago, right? At the summer concert? There are 3 seasonal concerts a year at the school. So many students performed. I'm pretty sure there's no way to see all the performances. Which meant... Are you perchance a Fortel student, Miss Val? If that was the case, it would have been a very rude thing to ask. There's no way I shouldn't remember her. No, I'm a voice student. But I watched all the Fortel performances. Did you have to watch them all? No, I didn't. But I enjoyed them. I always just leave when my part's over. That's what I thought. She smiled in agreement, as if she had begun to understand me a little. I didn't find that unpleasant. But you're a voice student. The idea I suddenly had didn't seem very realistic. She seemed popular, and I was sure she already had a partner. Oh, I wanted to ask you. You already have a partner, Chris? Just as I was giving up asking her, she suddenly asked me. Huh? No, not yet. That's good. I actually don't have a partner yet. Would you like to play together sometime? I know you can't decide right away, so I was thinking it would be good if we could perform together sometime. Felt like she'd planned this a little too well, but I couldn't see a reason to refuse. We could see if our music and personalities matched or not. But are you sure? Am I sure? I'm the one asking you. If we're just trying out for now, I should be asking you. I don't have a partner yet, and was in the middle of looking for one. Just as I thought. You were at the Chinacolo, so I figured that was it. She said this, it was time for us to part ways. I'm this way. I'm that way. She said this with a slight look of disappointment. Oh, but let me walk you to your door. I feel bad if I brought you this far just to let you get wet now. No, it's close, I'm fine. Really? Yes, about what we were saying. When should we meet? I'm busy this week, so from next week would be better. Anytime next week? No, sorry. Just Tuesday and Thursday. Then, I'm free on Sunday. Tuesday and Thursday's fine. I don't want to go to school on my day off. I thought you'd say that, Chris. What time do you have lessons? The second period, so I'm finished in the morning. I'm first period, so how about around noon? Do you mind if I eat first? Of course not. I always have a practice room around that time. The place should be... Tilt her head as if in thought. To make it easy, how about the practice room at the very end of the hall? Oh, sure, but we didn't decide on Tuesday or Thursday. I'll be in the practice room regardless. I always practice there. Ah, that's right. You're a serious student. Actually, there are people who practice much more than I do. Still, it's very you, Miss Val. Very me? That wasn't something to say to someone I just met. Just a gut feeling. I see. She just said that and laughed. Alright, see you on Tuesday or Thursday. Yes, see you then. With a graceful bow goodbye, she turned to leave. I hurriedly called out to her from behind. Oh, yes, what is it? Thank you for the umbrella. Oh, you don't have to thank me. After parting ways with Miss Val, I ran down the road that would normally be a 3-minute walk and returned home. My hair and clothes ended up getting that wet. Oh, welcome home. I was out of breath, so I paused for a moment before answering. Home? Did you run? A little. Oh, did something happen? Sort of. So I had to explain later and moved from the entryway into the room for now. Huh? You don't need to wipe off with a towel today? Not that wet. I guess I need to explain that too. Oh. Well, tell me what happened. Borny asked with great interest, and I told her about the day's events, as I always did. Then my usual interaction with Thorny Fish, and the day came to a close. Practice and food. I passed the time until lunch like I always did. I was thinking about what to do when Torta came and started talking to me. So, how are you doing? Well, not too bad. I wasn't very convincing. You'll just have to believe me. Why are you so unmotivated? Asking me is useless. You knew when you asked, right? Yeah, I know. Thanks. Okay, I'm leaving. Alright, see you next week. See ya. So what to do today? Today we're going to the old school building, and then not practicing. I guess we still have to get, like, the normal routes out of the way. To some extent. Aimlessly, I peeked in lecture halls where classes had finished and practice rooms with their doors open. I knew some of the faces passing students. That's why I felt my social ineptitude, knowing nothing more about any of these people beyond perhaps recognizing their faces. All I managed was to meet the gaze of one student, nod slightly, and pass on by. Despite making up my mind to stop searching for the day, I still found myself walking in the rain. Of course, I didn't like getting wet in the rain, but chilled the droplets that wet my skin, distorted view when the rain got in my eyes. Somehow I couldn't bring myself to fully hate the experience. That's one hell of a hallucination. I didn't feel like just leaving the school. Before I knew it, I was in a place I didn't recognize. With the noise of the school far away, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped the place. Off the tree-lined path that connected the gate and the school buildings, down a narrow path thickly covered with trees, was the old wing. The many musicians who graduated from Piovo Communal School of Music increased the prestige of its name over time. The number of the students increased accordingly. As facilities were expanded, the original building became cramped and obsolete. So with the help of the government and many aristocrats, the current first and second halls and the concert hall were built. The government assisted to help the country's rich culture permeate into the rest of the world. Aristocrats must feel some pride in their culture as well. Now there are many children of aristocrats among the students. And the original school building wasn't demolished, but left as a free space for the students to use. It was regularly cleaned and the pianos were kept in tune by practicing students, but in the end it was no longer functioning as a school building. In fact, I was sure I hadn't been here since I'd just come for fun with Asino shortly after entering the school. I read from Asino that the aristocratic students in particular never came here. I had no reason to come here since then, and that's all I knew about it. Wow. I was a little curious about the building. I hadn't seen it so long and looked around a little. Even though it could be used freely, students didn't normally come to the old wing. It was probably just students writing lyrics or wanting some quiet time who visited occasionally. Then I vaguely heard singing in a voice amongst the sound of the rain. There's definitely a student in there singing. It was a trivial thing that I normally would have ignored, but from the sudden interest that had just arisen in me, and the fact that I was searching for a partner, I decided to take a peek inside. Other than the voice I could hear, the place was silent, so it wasn't hard to find. The voice along with some light were spilling from a slightly open door. She was singing. She threw herself in the song that filled the classroom, unheard by anyone. I wasn't an expert on vocals, but she certainly had a captivating voice. No matter what tomorrow brings. My interest was piqued as she sang without accompaniment, relying only on her voice. My fingers naturally moved as if pressing keys, and I imagined the sound of my fortel mixing with her voice. As she finished the song, almost all of the phrases were in my head. I felt I could play it at any time. The song itself was very complicated, but the simple melody was beautiful and made striking by her voice. The song was probably made for vocals, so the fortel parts could be subdued. I thought of this as I drew closer to the door. She quickly turned around just as she was about to start singing again. Who are you? Oh, I'm sorry. She must have been shocked at the sudden appearance of a visitor. She tensed up and didn't move. I didn't mean to intrude. The door is open. I'm sorry. Even after my light apology for peeking, she didn't make any move to answer. I started to feel like I was spying on her. But considering that she was singing where anyone could pass by, and that the door was open from the beginning, I wasn't doing anything that bad. Is something wrong? She looked slightly afraid. And she was still gazing at me reproachfully. I started to feel like I really did something wrong. I backed out of the door to leave, and she grabbed her bag and slipped between me and the door as if she was waiting for the opportunity. Excuse me. Whoa. She was running with her head down, so she ran into me as I tried to get away. Textbooks and sheet music spilled from her open bag. She fell on her bottom next to them. Are you okay? Oh, I didn't think it was in the wrong, but I couldn't say I was completely without fault. I spoke to her, concerned, but all the while feeling slightly indignant. Can I help you? But she just looked up at me and didn't speak, and in her eyes, tears started welling up. I just heard your voice and came to see. Spoke gently to her, picked up the scattered sheet music and held it out to her. I'll get out of your way now. Here you are. Just stared at the sheet music, but didn't take it. Your sheet music. Placed the music at her feet, thinking to just leave. I felt that would be too cold-hearted. Okay, I'll leave it here. I wanted to ask her about her singing, but she was avoiding me so much, conversation wouldn't have gone very far, which meant that it would be best for me to leave without doing anything else. Thank you. She finally took the music I was holding out in her small white hand. That hand was shaking slightly. Don't worry about it. It was my fault for barging in like that. Was she really just surprised? Somehow it seemed like it was more than that. But I didn't think I could press her about it, so not being there anymore would probably be best for her. Her singing was very good. That's my opinion after listening without asking anyway. Okay, I'll be going. As she stood up and brushed the dust off her clothes, I bowed slightly to her and put my hand on the door. Turned around in the direction of her voice behind me. She still had her eyes averted from my face, and faltered as she tried to say something. The awkwardness was not going to dissipate by itself, so I urged her on with a gentle voice. Is something wrong? I'm sorry you had to hear that weird song. She said this with averted eyes, like she was making an excuse. Weird? I don't think it was weird at all. I wasn't just being polite before. I meant what I said. I'm sorry. She bowed her head and apologized again. Even though there's no reason for her to apologize. What do you mean you're sorry? Then she went silent again. Just what was I supposed to do here? Since she was talking to me, she must not have wanted me to leave right away. There wasn't really any need to talk further, but I was a little concerned by the way she was acting. She didn't look like her at all, but her attitude reminded me of a young Arietta. At that time, Ari was down on herself for being the only one without musical talent. She assumed everything was her fault and was always apologizing. Of course, that was a long time ago, and now Ari had found something to be proud of and no longer felt like that. Regardless, her attitude made it so I couldn't just leave. I knew from the color of her ribbon that she was a first-year student, so I softened my tone slightly and spoke to her again. Why are you practicing in a place like this? What about the practice rooms on the main campus? I don't like crowds. I see. In that case, this place is nice and quiet. It was still clumsy, but she actually answered me normally, so I felt better. You are... Sorry, nothing. Awkward silence pervaded the space between us. It seemed to be a habit for her to apologize. You don't have to apologize so much. Why are you here? Oh, no reason. I was just passing by and heard someone singing. I see. I didn't come here to practice or anything, in case you're wondering. Alright. I said it as a little joke, but it didn't register. I started to wonder if she was even listening to me. You should keep the door closed from now on. Never know when someone like me could be enticed by your voice to come in. I had to leave after giving her some advice, but then I heard her voice behind me again. Yes, I'll be careful. Sorry. You don't have to apologize. Alright. Almost got angry for a second, but suppressed it. Sorry as a re, just apologizing and not listening to the kind words of her music teachers. The more I thought of that, the more difficult it became to leave. She might have thought that I was nothing more than some busybody, but if my words could change something, Arietta was able to change after all. I just needed to change the subject. At the very least, I no longer wanted to leave, as long as she didn't make a more obviously unhappy face. So, anyway, are you a voice student? Tried to move on to a safer topic. It was just a social greeting for any student meeting for the first time. Huh? For some reason, she looked surprised. She must have been surprised by the sudden change of subject. I mean, you were singing so beautifully, am I wrong? Oh, no, I'm a first year. In voice. I see. If you're a first year, was that song for homework? No, it wasn't. Is it a famous song? No. It's a good song, though. I'm sure whoever wrote it loves singing. Huh? You must like that song. It sounds like you've sung it many times. Also, I couldn't see the sheet music for it. It wasn't a very hard song to memorize, but I praised her anyway. Anyone would be happy hearing praise for a song they liked. Of course, that was my kind of plan. It was kind of my plan, but I didn't generally feel it was a beautiful song. Oh, yes. What looked like a smile finally appeared on the face of the girl whose name I didn't know. I'm Chris Vernon. I'm a third-year Fortel student. Would you like to play together sometime? Relieved at her expression, I was able to ask her. It seemed pretty promising after all, but... Huh? She froze with a shocked expression and didn't say anything for a while. Did I say something wrong? Oh, it's okay if you can't. I was just thinking out loud. I said that to try and fix things, and she apologized with a thoughtful face. I'm sorry. I'm going home. Oh. She held her now closed bag under her arm and tried to pass by me. Not wanting things to end on that note, I called out to her from behind. Will you come back here? Turned around and stopped. No. Oh, sorry to bother you. Please say. What? My name. Imagine she sings like Gilbert Gottfried, completely changes the tone of the game. Well, it changes the tone of her route for sure. I think at that point, I would almost sympathize with her dad. Which is not something I should be saying, considering what her dad does to her, as we found out. Is this... Gilbert Gottfried reached 50 Shades of Grey? Oh boy. Well, that's not too far off from what's been happening in this game. That's good. I guess I realize you probably can't hear it because audio's not set up that way. But anyways, yeah, no, picturing her sing as Gilbert Gottfried would be hilarious. Definitely would sympathize with her dad. Any of them singing like Gilbert Gottfried would be funny as fuck. Fal especially, that would be hilarious. If anyone was to sing like Gilbert, it would probably be Fal. Fal would be perfect. It would make her route way funnier. She didn't look very angry, and she said she wasn't coming back, but I thought it might be a good idea to come here one more time. What about Forney? Oh man, imagine if that was what Forney sounded like when she sings. We haven't technically heard her sing yet, because we haven't actually gone to play with her, but that's going to happen tonight, or next time. But next time will end up being really short if that's the case, I guess. But I felt like I'd seen her if I came back. It's okay, we're not coming back. We have no plans to come back. What happened? Oh my god. Why does it do that? You know what? Fine. Go over here. I'm gonna make you nice and small. That way I can do that, and then we can put this back over here. 1 second. So we went to the old school building. There we go. Now I can probably keep an eye on things. Yeah, that rain looks really light. Oh, don't worry, the rain is so light it actually doesn't exist. That's what we found out last week. The rain's fake. It's all in his head. He made it up. Everything we knew was a lie. I just did the true ending. Everything that we thought was real was a lie. That's not an exaggeration. It's probably time to go home. I wandered home, remembering her voice in that song. Look, I'm home. You're late again today, huh? Were you practicing? Sort of. Wiped my head with a towel in the entryway and put my bag down. Ended up not even touching my foretell. But I did hear a good song, so it wasn't a complete waste of a day. Hey, did something happen today? Something a little different happened. Something different? What was it? And so my usual interaction with Forney finished, and another day came to a close. This is like the secret final extra route that we get after beating the game. For realsies. We're gonna finally get the ferry route that everyone's been waiting for. We're working our way there. 5 long days over, I took Saturday and Sunday off. And I've been killing time again today, too. Well, it was just the same as always. Now then, time was a little after 6 o'clock. It's still time for Ree's letter to be in the mailbox. What he is IRL? What is this? Guy in Walmart freezer? Oh boy, what is this? What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, sorry, I don't have audio set up, so no one's gonna hear this, but, yeah, that's a video and a half. What the hell? I mean, I don't know if it's quite like that. But you know what? If anything, if he was like anyone, he would have been like the guy recording. Because Chris definitely had that reaction when he learned the truth. But then he got over it and was fine. And accepted all the lies and cheating and the entire facade that his friends and family made up for him over the last 3 years. He was okay with it. It's about time, isn't it? Forney noticed me talking to myself and was thinking the same thing I was. I'll go get it. Okay, see you soon. Even though I was only going to get the letter from the mailbox just outside my door, Forney always sent me off happily. I didn't show Forney the letters from Marie. She badgered me many times to see them at first, but when I declined, saying I was embarrassed, she didn't ask as much from them on. Well, Forney was probably only interested in the letters because we could do our ensembles when I was finished reading. Ah yes, his letters from Marie. Definitely. Totally from her. I took out the letter I knew would be in the mailbox and went back to my room. Even though we wouldn't start until I'd read the letter and written my reply, I could tell Forney was thinking about the ensemble from the restless flapping of her wings. I suppose you could say it was uncomplicated. She was uncomplicated. I ignored her, carefully cut open the envelope, and took out the letter. Inside was a single sheet of paper, like always. Chris, is it still raining there? In a rare turn of events, it rained here recently too. I like rainy days because I can understand how you feel, Chris. Now, I know this is sudden, but Torta seems worried about your partner situation. She wrote me that you aren't looking seriously, but that's just like you, Chris. You've always had a bad habit of getting annoyed and putting things off ever since we were little. Torta said that you talk a little different now, but that underneath you were still very much the same. But I know that you're serious about things you really like, Chris, so it's okay. Thinking about what you like, all I can come up with is music. So this might be a problem. I'm wandering off topic. Don't you think it would be best to look seriously? Or maybe by the time I've written this letter, you will have found someone good and are already practicing. If so, I'm sorry. I'll apologize first. If not, I can imagine you sulking like a kid saying, I'm already doing that. You haven't decided yet. How about Torta? I'm just an amateur and don't know much, but I just thought that since you've known her since you were little, it'd be easy to play together. In the end, you should decide as you like, Chris, so I'm sorry for meddling. Till the next letter, then. Love, Arietta. That's a good fake letter. I took my eyes off the letter and was lost in thought for a while. I knew I should pair up with Torta, but for some reason I was hesitant. I'd have to do it if I really couldn't find anyone else, but that wasn't the case yet. I wasn't really expecting it, but Miss Falsita had asked me. And I may have been wrong about this one, but there was Lise, the girl I was strangely interested in. If I told Torta this, though, she'd get angry at me for being so indecisive. I felt that some distance between Torta and myself was needed, so it wasn't something to decide then and there. Just a little longer. I wonder if it was so bad to take some more time to think about this problem. True, there really wasn't much time left, but one could also say that there was over a month left. What a bother. Of course, thinking that way would only mean even more problems for me, but I couldn't help it. Hey, did you write your reply? Does it look like I did? No, it doesn't. That's why I asked. And you should tell me to hurry up and write it. Then hurry up and write it. I also wanted told her to say that, but it still made me a little angry. I was just trying to correct her language. But I knew that even if I explained that, Forney wouldn't have understood. Yeah. I just answered casually and got ready to write my reply. Decided to keep the content simple. Tried my best to avoid the topic of whether or not I'd paired up with Torta. She'd just say the same things again in her next letter, but I'd deal with that when the time came. I just wanted to put it off for a while. Hey, are you done yet? Almost. It was a letter on a single sheet, just as short as Arie's. Thinking that my letters to her must be just as piled up as hers were, I put Arie's letter in the drawer and put the one I just written in an empty envelope. Forney saw this and began warming up her voice to hurry me along. Her actions were so ostentatious. I was driven by a desire to tease her a little. But I thought that teasing her after keeping her waiting would make Forney mad, so I stopped myself. Alright, let's begin. Okay. Then my ensemble with a fairy began as usual, and then the day drew to a close. As usual, I woke up to Forney's greeting and got ready for school. But bit by bit, changes were about to follow in a life that stayed the same until just last week. May come home a little later starting today. Didn't you say the same thing last week? Of course, I was busy last week looking for people and so on. But from this week, I might even be later. Huh, and why is that? Do you think that finding someone is the end of it? I have to practice after that, so of course I'll stay later. Or it looks like she belongs in a Toho game she's about to launch 5,000 bullets to. Oh, definitely. 100%. And there'll be music-themed bullets, like in that one stage from Perfect Cherry Blossom. That was easier than expected. I thought you'd have more complaints, like, so late, or stupid Chris. Were you trying to sound like me? I guess. You should stop. Right, sorry. It's okay if you know it. Well, there's nothing to be done about coming home late on weekdays, but make sure you don't schedule practice on Sundays. Why not? Because you'll say, I'm tired, or that's it, and then we won't do our ensembles. Are you trying to sound like me? I'll stop. Shouldn't have started in the first place. Anyway, can't deny that possibility, so I'll avoid practicing on Sundays. That's good. In any case, I had no intention of practicing on the weekend. Well, you probably had no intention of practicing on the weekend. That's not true. Really? Yes, really. That was a lie, but having something like that said to my face was bound to make me mad. Time to settle this topic and just move on. Anyway, I'll be a little late, so don't get worried. Okay. Once in a blue moon, Forney would get things right away. She'd accept it when there was something I really didn't like, or when I refused to give way. But on the other hand, she could be selfish, or say that things that only got me in trouble, so it wasn't all praise for me. Okay, see you later. The only problem is she's way too small to be a Toho fairy. She's only like a few centimeters tall. I think it actually says on the Steam page how tall she is. I can't remember what it said. But she's like smaller than a pen. Toho fairies are like child-sized. So it wouldn't be a very powerful fairy, unfortunately. Took a deep breath of the moist morning air and ran out into the rain. My letter to Arie was in my bag, where it wouldn't get wet. I ran to the mailbox and posted my letter, using my body to shield it from the rain. This letter would reach Arie, and her next letter would reach me. That cycle alone would never change. Oh, really now? Hi. Good morning. As I was warming my fingers, Miss Cordell entered the classroom, a little later than me. It seems you did quite a lot last week, but were there results? A lot. How do you know about that? I'm your teacher. What I should be aware of, I am. You're not really answering the question. I don't intend to. So? Perhaps you'd heard it from Asino? Well, I don't think that my efforts were in vain. You mean, aside from Tortanita? Yes, for now. I'm asking for names, Chris. I'm tired of your placeholder answers. You know of a student named by the name of Falsita Fawcett? Yes, I do. Of course, nothing's been decided yet, but we've talked about playing together. I see. And what are you planning to do, Chris? I don't know yet, of course. We're gonna see how we sound together sometime this week. I'll take it from there. That was supposed to be an unexpected name. Miss Cordell simply nodded without any sign of surprise. Well, I'd never seen Miss Cordell surprised before, so such a reaction might have put me in a spot. Oh, and then there was Lise. But this was extremely uncertain, so it's probably better not to mention it. Well, Chris, you did well, I suppose, given your track record. It does feel strange to be praised for finding just one more candidate. Did that sound like praise to you? No, my mistake. Good. Now then, time for practice. Are you ready? Yes. Then let's begin. It wasn't anything I wanted to eat, so I made do with simple lunch. Just when I thought it was about time, lo and behold, Tortoise sat down hurriedly beside me. Hi. Morning. Well, how'd it go last week? Miss Cordell asked me the same thing, and the week before too. That just shows how much she cares about you, right? You should be honored. Thanks for your optimism. Well, I found one more candidate, that's all. Ah, an increase. Nothing. So who is it? Someone I know? I don't know about that, Torta, but her name is Falsita. Of course I know her. I think everyone does. She used to be the class president. So it's true. And, are you going to practice together? More or less. When? She said Tuesday or Thursday. Is something wrong? What about the other days? She said she had some errands to run. Hey, Torta. Why was she asking all these questions? I wanted to ask her about it, but Torta looked down and thought for just a second, then looked at me again. So that means you won't be practicing every day, right? No, I guess not. I might go to the practice rooms by myself, though. Even though the chances of that happening were almost non-existent. In that case, will you practice with me? You're signed for the graduation recital. Anything is fine. It's Ari's letter. She asked me to help you out. The thing is, I'm busy with my own song, so it's not as if I have that much time to spare. I see. She wrote in your letter, too. Which means she said the same thing in your letter. Right, because it's the same letter. Yeah, although I called her a busybody in my reply. Well, what do we do? I think it's worth a shot. How about today? Shall we practice? Today, huh? Not today. Nah, not today. Oh, well, that's fine. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. Let me know when you're free. I'm free aside from Tuesday and Thursday, so if you tell me during lunch, I'll practice with you. Yeah, got it. Thanks, Torta. And sorry. I understood, but I hadn't worked out how I felt about it. If not for Ree's suggestion, I'd have said no more easily. Forget about me, put yourself first, or something like that. Still, it was Ree's letter that was the cause of my confusion. Perhaps Ree felt that things would be easier if I paired up with Torta. Torta, whom we knew so well, instead of somebody entirely unknown. Well, I'm going to practice now. Alright. Torta definitely didn't show it, but there was a hint of sadness in her voice, so slightly I could only hear it. Only I could hear it. Perhaps the whole thing should have been viewed more positively. More so than I did, and today was out of the question. But next time, perhaps I'd try asking Torta to practice in a more upbeat way. Now then, what should I do? Something else came to mind. A musical idea that came to me the other day when I was thinking about Forney. How about turning that into a real song? It turned to a fairly upbeat melody, but my memories of Forney were pleasant, positive ones, so it's quite appropriate. Hell yeah, here we go! This is getting to the good stuff now. I brought my music sheets and pen with me. I almost had the complete song in my head. All that was left was to write it out, but that was a lot of trouble. Should I ask someone to practice with me, or should I try writing songs somewhere? So we need to go to the Chinacolo. Yes. We're gonna try writing songs here. Finally! This is what we came here for! Ultimately, practicing without direction was much the same as composing without direction, so I looked for a place where I could write music. I'd always done most of my writing at home, so I didn't know any suitable places. Could have gone home, but I just told Forney in the morning that I'd be home late. Strolling along the hallways, I found myself at the Chinacolo. I didn't have a particularly fond memories of this place. As long as there was an available desk and chair, I could write, but the thought of being seen by other people made things difficult. Of course, I realized I was being a little too self-conscious. No one was looking at me, nor was I looking at anyone else. Well, I may get some curious glances now and then, but they quickly lose interest. There's no point standing here like this, so I opened the door with conviction. I figured the proper way to make an entrance was to ignore everyone else and just walk in. If I had stood in the entrance and scanned the area bit by bit, I'm sure people would stop their music and react. I went to where the desks were and picked the spot that seemed the least crowded. Throughout all that, the fact that no one showed any interest made me feel happy, and a little lonely. I took out my pen and music sheets, and that's when I noticed the obvious. It was so noisy here. The endless music was a nuisance to other composers. I would be surprised if whatever entered my ear made its way into my score. Come to think of it, there was a class like that, but in the end I had to leave this place. Probably wouldn't be bothered by anyone in the practice rooms, but there weren't any proper desks here. Yeah, you wouldn't want to get like a fucking copyright strike from one of the other students or something, plagiarizing them. Anyway, I didn't have to finish it today. I'll write down whatever comes to mind when I fool around on the Fortel. Even though it was Monday, I managed to find an empty practice room. It seemed there was only a couple of rooms left. While looking through the windows on the doors, I saw Torta practicing in one of the rooms, but thankfully she didn't notice me. I took out my pen and music sheets, and also set up the Fortel at the same time. slowly filled the sheets, all the while trying to out phrases on the foretell. As I sketched out the music, I thought about Forney. Given that the main idea for this piece came to me while performing an ensemble with Forney, that wasn't surprising. I don't mean to sound self-conscious, but it was an uplifting piece, which was unusual for me. It wasn't even halfway done, but that was enough for today. I kept rewriting parts of it, so I'd spent more time than expected. Probably say that I practiced as well, just as an excuse. When I felt like writing some more, I'd come back here. With that thought, I stuffed the score into my bag and went home for the day. As usual, I finished my morning lesson and lunch. Well then, what should I do next? We're going home, baby! New option time! Maybe I was too satisfied with what I wrote yesterday, but today I thought of going home early. I didn't even think of it as an excuse. I believe that all worked out in the end, and blithely walked home in the rain. Recently, I've been coming home unusually early. I opened the door, went inside, and was about to say hello to Forney when... What the fuck? Oh. Wait, she actually does move the towel. Is she real? Oh my god, she's real. She has to be. That proves it. This is how she gets the towels. Holy shit. Wait, no, there's gotta be a good explanation for this. There has to be a logical and sound explanation for this that follows this so-called science they had to put in quotes earlier. No way this is real. Huh? Damn. Out of breath, Forney had stopped in the middle of the shoeboxes by the front door. She's fucking climbing the closet like Spider-Man or something. Jeez. A second win? After reaching the midpoint, she took another break. I didn't know what to say. Simply watched this surreal scene unfold for about 3 minutes. Just a bit more to the top. Come on, Forney. I did it! Congrats! I started clapping. How refreshing it was to see someone trying so hard to achieve her goal. Huh? Still looking pleased with herself, Forney stopped moving. Hey, I came back a little early, but the show was worth it. What on earth are you doing here? As if to flee from me, Forney drove off the top. She panicked and tried to glide around inside the room. Oh, and crashed into the foot of the desk. Ouchie. Are you okay? Silence! She was the one who flew and hurt herself, but anyway, thanks for the towel. I couldn't let the towel go to waste, so I used it to dry my hair and body. Forney? When did you come in? Holding her head, Forney interrogated me with tears in her eyes. Seemed she could sense pain. I guess when you're about halfway up, you were working really hard. Well, you could have lent me a hand. But really, the best thing would be not to see it at all. Well, you were so focused, so it was hard to say anything. Good job, by the way. That looked really tough. Well, I wasn't really looking for compliments. Anyway, that's part of my job, so I don't mind it at all. Cool, then. Let Forney sit in my palm and brought her to the top of the desk. Hey, is it always like that? Always. Forney's mood had improved. She was responding normally. What can I say? I mean, I thought of something to say, but it was a bit mean, so I struggled to find other words. Rock climbing. That's the name of the sport it resembles. What I thought of was actually completely different, but that's how I explained it. I'm sure that was in the book that I'd lent to Asino. I've never seen it in real life, but it's probably what it looked like. Of course, Forney wouldn't know about such things, and would only be puzzled. But Forney detected my crooked smile and the subtle changes in my expression, and remained suspicious. I'm sorry, what is he referring to exactly? He says rock climbing, but then it sounds like he's talking about something else entirely. Can we elaborate on whatever that is? Do I want to know what that could be? All that just now is a lie, right? I can tell. What are you talking about? If you don't tell me, I'll stop laying out towels for you. Can't have that, but you'll get angry. If you promise to lay out the towels no matter what, I'll tell you. Something that would anger me, eh? I'll never make such a promise. I see. Well, it's a shame, but I'll just prepare the towels myself from tomorrow. Wait a minute. You can't just stop there. I want to know. In that case, do you promise? Just searching that, I wasn't giving in. Forney thought for a while and finally nodded. Well, it was a little bug-like. Just a little. Did he lend... Did he lend Asino a fucking Spider-Man comic? The bug-like? Climbing up a vertical wall, taking flight, crashing into a desk. Just a tiny resemblance. Come on, rock climbing, was it? That's closer to what you did. Chris, you should stop right there. Say anything else, and it'll sound like an excuse. Right, I'm sorry. Okay, now what? It seems you came back early today. What about practice? I took a break. Well, your foretell playing will only get rusty. What are you trying to say? I'm asking you to show some commitment. You come home without practicing, said horrible things to poor, unappreciated Forney. In this situation, how are you going to show your commitment? By saying sorry? An ensemble? Well done. So be it. Anyway, I came back thinking it'd be better than practicing by myself, so I don't mind. Oh really? How perfect. That's right. There's still time before dinner, so shall we practice? Oh, alright. As expected, Forney couldn't stay mad for long. That's what makes her just a little bit adorable. You could call her childish, or strangely naive, but I found her new and refreshing. Though the fact she hadn't matured at all in the last 3 years may be a slight problem. So, what song are we playing? Let me see. Yesterday's song was still a work in progress. It was a piece written for Forney in a sense, but it wasn't ready to be performed. I'll leave that one until it's complete. Let's go with the usual. Always the same thing. Well, works for me. And let's start. Okay. And that way, though I didn't practice at school, I made up for it by playing at home. Felt like I was running away from the impeding graduation recital, but looking at Forney's smile, it seemed okay to do that for a while. Alright, so now we go to the practice room, probably to write our song. This practice room. The only practice room. Decided not to meet anyone today and practice myself. That way, I'd be a better performer when I did meet someone. Such regions did in fact exist. Now then, which song should I practice? Or should I continue writing that song I just started on? Oh, we're composing. Okay, let's continue writing songs today. Took out a pen in the unfinished music sheets and started preparing the foretell. Phew, that's enough for today. Time really does fly when you're focused on something. I packed up my stuff and went home for the day. Time for the real route to begin. But weirdly enough, we just go straight home today. Not sure why. Oh, because it's a foul day. That makes sense. Stepped outside and thought about coming home early again. Perhaps the reason was my concern for Forney, who was always waiting at home. I couldn't take things easy where the graduation recital was concerned, but even so, I wanted to take time off for that. Hello, Chris. Ah, Val. While walking down the hallway, I met Val near the entrance. Now that I think about it, we had talked about playing together sometime this week. Are you going home already? I was walking from the cafeteria to the entrance. She knew as much. As I tried to come up with an excuse, Val sensed what I was doing and spoke kindly. About our promise. Doesn't have to be today. We could do it next week. Or anytime, really. Yeah, she's just really desperate to get into Chris's pants. Let's be real here. That's the only reason she's doing this shit. I'm sorry. Don't be. Come by again whenever you're free. I didn't mean it in that way, but Val was already heading to the practice rooms at the end of the hallway. Also that, and Chris is like her only key out of poverty. So, I mean, there's also that to consider, I guess, but the pants, that's what this is really about. That was the end of the conversation. You could call her easygoing, I guess. I'd simply met her on the way home, and it wasn't that serious of an invitation anyway. But now it was certain that approaching her would be hard. Perhaps it'd be best to leave Val alone from now on. She probably wasn't serious about her invitation either. While thinking about these things, I rushed back to my room. I hesitated for a while in front of the door today. Previously, it was around the time Forney prepared to tell. I didn't think it would happen again, but I opened the door and peeked in. The bug was in the building. The dripping towel brought a kind of melancholy to the room. How the fuck did she do this? Like, her wings can't... Like, she can't fly very well. Did she, like, jump up the side of the cupboard? Break time. Without changing her position, Forney just stopped moving. She really didn't have to try so hard to emulate a bug. And besides... Wait, what? Besides, what? Is she really resting? Yeah, like, hanging on like that? There's no way she was actually resting. Come on, Forney. I wanted to cheer her on just like last time. Here at last. Looking very pleased with herself, she wiped the sweat from her brow. Of course, fairies didn't sweat. This time I kept my applause on the inside. Just like resisting the urge to praise a young child who manages to perform a task well. Alright, now for the return trip. And then... she flew toward the desk and... crashed into it. Ow, ow, ow! On purpose? Did she see me? Was she trying to make me laugh? Somehow I managed to suppress my laughter. I'm sick of that desk. It's always in the way. Always? Listening to Forney speak to herself was rather tiring. Forney smacked the hateful desk leg a few times, then tried once more to climb it. I left the towel where it was and entered the room. I'm back! Hold on, Forney. I picked up her tiny body and put it on the desk. Thank you for the towel. Thanks. You're welcome. Thankfully, Forney didn't seem to have noticed me spying on her. Her guiltless reaction was adorable. You're a little early today, too. Do you want to perform an ensemble? How unusual. Why do I get the sense that something's bothering you? It pains me that my goodwill is met with such cynicism. So be it. I'll practice all by myself. Oh, I'm just kidding. I love ensembles. Good. You should be more open. I feel you're making fun of me. I'm not. Honest. That really was the honest truth. Forney was cheerful, good-natured, a little selfish, a constant source of encouragement. I'd lived with Marie and Torta for so long, and when I suddenly started living on my own, it was thanks to Forney that I never felt lonely. Of course, there was Asino at school, and Torta, who had grown a little distant, so I wasn't ever completely alone. But even so, Forney's presence was especially important to me. Chris, you were making a really strange face. Hmm? Well, lost the thought I had been staring at Forney apparently. But still, a strange face. What kind of face? A really kind and sweet face. What's strange about that? Look, I'm making that face at the girls, okay? I won't. If I did, it'd only be to Arietta. I see how it is. She made a bored face and flapped her wings restlessly. The bug image resurfaced in my mind, in addition to a new one. Pet. Well then, let's begin. Isn't it her that calls him a pet? Okay. For the rest of the day, we kept performing ensembles. That was a time when I was truly happy. I was thinking of what to do over lunch when Torta asked me as if to make sure. Chris, are you free on Sunday? I don't think I have any plans. Why? Grandma's been talking about how you haven't been by lately, Chris. She didn't tell me to invite you, but don't you think it's time you visited? Oh, Nina, I guess I haven't been by lately. You haven't been by at all, only a couple times a year. Just kind of worried. Oh, last time must have been in the summer. That's right. Nina was Torta's grandmother, and she took care of me a lot when I was little. She had previously lived with Ari and Torta in their house, but when I was about 10 years old, she suddenly said she was going to live in Piova and move there alone. She was a natural-born dilettante and loved music, and when she said she wanted to spend her remaining years here, the twins and their parents didn't protest much. And now Torta was renting a room on the second floor. I still thought that was Nina's plan from the beginning. So what do you want to do? I'll go if you put it like that. Good. Grandma will be happy. My Fortell, I should probably bring it. Of course you should. Playing the Fortell for is equivalent to making an appearance. We've been doing nothing but practicing lately, but I guess it's fine. Well then, if you think it's so annoying, maybe it's best if you don't bring it? No, sorry, that's not what I meant. Just a little tired. I know. That's what you do when you're embarrassed, right? That's not it. Yes, it is. Just meet in my house with your Fortell, okay? What time? Just after lunch should be good. Even if we decide to play, it should only take 3 hours or so. What about lunch? Don't you want to eat with us? I can't ask that much of you two. Neither myself nor Grandma minds. Even so. So 3 o'clock. Fine then. But you'll have dinner with us, right? That would make Grandma happy. If you insist. Okay, see you Sunday. I was Torta and continued eating. Now what should I do? We're going to the practice room today. Probably to compose, if it gives me the option. I decided not to meet anyone today and practice by myself. That way, I'd be a better performer when I did meet someone. Such reasons did, in fact, exist. Now then, which songs should I practice? Or should I continue writing that song I just started on? Oh, we're composing. I would imagine composing. It doesn't say in the guide, but I'm sure that composing is the answer here. Took out a pen in the unfinished music sheets and started preparing the foretell. This song was nearing completion. One more round of work and it'd be done. After that, perhaps I'll perform an ensemble with Forney. With that thought, I packed up and returned to my room where Forney was waiting. As always, had a very lazy Saturday. It was hard-earned day of rest, so without any thought of practice, I'd stayed in bed and read all day. Touching the foretell, I remembered the song I was working on. Come to think of it, the song I wrote on the practice room wasn't finished yet. Forney hadn't appeared yet today, so this was probably a good time to complete it. I took out the unfinished score from my bag and placed it on the desk. Then I removed my foretell from its case and put it next to the desk. Played a single note, as if to drown out the sound of rain hitting the window. Phew, I guess it's done. I was satisfied with how the finished score turned out. Hey, what's done? Don't tell me that's a new song you just wrote. Forney, when did you... Just a second, of course. You're hiding something, aren't you? No, I'm not hiding anything. Just a little surprised, that's all. I was composing. Wow, this is a great song. When did you write it? Very recently, I guess. Today's my first time hearing it. So you don't mean this week, do you? You don't have that kind of time on your hands. Well, you know, things just happen, Forney. So it's true? Wait, you've been coming back a few times this week, right? So when was it? Those days I came back late, I guess. No guessing. The song wasn't written in a day. No way. Just to be sure. 3 days? Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so that's right. Those are all the days you didn't come back early. I give up. Whole week has gone by. Why are you so worried about that, Forney? I said it'd be okay. Where is this unfounded peace of mind coming from? Both Torna and Reese said you had to decide soon, right? But if I'm just playing aimlessly, there's no telling if something good will come out of it. That's why I'm writing songs I want to play will help with my graduation recital in the end. That may be so, but is there anyone who will sing it for you? I'm looking for someone right now. Then you're in trouble. But the song is finished. I just need to find someone. But everyone has their own song already, so I'll have to look somewhere else. But unfortunately, it's Saturday, so I won't find anyone at school, which means... Huh? I don't have anyone to practice my new song with. What should I do? Well, in that case, until you find someone, I can practice it with you. As I expected, Forney. You know just how to play along. Shall we try it once together? Oh, well, if that's how it's gonna be, fine. Great. She's moving her wings. What'll we do about the score? I only have one copy. That's fine. Even without the score, I'll just follow your lead. Reliable as always. When it comes to singing, that is. Musical Fairy here. Hello? Huh? Where are the lyrics? I don't see anything written down. I didn't think about the lyrics. Well, what should we do? I don't like scat singing. I wrote the song for Forney, but I'd feel embarrassed saying that, so I planned to keep it a secret. Might tell her at the very end, but definitely not now. But since it was her song, I thought it'd be good for Forney to get involved. Then I had an idea. Hey, Forney, what if you wrote the lyrics for this song? Huh? Me? After all, there was no way I could look for a new potential partner at that time. In other words, I didn't plan on performing with anyone else. But to what end? It was pointless to think about that. Anyway, Forney would sing it excellently. Music shouldn't be a means, but always an end in itself. That end is one's enjoyment of sound, and performances such as the graduation recital, where results are linked to the opinions of others, actually miss the original point of music. That said, my graduation depended on it, so I couldn't possibly skip it. In the real world, it'd be hard to get by just playing what you like. I wasn't a child, I understood that much. But for now, I wanted to play without any care for such things. I'd written a song for that purpose, and I'd been blessed with a singer. Forney would sing the song written for Forney. Could there be any more perfect arrangement than this? So I kept spelling the idea of Forney. Truth is, I don't seem to have any talent for lyrics. I seem to help me write the words to all my songs. Is that right? I had no idea. Well, I'm not proud of it. That's why I haven't told you. So, are you up for it? I haven't written much either, so I'm not sure if I can do it right. That's fine. Just sing whatever you want. After all, it's impossible to write the whole thing in one go. So, how about doing it bit by bit? But, is it okay for me to do this? Forney, I want you to do this for me. Only you can do this, Forney. Couldn't say that just yet. I'd have to tell her after the song was finished. I was starting to look forward to that moment. He also took pleasure in the thought that my song would be complete once the lyrics were finished. So you'll do it for me? Okay, if you're not good at it, Chris, I'll just have to help you out. Thanks. At first, I was just trying to distract Forney, but the more we talked about it, I became convinced that this was the only way. She'd write the words to her song, and Forney herself would sing them. Of course, this music could not be heard by anyone else, but that was sure to be the highest form of music. Even if the only ones satisfied with it were Forney and me, I wouldn't mind. Okay, I'll play it from the start. Do you want to just listen first? I'll sing. Sure, don't worry about the lyrics for now. Not like I have a choice. Okay, let's begin. Wait, playing? Playing? No, okay. Not yet. Getting a little ahead of myself here. Gotta tease him along a little, you know. Gotta build up to the big moment. Night fell and we still continued practicing. It wouldn't do for even me to think that this was rare. Those lyrics, I want to change them. You're getting into it. Well, if I'm gonna make something, I want it to be good. I know the feeling. Go ahead, change them. Let's see. I rewrote the lyrics just as Forney said. The words were positive, like Forney. I knew I didn't have much talent for poetry, so I rarely wrote any. When I did write, I felt most of my poems were retrospective, reflecting on the past. That's why this was such a fun and refreshing exercise. That's half of it done. It's coming together nicely, isn't it? You think so? I'm happy to hear that. It's not finished yet, but let's give it a go. Okay. Oh shit, what? It's finally happening. Oh god, what's this gonna be like? I have no idea what to expect for this one. Hard as fuck, maybe? This could surpass Foul, honestly, in terms of difficulty. I mean, it's like the final song of the game. Oh my god. Yeah, this is easily the best song in the game. Oh, we don't even get to hear the whole thing yet. Damn it. I'm already excited. That's gonna be like the fucking highlight of the whole game right there. That's gonna be this game's freedom dive. I'm calling it now. That sounds about right. Oops. Mouse was off screen. God damn it. Every time. Holy shit, I'm actually excited. Unfortunately, though, I think I'm gonna get like through all the choices because we only got 2 more left we have to make sure we get through. But then if there's any more after that, I'm just gonna save it for next time. Short or not, doesn't matter. We'll finish the finale. We'll have a nice, proper grand finale. Yeah, it's only been 1 day, but we've come a long way, huh? Forney was enjoying herself so much, she'd probably go on to sing for me after all. I wasn't planning on practicing my recital song over the weekend, so I was able to genuinely enjoy our time together. But, as Forney said, I knew I had to take things more seriously from next week on, so there wouldn't be many more moments like this. Was it possible for us to spend time like this forever? Anyway, one more time, from the top. Yes, sir. We'd had dinner, and it was night. I was getting tired, but couldn't find the right time to stop. Forney and I had just figured out how the song worked, experimenting as we performed. As opposed to just singing, this kind of practice was causing a little tension. That too was enjoyable in a way, so the musician in me was conflicted. Perhaps the foretell should be a little softer here? I see, yes. We shouldn't be emphasizing the words here. I'll make a note in the score. As we had more of these discussions, the score became messier and messier. Normally I didn't mind, but there'd been a lot of changes to the lyrics, so it was getting very hard to read. Forney didn't need a score, because the music wasn't her concern, and the lyrics were her own words. It may not have looked bothered, but I was just an average human with no way of following this rapidly changing song without the score. It may also depend on how many more lyric edits we have, but I felt the need to make at least 1 clean copy of the score. What's the matter? No, it's nothing. Forney would get mad if I did this at home, so I'd have to find a practice room at school. Anyway, had a really good time today. Is this the first time we've done a whole day of ensembles? I think it's happened maybe once before. I don't remember it so well, but I think it was a while ago. That was the first time we met, wasn't it? We went on until nighttime. You're right. Those were good times. Has it already been 3 years? Seems like a long time ago, but then again, maybe not. Forney was getting a little sentimental, as if her mind was elsewhere. At first, there were times when I just didn't know what to do with her, but after we bonded through music, those frustrations just vanished. I had over 3 months left, so this song can be made perfect, right? Yeah, I'd say so. Wait a minute, something's not right. What do you mean? Finishing the song isn't the goal. What you need to do now, Chris, is to sit down and practice hard for the graduation recital. Well, there is that too, I suppose. Stop supposing. Don't have time to perform random ensembles with me. Even so, usually have no plans for Saturdays, and I've played the Fortell for a whole day, so this is better than normal, isn't it? That was before the graduation recital came along. Things are different now. So you don't plan on having Sunday ensembles either? That's not the point. You need to focus on getting a partner starting Monday. Got it? No more practicing for the song. Alright, but this Sunday will be the same as always, right? Yes. Just when I thought she'd get mad again, Forney answered honestly, after the slightest hesitation. Good. You should be more open. Anyway, I don't want to see you coming back early anymore, okay? Got it. Promise? Yes, yes. As if to hide her embarrassment, Forney disappeared. Forney was absolutely right. I wasn't going to be so compliant. What I really wanted to do was make a clean copy of the score and finish the song. It was true that doing what Forney said would be best. I knew that, and so I was somewhat conflicted. What was I going to do for Monday? Or perhaps the real question was, what do I do now? I hadn't asked her yet out of fear, but what was Forney going to do after I left this place? The time would come when I'd have to talk to her about that. I had a quick lunch, slung my Fortell over my shoulder, and went outside. I ignored the constant rain and hurried to Torta's house. The area of the house I was heading to existed alongside rows of apartments built for students like me. There were many charming old buildings, and the one that Nina brought to live in here was no exception. It was pretty close to my apartment, so I could walk there in 5 minutes. I walked toward that somewhat large building across the way, sandwiched between 2 thin alleys. Just a minute. Come in. I was greeted by a smiling Torta and went inside. Thank you for inviting me. I took a step into the room with its nostalgic smell. It was the kind of place that made me feel homesick every time I came. That you, Chris? I heard a chair creak and Nina called out to me. Yes, it has been a long time. I sat in a bent wood chair and Nina rocked slowly as she turned to face me. Come closer. Yes, ma'am. I moved close as she asked and touched her deeply wrinkled hand on the armrest. Gotten so big. It's only been half a year. I can't grow that fast. Let's add a dull tone again. I said this in a graceful tone and looked me in the eyes. No, the truth is, she was just trying to look. Her narrow eyes couldn't open very wide and were clouded white. I almost couldn't see. Right, doesn't suit you. A long time ago I called Nina Grandma as Torta did. She still talked about it like it was yesterday. I didn't mind being treated that way at all. But it was getting to the point where being treated like a child was humiliating. I was also at an age where I had to be polite to an extent. Anyway, it's been a long time. That's fine. You brought your Fortell, does that mean you'll play it for me? You don't mind my Fortell playing? I'm sure you've gotten even better. Well, I can't make any guarantees. I always say the same thing. You need to have more self-confidence, Chris. You can't. I mean, he's been like this for so long. You can't change so easily. Torta, it's a compliment. Oh, thank you. You're the same as always. Just like I said, right? You too, Torta. You're always quarreling with Chris. Grandma? Hey, you're gonna play me something today, yes? It's a song I've practiced. I answered her and started setting up my Fortell. It only happened a few times a year, but playing at Nina's house like this had become customary. Nina also frequently went to performances at the concert hall, so it was a little embarrassing for students like us to perform for her. And Nina looks forward to my visits more than anything, so I told her about the happenings in my life, and then played the Fortell. That song you played for me last time, what was it called? Last time? I need more information. Last time for you could be many years ago, Grandma. So, then for now I'll try playing all the songs I've played here. You're uncommonly eager. You didn't even complain. I'm impressed. I'm always serious. That's right, Chris has always been serious. Huh? No, I'm sorry, I told a lie. I expected Torta to complain, but being affirmed like that, I felt more guilty than embarrassed. If you two will play for me, anything is fine. Don't say it in the first place if you're going to apologize. Your reply was too late, Torta. Don't try to blame me. Torta elbowed me in the shoulder, then got ready to sing. I already did some light vocal warm-ups, so I'm ready anytime. I'll be ready right away too. Nina slowly leaned back in her chair, making herself comfortable in order to listen to the music. Even that behavior was nostalgic. Slightly regretting not visiting for so long, I vowed secretly to play more seriously than normal today to make up for it. First, I lightly arranged my fingers on the keys and struck a chord. The clear sound of the fortel rang out in the room, and Nina faced me slightly. The house itself was large. There wasn't anyone in the area that would complain about the noise. I repositioned myself slightly so Nina could hear better and faced Torta. Except for practicing for the graduation recital, I almost never played with Torta apart from these occasions. That's why I was a little nervous. Anytime. Okay, just play anything I know. Alright. I let out a big breath, met Torta's eyes directly in front of me. We didn't particularly need a signal to start. I breathed in at the same time as her and gradually struck the keys. I played popular songs we learned when we first came to the school. Nina was motionless as if she were sleeping, just letting the waves of music wash over her. But our repertoire of songs was exhausted in less than an hour, so all we could do was play songs we'd heard somewhere, or songs we learned when we were kids. Even so, it wasn't a problem as long as Torta knew the songs, but sometimes I would start to play a song she didn't know the lyrics to. I could do nothing but keep playing, and Nina would laugh. Then Torta would get angry at me afterward. But those moments were fun too. I was able to just enjoy the music for the first time in a while. As the three of us rested after dinner, time passed quickly. All we ended up talking about were the goings-on in my life. Nina wanted to know trivial things that I wouldn't even talk about to Torta, and we ended up talking until very late. It's getting late. I should be going. Chris, thank you so much for today. Oh, I'm sorry I can't visit more. At some point my tone had gone familiar too. Every time I came I tried to be polite. I was always this familiar by the time I went home. Don't go out of your way. It's fine if you come when you want to. Yeah, okay. I answered honestly without overdoing it. Nina nodded slowly and finally took my hand once again. She had asked me to come again. I would have happily promised to. Torta's and my relationship was complicated, so I just couldn't save myself that I'd come again. Okay, see you tomorrow. Standing in the doorway, Torta murmured at the end so only I could hear. Thanks for today. Yeah, see you tomorrow. I inhaled the nostalgic smell of the room deeply one more time and went outside. Falling rain was so cold, so I put my coat on again and hurried home. You're late. I'm home. Sorry I'm late. What about your reply to Ari? Did you have time? You're worried about our ensemble, Forney, not my reply to the letter. Sorry, I'm pretty tired today. What are you talking about? Hurry up and write your reply. Thinking about tomorrow. It'll be all I can do to write the letter. What? We really can't play then? Next week. We'll play twice as much. Forgive me. I waited for you and everything. I'm really sorry about that. Fine. Couldn't do anything about Forney. Maybe I could play with her a little tomorrow, even though it wasn't Sunday. Sorry, Forney. Didn't know if she could hear me, but I apologized quietly, decided to forget it for the time being. Now then. Did talk for a long time, but I was still full from dinner, and struggling to stay awake while I opened the letter. Looking at the neatly lined letters gave me a feeling of relief, threatening to make me sleepy again. I wanted to relax a little, so I lay on the bed to read the letter. Chris, no doubt it's still raining there. The rain here last week soon stopped, and the weather is almost shamelessly nice again. Sometimes I wonder how endless rain would make me feel. If I could take even a little of it here, I'd do so happily. I feel like I can see you laughing at me for saying something so silly, Chris. But that's honestly how I feel. How's the search for your graduation recital partner? Sorry to bring this up again, but it's the most important thing right now, so forgive me. Even if it's not Torta, no matter who it is, your graduation is on the line, so it's important. Hope you find someone good soon and start practicing. It would be pretty sad to only talk about that, so I'll write about myself a little. I started working at this bakery at the same time that you and Torta entered the music school, so it's already been over 2.5 years. I might have mentioned some of the details before. I don't think I told you officially yet. Anyway, I can bake bread from start to finish now. I'm very busy every day, but it's fulfilling. I think I'm working just as hard as you, Chris. I hope I can serve you some of the delicious bread I make someday, Chris. I'm eagerly awaiting that day. Arietta. Notice how it's no longer love Arietta. Torta. Getting a little upset. Bread made by Arietta. I didn't really want to think about food with my full stomach, but I was sure I could manage that much. Morny. I set the letter by the bed and muttered, wake me up a little early tomorrow. Can't even write a reply. Buried my face in the pillow, was in dreamland in no time. Good night. Wake up. I felt like someone had said that into my ear. I hadn't slept off all my fatigue just yet. Didn't want to open my eyes yet. I was drowsy. Just couldn't get up. Hey, you told me to wake you up, Chris. Ugh. Opened my eyes slowly and saw Forney standing angrily by the bed. Morning. Is it that time already? Looked past Forney's angry face to the clock on the wall. It's just a little after 9:30. I can sleep for another 30 minutes. Till we wake you up, Chris. Said this and pulled hard on my ear. That being said, it was the strength of a tiny fairy. Didn't hurt very much. Get up right now. Okay, stop screaming in my ear. You haven't even written your letter to Ari yet, have you? Oh, that reminded me that I was at Nina's house so late last night. I just fell asleep after reading the letter. As my memory returned, I searched near my pillow for the letter, but it wasn't there. If you're looking for the letter, I put it on the table so you wouldn't crumple it up, Chris. Oh, thanks. Now hurry and get up, write the letter, and practice properly today. That tone reminds me of someone. No, maybe it was like that since I met her. What she was saying reminded me completely of Torta. Whatever, thanks for waking me up anyway. You couldn't do anything without me, Chris. Not anything? Not anything. See, I was thinking of doing an ensemble with you today after I got home, but if you say things like that, I don't think I want to. You weren't thinking that. No, it's okay if you think I was lying. I was just thinking that would be nice, but I don't want to anymore. Huh? I thought she'd apologize right away and be done with it. Why are you being stubborn? I'm not. I think the way you're talking is evidence that you're being stubborn. Maybe I've been too mean to her since yesterday. I started to feel kind of bad for her and decided to give in. Okay, I'm sorry. It's fine. Forney was angry, but I couldn't help thinking it was a little cute. While contemplating how much longer I would leave her to stew, I decided to finish my original goal of writing a reply to Ari. Oh. I stood and walked towards the desk, but Forney whispered something behind me. What? Nothing. What? Just say it. I said it's nothing. Forney didn't really want to say it, but I thought I understood. Probably wanted me to lift her to her favorite seat on the windowsill. Here. Oh. Her two fingers under her arms and popped Forney on the windowsill. Hey! This is what you want, right? It's fine, but listen, I'm sorry about yesterday, and being mean before. But about not being able to do anything alone. I think everyone is the same in that regard. Though I'm sure if you didn't wake me up, Forney, I'd oversleep even more. But if I don't pick you up, you couldn't get up high, could you, Forney? Well, as we saw, apparently she can. No. So I think you were a little wrong saying I couldn't do anything. Regardless, it takes two to make an ensemble. Okay, I get it. Thanks. Now I'll write that letter. Forney lowered her eyes to look out the window and hummed as she often did when she was happy. That relieved me, so I pulled a blank sheet of paper from the drawer and moved to the table. It was good that Ari seemed to be doing well. I felt like she used to write often about how hard it was at first. I wrote complaints about how I couldn't get used to the school, too. Now I made it this far. You could say it was because of the support of people like Forney, Torta, and even Asino and Miss Cordell. I was sure Ari had people like that, too. They didn't appear much in her letters, but I started writing the letter thinking about Ari's friends. Are you finished? It's almost time. Forney had totally cheered up and told me this while looking at the clock. It's okay. I'm done. If I get ready and go, I'll be just on time. Thanks for waking me up. You really do need me, Chris. It seemed like she had changed her way of speaking a little compared to before. I could do nothing but agree. Yeah. I laughed while I answered and got ready to leave. Okay, see you later. Have a good day. You'll be early today, right? Maybe, but even if I'm late, I'll keep my promise. Yeah, I know. There, you got the excuse to get early. Now get home early. Finish that song. As usual, I finished my daily practice and spent some time with Torta in the cafeteria. Now then, what to do today? Today we have to go to the practice room again. It's the only option. We are deep in this one. In the end, I just couldn't do what Forney said to me 2 nights ago. There was something more important now than asking to practice with people. I doubted anyone would approve of what I was about to do. It might come in handy in the future. That wasn't a certainty. They would all question why I chose to do it now of all times. On the contrary, if there'd been someone else in the same position, I'd probably have stopped it myself. But I intended to rewrite my score, which had become covered in notes and edits. Over here. Did we really say that? placed a fresh music sheet on the stand and started copying. Kept all the notes and symbols that we had decided on, even the smallest footnotes. And of course, Forney's lyrics. I wasn't that good at copying scores, so I never thought of doing it unless absolutely necessary. But today, it went very smoothly for some reason. It'd be impossible to finish it today, but with one more day, I'd have a clean, usable score. Have to make sure Forney didn't see it, and it'd be great to have another ensemble, maybe on Sunday. But there was the possibility of Forney getting mad and refusing to sing. I'd have to get serious about my recitals real soon. I still had the option of forgetting about the song completely, just as Forney said. With that thought, I decided to go home for the day. Okay. Well, we're gonna go home. Or is there still... You still have to go here? Okay, I guess we're not going home yet. Is this guide wrong? Okay. We'll see where this goes. Having abandoned all appointments and practice plans, I was in a practice room. I'd grown fond of the score I was copying, which was as important to me as Forney was. Forney's song was almost ready. All that it needed were lyrics that she'd want to sing. To anyone else, this might have seemed totally meaningless, but for what it's worth, I didn't regret a single moment spent on it, nor would I regret the times I'd spend on it in the coming days. So I'd make a little time for it tomorrow, and I'd find out how the lyrics were coming along. It should be done by the end of the week, and to celebrate, we'd perform it once, and then I'd think about what to do next. For now, that was enough. Okay, that should do it. Looking at the nearly finished score, I realized how much satisfaction I felt. I was thinking only of a happy future where the two of us were just performing this song. Even if that were just a passing fancy, I didn't mind at all. Is this going to be time well spent? That's the real question. So now can we go home? Now we go home, I think. Let me save here, in case I screwed this up somehow. I'm pretty sure I need to go home. I waited for the right time to go home, so that Forney wouldn't get suspicious. Today I stopped by the practice rooms, but I was playing that song instead. I'm home. Welcome back. I dried my hair with the towel and went inside. Probably shouldn't mention the copied score in my bag until next Sunday at least. But I'd been practicing, so part of me wanted to perform it. Began dinner preparations, but on the inside I eagerly hoped that Forney would broach the subject for me. Forney didn't eat dinner, so we didn't have many conversations at this hour. But after dinner, Forney suddenly narrowed her eyes and spoke to me. Something's a little off here. This is not the Chris I know. Maybe it's your voice or what you're saying. Are you hiding something? Huh? No, I'm not. It was sharp, that's for sure, but had she made the connection to that song? Ah, that was an unnatural pause right there. Speaking of which, haven't you come home early this whole week? You think? I think it's normal, if I'm practicing with others. I think? If? What? Then let me ask, for the past 3 days, who have you practiced with? I'll have to ask about that. Doesn't matter who they were. Oh, Chris, you're terrible at lying. If you'd really want to fool me, you should have just said 3 names at random. You couldn't do it, could you? You seem pretty sure I was lying. You bet. I've said it before, but when someone doubts you, don't get defensive. Just rattle off some names. And at the start, you should have just said, this is when I always come home after practicing with others. You're right, I admit it. Forney was right. I wasn't good at telling lies. More accurately, I didn't like to tell lies. I'd be fine with saying that I practiced like I was supposed to, but I wouldn't want to give names like Torta and so on. If all it took was one word, I wouldn't feel that much guilt. But when the next question came, I'd have to tell yet another lie. I hated that chain of lies. Of course, could have just ended right there. I didn't want to deceive Forney any further, so I decided to tell her everything. Remember that song we practiced? I spent Monday and Tuesday copying it, and then I practiced it today. Despite all the things I said, practice it even. Forney seemed appalled, but she didn't show any signs of anger. Perhaps she'd expected something like this after noticing that I was coming home a little early. I wanted to finish it. I felt anxious to finish it, just as I felt when the musical idea first came to me. What would Forney do after I left? Or rather, what would become of her? I hadn't been able to ask that question, because I knew the answer would change our relationship forever. We'll just do one more save here, actually. I can skip past the choice stuff, if necessary. Maybe now is the time. What's with that face? Anyway, aren't you gonna tell me why? If you ask, I'll tell you. Forney made a frustrated face, then motioned for me to speak first. This song, I wrote it for you, Forney. The idea for it came to me when I thought of you. That's why I asked for you to write the lyrics. I wasn't sure if I'd have the time for it once I started practicing for the graduation recital. So I thought if I could finish this song and perform the ensemble on Sunday, that'd be really great. That's your reason? Yeah. That's really sneaky. No, I can't get mad at you. That's not like you, Forney. Usually you get mad anyway. There's no fooling you. You're sneaky, aren't you? Forney looked away with a sad smile on her face. I'm happy. Really, I am. But, Chris, you understand that you must practice in order to graduate, right? More or less. Then stop thinking about this song for now. Wait until after the graduation recital, okay? Will there be enough time? After February and the graduation ceremony, I won't have any reason to stay in the city. Oh, come on. You'll have at least 10 days after graduation. That's far too short time for reminiscing with a companion of 3 whole years. Thought I heard a forced note in Forney's apparently calm voice, but perhaps that was just wishful thinking on my part. Anyway, you have to practice properly at school from tomorrow. Got it? Hey, answer me. You know, I've told you nothing but lies about this song, Forney, and words aren't going to change that. Besides, I don't think I could keep that promise. 2 girls I got to know as potential partners for the graduation recital, and one who had already been nearby from the start. It'd be realistic for me to choose one of those 3, but I just didn't feel like it. Actually, I was thinking of relying on Miss Cordell, who was going to bring some unknown person. Meeting and talking to this person seemed so much easier than dealing with those 3 potential partners. Of course, I knew that things would be the same once we met. But at least I didn't have to think about that for now. Keep it. Surely you can do that. I'll try. Fine. I'll go with you tomorrow. I'll see if you're practicing like a good boy, Chris. Oh shit, she's coming to school. We'll save here. Unless, wait, is she actually coming to school? I guess she is. Huh? What? Go where? No, I'll stop it on the 15th, once it rolls over today. That's when we'll stop. To school, of course. I promise not to get in the way of practice, so there should be no problem. Wait, you can't just... People who don't keep their word to practice properly do not get any choice in the matter. That's... your answer? Okay. Good boy. Well, shit. Forney nodded, looking very satisfied, and asked me many questions about tomorrow. What time I'd wake up, whom I'd practice with. She asked about Miss Cordell, and even irrelevant things like what I always ate at the cafeteria. Forney seemed so happy somehow. I didn't mind at all. Besides, we got to spend more time together this way. I still had to decide on a partner, but I felt like I was heading toward a different future than before. We're going to partner with Forney. It's gonna happen. This is where we save. Oh. Okay, here we go. That's where we're gonna end it. I have a feeling we still have to get through all the usual, like, winter and January stuff. So we're gonna stop it here. And we will have the proper big finale next time for realsies. Actual fairy, full-on fairy action. But I'm gonna end the game here. As longer than it probably should have been. It's 1 AM. That's fine. We got through the main route anyways. Oh, I closed the game. Well then. That's okay. Anyways, thanks for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed. We will definitely finish that game next time. I thought tonight would be the finale, but I guess getting through some of that parts of the route. It was nice to be able to just like read through everything again. You know, have a nice proper finale. And now we're getting to the actual Forney part of the route, so it's going to be all new from here on out. Tomorrow, Minecraft, not mods. Probably another map. I am currently still putting together the mod pack. It will probably, hopefully it'll happen next week or whenever the map's finished. I'll make sure the map like gets finished first, and then I'll hopefully have the mod pack ready by then. But yeah, it's just a matter of like compiling everything and gotta make sure everything's working together. Got a few little things to set up as well. But it should hopefully be a good time. I got a lot of plans for it at the very least. And hopefully they all work out. So, in the meantime, that'll be it for tonight. I'll be back tomorrow with some form of Minecraft. Anyways, thanks for watching, and I will see you next time.